Okay, hi, welcome. I think I'm good. I think we're good. Hi, we're back. It's Eclipse's finale. This is exciting. Before we get into it, first of all, the big announcement, Scott's hair. Can we take a moment for that? Wow. And okay.
Yeah, well,
you ever just get a mullet and it looks really good? Scott would.
I was concerned it wouldn't, but you guys took great care of me.
It looks really, really good. So, okay, final just announcements before we get into the actual last episode. This is so exciting. We are still raising money for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We're at 145 out of our $200 community goal. I wrote it down on my whiteboard. We've already hit 2 of the incentives, and the last one is a big one. I will be, if we get to $200, I will cosplay Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil 8 and make that my first ever Resident Evil game. We'll play it on stream together.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know how long that game is, so I don't know if it's possible to one-shot it, but we're going to do as much of it as we can in one sitting. So that's going to be exciting. Also, just other announcements. I didn't put it on this overlay. It's on the other one. It's alright, it's not important. I do have a little bit of a personal goal. It'd be kind of cool if we could get to that. I would love to have 200 followers by 2022. I think the amount of 2s in that is really fun. So if, you're here hanging out and it's your first time joining us, welcome. If you think you're gonna like the vibes or you end up liking the vibes and you want to tell somebody about us, be super, super cool. We're gonna be going for a little while. That being said, before we get into it as well, please make sure you stretch and hydrate and everything during this. It's going to be a little bit longer than our normal streams are, so we can wrap up the story in the most satisfying way possible. So check in with yourself during the duration, and if you're new here, I think Maya has the command. Maya, can you do the content warning one? I never remember what it is, unfortunately. But this campaign, if you're new here, does have content warnings for a variety of things. It is a horror-themed campaign. The descriptions are intended to unsettle. There is a list in chat right now about just the general sort of regions. Nothing will ever be visual. It will only ever be described. But if this is something that, it might not be safe for you to be here, please step away if you need to. With that being said, let's get into it, guys.
Did you add a content warning for, what's the technical term for fear of grandmas?
Because we all have that now. We all
Geriatric phobia?
Maya, you're gonna have to add fear of grandmas to that. Oh, thank you, Kat, for the extra $10 before we start. I'm gonna put it on the board.
Boys.
I just checked it. Okay, so we're at 155 out of our $200 goal. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure fear of grandmas might fall under the umbrella of just ageism.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm kidding. That's not the same. This was a creepy grandma.
Yeah.
Y'all really. I love that. Of everything anybody could remember about last session, that was the one. Was that you killed the grandma?
The grandma. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, killing the grandma took a solid hour and a half.
That is true.
We killed a night hag. We did not kill a grandma.
Okay.
Okay, her status as a night hag does not delete her grandchild from existence, though, is the thing.
But to be fair, her grandchild might already be deleted from existence.
Yeah.
That is also true. We don't know that. So
we don't know anything.
We kicked her in her broken biotic hip. And
I can't believe that I was the one brain cell.
You really were. You really were. One more thing that I had forgot to mention about the raising money part. So we are raising money for domestic violence survivors to help them get the resources that they need. I found out for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, they actually work to keep survivors and their pets together and unite survivors with service animals that can help them through their trauma. It's really, really beautiful. The other part is we're not just raising money through Eclipse. Like, once Eclipse ends, I'll still be raising money for the balance of October. So any tips that go through to my Ko-Fi until October 31st will be going to help survivors. So if you can't right now, or you want to, and you're like, oh man, or you're watching this after it's live, you still have time if you want to help out. And a free way to help out is always to just like spread the word when we're streaming and when we're not, so that people can show up and we can come and make a difference. All right, let's get into it. So we're at the Cauldron. After last session and its events, after Ileana's demise, I guess is a word, after Ileana's demise by your hands, we all regrouped back at the Cauldron to share information and to kind of regroup as the next plan. Last session we spoke with Camilla, who is Yosef's wife. Yosef is a missing farmer who's been gone for a little while. You spoke to her. Young Me gave her a sort of beautiful speech about grief and carrying on afterwards. That was really inspiring. We picked up a little surprise, a little present from the house, you know, a literal heart in a bag, and we still have the heart in a bag. We're just carrying it around, you know, like Gucci. Last session as well, we kind of wrapped up a lot of clues as well about Charlotte's whereabouts. There's been a sort of common pattern that the parties picked up on about Candy being involved in some shape or form in a lot of the disappearances. We so far have not found any of the missing folks, but we have gotten pretty close to understanding who they are and where they might have gone, perhaps. Okay, so we're reuniting back at the Cauldron. It is night. The fight with Ileana took you past sunset and into the night, and you went back to the Cauldron to all go to sleep. Jade, it's pitch black out, and I want to say it's maybe about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, when you return from your outing.
Yeah.
For everybody else, not our party, for chat, Jade received a sort of personal call for a mission in the middle of our investigations, and she's now returning from that. Yeah, you arrive outside of the building. Would anybody be awake, or did we all agree to go to sleep?
Malcyra went to sleep.
I think that Young Me is kind of laying on the bed, and she's flipping through, because at Grandma's house, after we almost burned it down and also murdered Grandma, Young Me took Fiona's tome on alchemy. So I think that she's like studying the pages that look a little bit more well-loved, a bit more carefully, keeping like lycanthropy and all of the stuff that we learned from last session in mind.
Okay. So Jade, are you trying to be unheard as you return, or is it kind of like a whatever for you?
Well, I mean, Young Me and I are sharing a room.
Yeah,
So, I mean, I'm gonna try and stealth in, but Young Me is awake, but I don't know that. So, yes to stealth. Don't want to be seen. Don't want to be heard.
Roll me stealth check, please.
Abso-heckin-lutely.
If you see me squinting, I'm looking directly into my desk lamp. I'm so sorry.
That's a 28.
A 28.
I rolled
Okay,
a
so
nat
you
one for perception.
bestie, I'm so sorry. Jade,
Altogether it's an 8, but still.
Phenomenal.
that's excellent.
I'm just in bed suddenly next to you.
Young Me, you are
Wait, what?
absorbed.
There was only one bed. They were
They
roommates.
were roommates.
Oh my god, roommates. Young Me, you've kind of, over the course of, between like absorbing everything that happened with Ileana and sort of tossing over your conversation with Camilla in the back of your mind, you zone out for a little moment. And you look up, and Jade is seated. Do we want there to be one bed? There can be multiple beds, or there can be one bed. I'm like,
No, there has to be one bed.
okay, you kind of
One
turn
bed to read
over. Yeah, let's go with it. You turn over in the one bed, and Jade is laying next to you, or seated.
Sitting up. Yeah.
Seated.
Youngmi will shift so that if Jade wants to, she can also read what she's reading on the page. So she'll like scoot the book a little bit more like between them, like, hey, so not Eliana. What was her name?
Which
It sounds similar.
Elmira?
Yes. She'll just go, Elmira, was/is a lycanthrope.
Yes, I had my suspicions.
We
how
also
about-
killed Fiona's grandma, but that's a
Oh.
story.
Yes, I was going to ask that you fill me in on everything I missed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can we, for like brevity's sake, say that young me just does that?
I was about to just go, yeah.
You both
All of these
you both
information.
connect to Wi-Fi and airdrop the information to each other. And catch up.
Fantastic.
Really quick before we continue, Jack. First of all, what the fuck? But like respectfully. Second of all, thank you because we've now hit our community goal with your generous donation.
Oh, you.
Wow. Okay, hold on. I have to write the new total down and numbers are making me cry. But thank you for that. That's awesome. So, we've officially hit all of our incentives. So, in the next I don't know how many spoons I'm going to have into the next week, so we'll see. But on Halloween Day, I think I'm going to do Resident Evil for spooky sake. So, and maybe Phasmophobia somewhere in there. So thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who donated as well. I'll probably read off all the names at the very end of stream. But we're going to pick back up. Thank you. Okay. So, you beam the information to each other over 5G.
Yeah.
And, what are you doing after?
We make out. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me persuasion.
No. Youngmi is gonna kind of like mage hand the book over like on a desk or some flat surface, and then just be like, "Well, good night," and then just turn over and fall asleep.
Okay. Yeah. Jade will like. Well, not anymore. Jade will just like curl up like a cat, facing the other way in typical Tabaxi fashion.
That's really cute. Okay. So with that, not we're all vaccinated. Okay, so with that, is anybody else up? I know Malcyra went to sleep. Dimble, are you awake or are you sleeping?
Dimble went to sleep. Yeah.
Okay. You all, over the course of probably an hour and a half or so, drift into slumber separately in your own fashions. The cauldron is surprisingly decent, given the everything about it. The mattresses aren't so bad. There's a notable lack of bed bugs. The rooms are considerably spacious. Like, it's not, you know, for what you thought you were going to encounter, it's actually pretty decent. And you're able to fall asleep quite quickly. That is until you catch the screaming. It starts up at about 2, 3 a.m. You're all asleep in your, well, I was gonna say separate beds. I can't quite say that. You're all asleep in your beds. And you hear the wails and blood-curdling screams of something outside your windows. And when you all separately flutter your eyes open, your rooms are bathed in blood-red light. Looking outside, the moon has turned scarlet. What are you doing?
The fuck? Jade will say the minute that she like shoots up to her, like she'll immediately like jump out of bed to her feet and like look out the window and be turning back to young me asking like, hello? Do you know what this is about?
Young me will deadpan be like, yeah, you didn't know this is my secret power.
Okay, I appreciate the attitude. We should go gather
Young me
with
is
the
already
others.
Young me is already out the like getting out the door,
Oh
rapier in
my
hand,
god.
no longer sheathed. She's just like, yeah, come on, let's go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so Jade will be following afterwards.
All right, Dimble, Malcyra, how we feeling, besties? Because you're in rooms by yourself.
Yeah, so Dimple is gonna look out his window and notice the moon and start kind of sifting through his knowledge and see if he's ever encountered something similar. But he stays relatively calm, but there's kind of like a bit of a shiver going down his spine because it is very odd, especially after what happened earlier that day.
I think Malcyra kind of like gets up in a rush and starts like gathering her weapons and like ready to fight something, even though like because she just knows something's off, and so she readies her weapons, and I think she run towards her window to look outside.
Okay.
Quick question. Oh.
Yeah, sure. Jade, go first.
I was gonna say, like, as young me and I are walking down the hall, like, whoever's room is next, Jade would be, like, would go to unlock the door, like, open the door, and if it was locked, she would pick it and then open it.
Okay. We'll catch up with you in a second then.
Okay.
Dimble, what's up?
I was gonna say, can I perceive, like, are the screams coming from inside the cauldron, or are they coming from like outside? Okay, cool. That was my
Sorry, just while we're a little paused narratively here, what kind of rest did we get? I just want to
long rest.
double check. Okay.
We're being a little bendy. We're being a little spicy. You didn't technically get the full hours of sleep, so you're probably a little groggy. It's not been that long, but you do get all the benefits of the long rest.
We're so shocked that the cauldron had non-bedbug ridden mattresses that it just gave us extra rest.
Yeah.
Like putting a phone on an iPad charger. It's like
oh my goodness.
So
is that a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
iPads require more voltage to charge than iPhones do. So if you charge it on an iPad with an iPad block and an iPhone block, it'll charge faster. Yeah. At least it used to. Apple's weird. Malcyra, you look out the window. The glass of the cauldron is unfortunately not as nice, if nice is the word, as the rooms are. So it is a bit hazy and hard to get any clear images, but here's what you do see. The streets are completely empty. You see that it looks like wind is kind of whipping through, disturbing most of the fields that where you can see like the corn is shaking, the boughs of that one thick tree that's kind of in the middle of everything is swaying a bit scary. You see some doors like on some of the houses rattling a little bit, but there is no sign of life in the road.
Okay, so I don't see like a source of screams.
No, you just hear them.
Okay.
Jade, you lean. So first of all, you go next door, which would be Henry's room, and you go to like pick the door because it's locked. And as you do, the door flies open. Henry is dressed, not as kept as he usually is. Like it looks like he threw his clothes on in a hurry, and he's wrestling with the bow that usually pulls his hair back. So those like blonde curls are just kind of falling everywhere in this bouncy cloud. He's like, I heard it. Is everyone here all right?
Jade will fling a dagger into her hand and put it to his throat. Do you know what this is?
No. I was asleep and there was screaming and my first instinct was to check on you.
You're certain?
Positive. What's up?
Young me is gonna like kind of double back a little bit, just be like, relax, he's coming with us from now on. We're not gonna put our asses on the line just for this man. And just like grab the both of them and like haul them back towards down the stairs to try to get outside.
Okay. Jade, young me grabs a firm hold of you, and Henry as well, and starts dragging you to the door. Malcyra, Dimble, where we at?
I'd say Malcyra, like after seeing no one outside, she's just obviously she has all of her stuff and she's just gonna like sprint out and down the stairs to go like actually outside. She didn't break the window this time.
Character development. You make your way outside. Dimble?
Yeah, so Dimble's he's gonna hear a little bit of commotion in the hallway and decide to put on all of his gear, start heading out, and he's also going to use his invisible mage hand because he brought the heart into the room with him, and pick up the heart, and he's gonna keep it a little ways behind him, but he's gonna bring it out with him. He's really thinking that maybe he can get something to come to us with that heart, but he's not sure.
Okay. You all head outside onto the main road. The bottom of the cauldron is empty. You don't see Hilda, you don't see any other patrons inside. And as you make your way out onto the road, that blood red light is bathing everything in sight. It's the middle of the night, like somewhere around 2 to 3 a.m. So most every window is dim or dark. And there is a wind, like almost just howling, as it whips through the main road, through the fields, past some of the trees. It rattles some of the doorways of the nearer buildings, which most were empty aside from the cauldron. You see that your horses in the stable next to the cauldron are kind of stomping a little and like tossing their heads. And it's quiet for a moment, save for the screeching of the wind. And then you hear another blood-curdling scream, this one desperate and coming from the fields.
The fields?
Malcyra just runs over to the field.
Yeah, young me is sprinting.
Okay. You see that there is over, like, where the corn is, the wheat here is, and all of the plants are just kind of rustling and shaking side to side, but the corn itself is moving violently. And that's where the scream has come from. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, did you want to?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that Jade would use her feline agility trait to double her movement speed to get there before everybody else.
Okay. Youngmi, you're sprinting, and Jade just like Shikari just passes you. And you make it to the corn. Are you guys just going in, or are you?
I'd like to see if I can see what is causing the screaming or where the screaming is coming from.
Roll me perception. Everybody who's gonna do it, you can just roll me perception.
Sounds good.
I think as Malcyra's going, she's also scooping up any bits of rocks that she can as she goes.
Gotcha.
She's got another pocket full of rocks.
And Dimble, being a little bit slower and with shorter legs, decides he's gonna not hold back necessarily, but he's gonna see what happens when they first get there before just rushing in.
Okay. Dimble, you kind of not hang back, like let them go first, but you're still at the back of the group, kind of just observing. Perception checks.
24.
Okay.
27.
26.
Okay. And Malcyra, you're just going in, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
She just goes into danger.
Understandable. So starting with young me, and actually with just everybody, because you're kind of gonna notice the same things. The screaming does sound like it's within the corn. The cornfield is not the largest field of this just giant area. It's mostly wheat. They have some squash growing as well, and like pumpkins, and like just kind of ground vegetables as well, that aren't necessarily finicky with the weather. But the corn is rather expansive because it needs a lot of space to grow, and it is closest to the main road, and it kind of extends in a neat, large plot all the way down and then down into this natural dip across the hill. So it goes up to where that tree is over by Camilla's house and then kind of curves around to keep going. You hear the screaming closer to the tree, definitely in the corn. Like you can see as you're running up that the stalks are just shaking and it's not moving with the wind. Like there's something in there. And the scream sounds distinctly feminine. And as you get closer, you hear, "Oh my god, no, please, please, please." Deep in the corn. Malcyra, you rush in. Jade, are you stopping or are you still going? Because you're technically ahead of everybody else with your agility.
Once I get pretty, like, closer to the sound to be able to tell specifically where it's coming from, I will then want to move, like, into a stealth approach.
Gotcha. Roll me stealth.
Yep. 32.
All right. So,
Jade becomes corn.
In your training as an assassin, you learn you learn almost in a rhythmic way how to stealth. It's not just about disappearing. It's about matching the rhythms of the world around you to fade out, like just fade out of view. And you understand instantly, looking at the corn, how to move to not disturb it or disturb it in a way where it would appear natural to kind of cloak your movements. You know how it kind of grows in rows? You slip between two of the rows and you barely even they barely even flinches at your presence. Jade's gone. Malcyra, you and Young Me are probably going to enter the corner around the same time, with Dimble bringing up the rear. But I'm going to describe it as like you're all approaching it at the same time for simplicity's sake. What's up?
I think that when Young Me kind of notices that Jade has disappeared, she's going to just cast invisibility on herself.
Okay. So Jade runs ahead and you, Dimble and Malcyra, kind of out of the corner of your eye, you see Young Me fizzle out of view, and it looked like you wanted to say something as well.
Yeah, so I think that hearing the screams, having the weird lighting and everything is just going kind of weird. Malcyra's in like fight mode, like protect fight mode, and so I think she's following the scream and she's kind of she's running forward in a tackle and like just ready to plummet into anything that's there because she doesn't know if it's someone else that's getting hurt, if they're being attacked, or if she's gonna hit the person that's attacking or what have you. So I think she's just in a blind run and ready to just like take the hit.
She's just charging. I love it.
Yeah.
All right. So Jade disappears quickly. Young Me disappears magically. Malcyra, you rush in, and we'll say Dimble's at your heels. I'm gonna describe that even though you're kind of arriving in within seconds of each other, I'm gonna just describe it as you're all approaching at the same time for simplicity's sake. You plunge through the corn. Malcyra, your shoulders brush through the corn husks and ouchie, because those are sharp. I've learned that from experience. But you're rustling through and powering through. Jade, you're kind of just running with one shoulder ahead to make as much little noise as possible. Young Me, you're out of sight anyway. Dimble, you're keeping up. Malcyra is pretty easy to see despite the pace she's keeping. And she's like your point of orientation. You all pass through the corn and there's a natural break, almost like a small path through where it's divided the plot into like one square and then the next square. And you've gotten all the way up to that big tree and there's this just little path separating the next plot of corn. And you see Camilla, and her arms are just kind of stretched up and she's screaming. And standing above her is a husk of a person. This thing.
A husk in a cornfield.
the husk of a person.
I wrote that down and it made me laugh when I took my notes.
I literally thought you were just gonna be like, yeah,
It's
the
corn.
husk
A corn
of
husk.
corn is like attacking her, and I thought
Corn
it was gonna
monster.
become Critical Role.
Not
where we were
this.
Fighting.
Not
room.
this.
Anyway.
She's got her arms stretched up to the sky and she's screaming. And standing over her is this 6-foot tall man, beefy build, wide shoulders, soft kind of stomach, but it's sagging and there's stuff spilling out of it like innards that have almost been liquefied. And his skin has gone fully gray, and even the red light of the moon can't necessarily put any life back into it. One of his arms has bone exposed, the other looks like it's about to fall off. What little hair he has is matted with blood and gore and bits of brain. And plunged into his spine is a sort of a root. And it's made of these twisting branches, and in between it you see something red and oozing, dripping between these like woven almost vines, and that falls to the ground and disappears into the rest of the corn. And this thing lumbers forward, and it reaches its arms out, and you hear a very quiet groan. Camilla. Malcyra, you're rushing to tackle. Would you like to, you can roll me strength if you'd like to try and, yeah, what's up, Sarah?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, so first, so the thing in his spine fell out and crawled into the corn?
No,
Is
it's
that what
like
you
it's connected to him.
Okay,
So it's like
okay.
this thick, almost like a root that's connected to him and is running like down on the ground. And, yeah.
Oh, okay. Got it. It's like a wire or something.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
For some reason I imagined it dislodged itself and like this is alien. And then would we, or maybe young me or the party minus Jade, recognize this as some zombified version of Yosef?
You have
From
never...
the wedding photos?
Did you look at the... I believe Malcyra
Yeah.
looked at the wedding photos.
I saw them and then
I don't remember.
yeah,
if
I
you
don't know if I showed it to everyone or if I was just like, what the fuck's up with these wedding photos?
I
We
don't
get
think-
it, you're married.
Yeah, I remember
we
you
get it,
said
you're
that, but I don't think
married.
you...
Yeah, I don't think I
Okay.
showed. I think I just told y'all that there was like wedding photos.
Okay.
Yeah.
But young me, you do have to go off of that this thing just said her name. It said Camilla.
That's true.
Mhm.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Malcyra, you can roll me a strength check. with
Yeah,
your
I got a
apple.
16.
Okay, I have to do that as well.
When I get a chance, I have something I would like Jade to do.
Okay, what we're gonna do, the same thing we did with Grandma, so everybody's gonna get the opportunity to do something before we go into initiative. So, Malcyra, I'm counting this as you're doing something.
Yeah.
And we'll kind of go around the circle before we do initiative. So just give me 1 second. Okay, that is, ooh, boy, that's not a good grapple. Okay, Malcyra, you body this man. you absolutely just plummet into him. And he stumbles sideways, like you just check him. And it turns and it snarls at you, and as it does, this thick, viscous, green liquid drips down its jaw and down what remains of its shirt and onto the ground, and when it hits the ground, it just, like, goes into the ground. He's just disgusting to look at. His eyes have gone milky white. He's not quite looking anywhere, but those empty voids are just fixed on you. And he makes this low groaning sound as the two of you face off. Jade, what do you want to do?
So Jade is going to pull out her short bow.
Uh-huh.
And all of her arrows are dipped in poison.
Ooh.
And so she's going to try and fire an arrow at this figure.
All right, roll to hit.
Okie dokie. That's a natural 20!
Let's go.
For a 28.
Kristen has
Okay.
the luckiest D20 in existence.
This was a present, and I think it's weighted, but we're not going to talk about that.
I didn't hear
I'm
that.
kidding,
my
I'm
God.
kidding, I'm kidding,
hear
I'm
that.
kidding. It's a joke, it's a joke.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Just give me.
It's a funny joke.
Just give me 1 second. I need to write this down. That this is. I am old. For anyone joining us for D&D for the very first time, I'm old-fashioned, and I like to write everything down physically so I can keep track of the numbers. And you'd think I would do that before we got here. You'd be wrong. This is what makes it spicy. Okay, so go ahead and tell me the damage.
Yeah, so it has to also succeed on a Constitution,
Yep.
or else it takes poison damage.
Okay, that's gonna be a no.
Okay, so I'll have to add that in too. Okay, give me a minute because math.
You're fine. I
Okay.
need a minute because math.
8. Imagine knowing what dice are what dice.
I literally, what I've been doing, I set out the ones I want to use for like each set, and I just have all of my sets in my tray. That I'm gonna use for
Whatever 5 plus 8 is.
today. 13.
13.
Okay, so that's 13, and 8 of which is poison damage, and it is poisoned until the end of next turn.
Okay. You see, so your arrow plunges into the side of this creature, and some of that flesh cracks inward and then crumbles, and you see this just dried out sort of cavern where organs should be. It's like they're in there and they're shriveled, but there's just this viscous, horrid liquid that was spilling out of its mouth just pooled in there. And as you crush in that side with the impact of your arrow and the tip lands into that, it like has this violent, almost repelled reaction. Like some of it sloughs out of the hole and down the side of it. And once it hits the ground, it's gone. The creature groans and it reels back a few steps. And Camilla, and she steps backwards and she's like clutching her face, looking at this thing in shock. Dimble.
How far away from, like, Malcyra and this creature wrapped up together am I?
You're probably like 10 feet from this. Like you're all pretty close.
All right, and so I want to I want to just pull out my dagger and approach it kind of from the side.
Okay.
And sneak attack it since I have a friendly creature that is within 5 feet of it.
Let's go.
So
Yeah, go ahead.
let's see. Okay, so I rolled a 6 and a 15, but I have
That's you're good. That's gonna hit.
it's gonna hit. Okay, and then okay, neat. Sorry, let me get my dagger. See what my dagger damages. I don't think I do much damage with it, but okay.
Oh, I love it when I have to pull up a calculator. It really does make my day to not know how to do math in my head. There we go. Yes, there it is.
Okay, so 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 5 is 8. 8 damage.
Nice. Okay, so you so Malcyra like charges into this thing, and there's just this brief second where she, you know, whatever your next steps are going to take, like after the initial impact where she's standing there ready to strike, and then you see the arrow lodged into this thing's side and it staggers sideways, and you take that opportunity of sideways motion, Dimble, to plunge your blade into the other side of it. It doesn't even see you coming. Your dagger goes in hilt deep with this horrid squench. And that green liquid coats your blade as you pull it back Okay,
Nasty.
young me.
I think I'm gonna brace myself in front of Camilla.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of just I guess I'll do produce flame. So like this blue flame kind of like flickers from her hands and like up her arms a little bit. And she's like prepared to cast it as a reaction if the man zombie moves towards her and Camilla.
Okay,
Again.
got you. All right, so everybody go ahead and roll initiative, and then hold on to your numbers. I'll ask you for them in a second.
I left my notebook over on the bed. Can I get up and grab it real quick?
Yeah, you're good.
You did not have to ask permission.
No, you can't.
I was like, what if you're like, no, absolutely not.
You can't.
Absolutely not. No.
There's two types of people. There's him who like asks, and I just like wander out of my room randomly. And I'm like,
Yeah.
You ever just on an
where's
adventure?
she going? Yeah.
Oh wait, Henry also gets to do something. I forgot he was here.
Oh, yeah, Henry.
My bad. My B. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Henry is going to. What's he gonna do? What are you gonna do, babe? What's she gonna do, babes? Henry takes this all in. He's kind of last in this little chain of events. He sees you all take your swipes from side to side, absolutely bludgeoning into this thing, and then for a moment, there's like a pause, and then Henry lifts his hand, and you see this crackling yellow energy gather at his fingertips. And then Henry is going to... Let's see. I just want to make sure I say words correctly, because I don't do that very often. There we go. You see this yellow energy gather at his fingertips, and 3... you know what? We can splurge. You see 5 darts of just golden energy like zip out from his fingertips and go through this creature fully. I'm gonna roll for that because that's a lot of things.
Okay.
1, 2. Oh boy. 3. This was very
Good
smart
track.
of me to put all my dice out, but it's very bad. D4s are very hard to pick up.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Yes. Yes.
They're very pokey.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my hands hurt. I'm just trying to hold these little mean triangles.
Come
These
on,
angry triangles.
Like, they're so full of rage. For what?
And for what?
4, 7, 10. Okay. You see these darts, like, all just pierce through this creature, and it stumbles and wails as these little smoldering holes are left behind, and more of that liquid sloughs out. And you see that thick, like, root that's plunged into its back. It kind of, like, waves, like it pulses. And he kind of just, and more of it comes out. Alright. Initiative, who has a 30 to 20? Cool. 15 to 20.
I have a 23.
Okay, so Jade.
I think everyone was high, right?
I have a 26.
Okay.
I kind of critted, and now I'm like, that might be the only one to switch.
Okay, Malcyra and Dimble, what do you have as well?
Dimble, you go first. I'm last.
18.
Okay, Malcyra.
8.
Felt that deeply in my soul.
Me too. I'm far too close to him to get an 8, and that's scary.
Oh no. You succeeded the grapple, but at what cost?
At
what cost?
And that's okay. Alright. Okay, so, first up is gonna be young me. So you have this thing in front of you, and it is looking in Camilla's direction, and it's still just outstretching its arms, kind of swaying. It doesn't look too good.
Hold up. Let me. I think that I will just hit it with the produced flames.
Okay.
Because I saw him look over at us, and I'm like, fuck no, don't do that.
Go for it.
I don't like that very much. Have to roll to hit. A 17.
Okay. That's gonna hit. Yeah, go for it.
Nice. And then the damage will be 8 damage of fire damage.
Okay. And your flames are blue, right?
Yes.
Hot. Okay. You launch just these slivers of blue flame off of your hands. They leap up from your fingertips, arc through the air, and as soon as they come into contact with this creature, the whole thing goes up. You see this dark silhouette of a man just wreathed in blue, and the lighting kind of goes almost purple underneath the blood red moon. It kind of as it like flails its arms. That one arm that was hanging on for dear life kind of just crunches and falls to the ground. And it is very on fire. Next up is Jade.
Okay, so because it's grappled and Dimble and young me have visibly attacked it, would it be safe to say that I'm stealthed again? Like, that it doesn't know where I am? Okay, so I can get sneak attack damage with this next attack, then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm going to, run up to it and throw a dagger at it.
Hot, okay.
So, to hit, that's gonna be a 18.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. Go for it.
Okay. So, including sneak attack damage, so just the dagger is gonna be a 6, and then 25 damage.
Yeah. It never even saw you coming. You're throwing it, right?
Yeah.
Dagger, you all just see, you don't even see Jade, okay? A dagger just zips through the air and plunges into this thing dead center in the skull. And it crumples in a little bit in the force of the impact, and it goes still, flames still dancing off of the body, and then it falls to its knees and flat on its face. That root planted into its back pulses again, and then you start seeing the body get dragged off like that through the corn.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh.
Do any of us get an opportunity attack?
The creature is dead.
Kinda want to run after it.
I was gonna say,
Or
but if we
try.
had an opportunity attack, could we try to do something?
Yeah, to
Oh,
the
yeah,
root.
Oh, to
So-
the root? Yeah, sure, you can try.
So Dimble has his dagger out, and as it starts getting pulled away, he lunges, as far as he can to try to stab the dagger down through the root into the ground to try to stop it.
It is a thick root. Your daggers are not going to go all the way through it, but you're still welcome to attack it.
I want to do the same thing, because if I don't go all the way through, then I'll just be holding on.
Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna just put the dagger in and hold on to it, see where it goes.
Yep.
All right.
In a similar fashion, I think Malcyra does the same with her hand axe. She grabs her hand axe and just tries to like whack into it.
Okay, so
And you hold off, or
Jade and Young Me, where are you going?
Jade will jump on it and use her claws to like try and grab into it.
So we're all going on Mr. Toad's wild ride. I see. Young Me?
Mr. Toad.
I think. I'm gonna say something, and then you're gonna tell me if this is possible.
Go for it.
So, Young Me is going to shift into like she's gonna leap forward to also just like I'm gonna say grab onto something.
Okay.
That's like moving fast. As she's leaping, she's going to shift into her nine-tailed fox form, right? And then like kind of like extend her claws and kind of like just rip into like literally any fleshy thing. That's moving past?
Are you shifting fully into your fox form or into more of a halfway?
You know what? I'm gonna say fully into her fox form.
Okay. So everybody, roll me to hit. Young Me, roll dexterity.
Cool.
And then we'll do numbers one at a time so that my
Just
brain
flat
doesn't catch on
dexterity?
fire. Yeah, dexterity.
Okay.
Malcyra, you go first.
That's a 15.
Okay. Dimble.
Come on.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. 21.
Okay. And then Jade.
24.
Okay. Young Me.
19.
Okay. Let me double check real quick. Nice. Okay. So Jade, Dimble, Jade with your claws, Dimble with your dagger, you plunge into it and you hold on, as this thing zips through the corn. Young Me, you guys see Young Me leap through the air and she changes as she moves. Her figure hunches more, grows more muscular. You see just this layer of white fur grow over her until you're looking at a nine-tailed fox, and it digs in with its claws and those tails are waving as she does. Malcyra, you raise your axe to plunge into it, but the angle, your axe skims off of the root, as all three of your companions go zipping away into the field with this thing. And you are standing behind with Camilla. Henry.
Did Henry do anything? Yeah,
that's what I was about to say, because I forgot he existed again. I'm a good DM.
We do too, it's okay.
Yeah, it's alright.
Not like he does much.
He's kind of just there for decoration. Henry goes to like, he's like not quite sure how to approach this, and then he jumps to try and grab onto the root, but it's gone before he makes impact, so he just face plants in the dirt.
Oh, I wish I was there.
Jade makes a mental note of how hot Young Me is right now.
Nice.
Oh.
But is also like super feral and grabbing onto the thing. So
Malcyra, you're left behind with Henry and Camilla.
Malcyra, the friendliest one of the bunch, is left with Camilla and Henry. Good,
Yep.
good.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
You're a real people person. So this is
Real people person.
Mhm.
All right. She'll turn to Camilla and possibly more aggressively than meant. Well, did you recognize him? Where are they going?
It was my husband somehow. I don't know what just happened. I don't know.
She turns to Henry and like grabs him by the collar and shakes him, and she goes, "You're gonna tell me where they're going, and you're gonna find them right now."
Yeah, of course. And he's like adjusts his glasses where they're falling off, as you shake him. and he leans over your shoulder to look. King. He takes one glance and he goes, "This way. I know what this is." And he takes off running through the corn.
And she just sprints after him.
Nice.
Leaves Camilla, like,
leaves her. Gone. Yeah, Camilla is just standing there still kind of in shock as you run through the field.
Maybe Malcyra's just leaving room for her to process this trauma by herself, you know?
That's exactly what she's doing.
It'd be like that. Young Me,
Totally.
Jade, and Dimble, can you all do me a dexterity saving throw, please?
Oh, you betcha.
Actually, sorry, strength.
Oh, you don't betcha.
That was the worst
saving.
possible time to...
I'm
good.
18.
Okay. 18. Who else? Sorry.
3.
Oh no. Mhm.
19.
Okay. Jade.
Goodbye, Dimble.
Would there be any way for Youngmi to react and like try to grab Dimple as he flies by?
1 second. This route is moving. Like, Jade, you have speed.
Yeah.
It's faster than you.
Okay.
And it whips through the various rows of corn and everything, and it lifts off of the ground just in this violent arc, and that's where we lose Dimble. With this whipping motion as this root lifts into the air, Jade and Youngmi, you dig your claws in further to the plant matter. Dimble, your grip on your dagger falters at the unexpected wave. Youngmi, you can roll me a dexterity saving throw. We'll do it as a saving throw to see if you can catch him.
Can I also try to catch him?
Yeah.
Can we just
Sure. No, Youngmi, roll it with advantage. We'll just do it like that.
Okay. I'll roll again for fun. Okay. A 19 and an 18.
Okay.
But plus 8, so whatever that is, above 20 something.
Dimble,
Okay. I mean, you rolled better than me. So.
your hands leave your blade, and for a moment you get a glance of the ground below. There's the fleeting thought of, this must be what birds feel like, before you start to plummet. You start to plummet directly to the ground, not do a flip, Tasha. And as you're plummeting face first to the ground in your certain demise, a clawed paw snags your shirt, probably pierces through the cloth. Youngmi, you've caught
Yeah,
him.
I would imagine that Youngmi didn't like try to not hurt Dimble, so like it really was a toss-up on whether or not this like just her claws just like pierced into his flesh like a fork and just like grabbed him to drag him along.
There is definitely the rake of sharp claws across your back, but not enough to do any significant damage. It's just an ouchie.
Yeah. Okay.
So Dimble, you've got Dimble. And the three of you, so this route, after unsuccessfully almost launching you away, it yanks itself down towards the ground, and you hit, this route hits the ground. And there's a sharp impact from all of you. For our clawed party members, that has to hurt. And then it slows down, and you see you're at the tree. And Malcyra, you're gonna see the same thing as you're running behind Henry, as you look up and you see that root just over the top of the corn, and it zips down towards that thick tree. Youngmi, Jade, Dimble, you see that this thing is coming out of the trunk of the tree, and you're being reeled in.
Is this that tree that we saw last session?
Yes, it is the damn tree.
Damn tree. You shit with
you
that
shit
ass?
that. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
The sexy one, yeah.
Yeah, it is the thick tree.
That tree. It's an ant and is like, what are you talking about?
Oh my god. Yeah, that one.
This is where all the ant women went. From Lord of the Rings, this is where it went.
I love Dungeons and Dragons. I do.
Where sometimes we kiss trees.
Lord of the Rings, the Ent-Men are like, we don't know where our women went. Meanwhile, cut to Eclipse.
I love Dungeons and Dragons. So this root, you're being, so it like whips up into the air, which is where we almost lose Dimble. Youngmi, you grab him as the root snaps back down, and there's a hard impact as all of you hit the ground. Are we getting off this wild ride, or are we clinging on for dear life?
I don't really have much control over it at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say like whatever Youngmi.
Youngmi, is Dimple staying on?
Are we getting pulled into the tree?
Yes, you are.
Is there any way of understanding whether we're going to get like made into soup when we enter the tree?
Yeah,
Or if
okay.
it's gonna
You
be
can attempt
hollow?
to identify what's going on, but
Would that be a nature, arcana, or perception check?
nature.
Cool.
Okay, I'll do that too. Yeah, is this like a Whomping Willow secret entrance into the Shrieking Shack kind of situation? Or are we just...
Is the lycanthrope Severus? Please say yes.
There's probably no way I can really help at this point. Is there? Like, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't think that there's much I
it's
can
not that you've lost your faculties, you're just kind of being almost shish kebabbed. So
Yeah.
Lost your
Well,
faculties?
could
I just
you-
imagine somebody just shitting themselves.
Could you also look at it though and like give them a tip, be like, "Oh, you know not to," or would you still don't actually?
I got claws in my back, and I just thought I was gonna fall maybe to my death. So I'm not sure if I've got the
probably
ability
not
to.
looking at
Dimple
Yeah.
is hanging on,
And a little
emotionally hanging on for dear life.
We've all been there.
Mhm.
I got a 19 for nature.
Okay.
I got a dirty 20.
You both have heard of this thing, but you've never seen one in person. In fact, because most people who do don't come back. You're looking at a
Sick.
gallows tree. This is a creature that appears as a massive, just thick tree. Usually it's folklore refers to it as just this haunted sort of tree that, like, if a life was taken close to it, that it absorbs the life force with which it uses to create new life. It's an almost sick, never-ending cycle of life and death. Should a life be taken by a tree in bad faith, a gallows tree is known to rise. You know that it creates, with corpses that it finds nearby, its own small puppets to do its bidding. There's question raised about the amount of sentience that it has, as it is a plant. But looking at it, you probably don't want to be on this ride anymore, from that knowledge that you have.
Sorry. I have very poor listening skills when I'm confused. So when a life is needlessly taken from a tree, a gallows tree grows?
When a life is needlessly taken in proximity to a tree, so it gets the name gallows tree from hangings. So that's
Got it.
yeah.
And it just finds nearby corpses. It doesn't necessarily kill people to create corpses. Or both.
It's a little bit of both from what you've heard.
Okay.
There's not much record on them because so much of it is shrouded in folklore and, oh god, they're demons! But from what you know, it's a little bit of both.
Okay. Yeah, Youngmi will look at it, go, oh shit, and will let go. And as she let go, she kind of tucks Dimble so that, like, she'll take the brunt of a fall
Like a
rather than
football?
Dimble. Yeah, not like a. He's tiny.
Oh
I
my
just don't want
goodness.
him to, like. I feel like she kind of feels bad about, like, the scratch because she definitely felt her claws go into his back a little bit, so she's just like, oh shit, you know.
Don't fumble the Dimble.
Not
Yeah,
this.
not.
Okay.
And then
Not
for
Dumble.
oh no.
Jade, what are you doing?
Jade, because of her feline abilities and being super sexy with acrobatics, is gonna like let go and do a super cool flip Black Widow superhero landing like off of the thing.
Superhero landing, let's go.
Yeah.
If someone could clip "Don't fumble the Dimble" for me, it would make my day. That's just something I need to physically have.
Oh gosh.
Okay, so we're gonna go over to Malcyra then. So, Malcyra, you see this arc of your compatriots just appearing over the top of the corn before they disappear back down into the fields attached to it. And you are running, sprinting after Henry. And he's running for dear life as well. And you actually see, like, he's also equipped. Where all of you just kind of like grabbed your stuff and made a run for it when you heard the screaming. It seems he did the same fully. He has a spell book and a holster sitting at his hip as he runs through the field. And you kind of both skid to a stop in the dirt directly in front of the tree, probably as Jade and Youngmi are dismounting the branch.
Oh.
We're not going to talk about it. And you need... we just need to move on, you know?
Phrasing.
It's fine. You see that root disappear back up into the outer boughs of this tree, which seems like it's grown more. It disappears up into the top where the trunk is, not into the ground. And as you look around, it's just horrid. The corn here has been almost raised, like just knocked flat, crumpled, and
Circle?
almost in a circle. Not quite, just more of like
Alien.
a semicircle.
Oh.
It's like a half crop circle, not quite. That's not this campaign.
When you half-ass your crop circle.
It's just, I love that.
Like,
Oh, yeah,
we got tired.
Not
Oh,
this.
circle's so much work.
What's everybody's
You can only
passive
do 180.
21.
Ooh, ooh. 20.
Okay.
16.
20.
11.
Malcyra's
Like
just here for the
35.
vibe.
Like what the fuck?
Oh boy, I love Malcyra so much. Okay, so Youngmi and Jade, you both, Jade with, sorry, not Jade, Youngmi, you help Dimble down, and kind of detach your claws. Are you shifting back into your humanoid form, or are you staying as a fox for now?
We'll stay as a fox for now. If
Okay.
it's like something so important that she needs to then speak, then she'll probably shift back, but
Okay.
we'll just keep her as this wolf. Not wolf, fox.
I speak correct.
So you're still, alright, so you still
Was-
see Youngmi next to you, Dimble.
Was your fox form something that any of us would have known about at all before this, or is that like a secret that you guarded pretty closely?
No, I think that in only really the actual like headquarters where the hand is, she kind of like sports like little fox ears above her hair, and like she has like all of her tails kind of like out. But if anybody encounters Youngmi when she is a bard undercover, they have no idea.
Okay, so there's a very good chance that Dimble
This is not
will
a
not.
shock to anybody.
Okay, great. I just didn't know if I should be surprised or not. But
Unless you're like literally, this is your first day, you fucked something up so bad. Like Alec is just like, yeah, we're gonna send you away now.
There's a lot happening emotionally.
yeah. Okay.
It's like, it's not that it's surprising, it's just like, it's still kind of cool to witness.
Yeah, I'm more surprised by the claws that were in my back than I was by the fact that they came from Youngmi.
Yeah, exactly. You became a gnome kebab, and that's okay. So,
I just pictured a garden gnome on a spear. Just-
enough. We can't both have ADHD. Enough.
oh, I should probably take my meds.
You should take your meds. Everybody do a med check.
Med check, everyone.
Great timing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so Malcyra, you and Henry skid in the dirt up to this tree. And he kind of puts a hand out, not to like block you, but to kind of catch you as you both skid so you can like turn quickly. And he points up at it and he goes, gallows tree. Can you roll me nature to see if that means anything to you?
I bet I could tell you. It absolutely means nothing to me. I rolled a 2 and I have a -1, so that's a 1.
Oh, no.
And she says, I don't care what fucking tree it is.
No, it's
Like
a
he just
creature.
described.
Malcyra. Just never mind. Get ready to fight.
Guys, look, it's a dope maple.
Yeah. She's like, cool. Can she, seeing that the roots were dragging her friend, doesn't care what kind of tree, just knows it's going towards one tree. Can she cast create bonfire at the base of it?
Of the tree?
Of the tree.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So
We're
It
gonna
just
have to roll
happens, right?
initiative again.
Light it on fire!
yeah, it's just at will, and I have a 60-foot range, and I don't think I'm like right next to it or anything. And it starts in like a 5x5 box type deal.
Okay.
So she's just gonna aim for the base of the tree.
We're gonna do the same thing we did before, since it's like a new creature. We're going to just, everybody gets a free action before we roll initiative, okay? So this is
Cool.
yours.
Yes, it is.
With just in an instant, flame erupts at the base of this tree. And it's starting to catch up to the, just the roots. And there is the sickly stench of death begins to fill the air. All right, next up, let's do Young Me for your
Young
reaction.
for breezes again. No,
Does it
kidding.
take damage in that?
Yeah, because it's, yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and tell me.
Okay, I think that's just getting cast as a cantrip, so it's going to be lowest aim. So I believe it's 6 fire damage.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, you see flames starting to take to the roots and just the trunk, but it is a very big tree, so it's probably gonna be take a little bit of time. Young Me.
Could there possibly be somebody else who goes first? Just because I'm
Sure.
trying to find fox stats and I can't seem to.
Yeah. Dimble, Jade, do you guys have ideas?
Yeah. Sorry, I couldn't set like a mute unmute toggle on my Mac for some reason. So if
You're
I
fine.
ever like struggle to unmute for a second, just ignore
I
me.
have the buttons on my mouse and I can't do it, so you're good.
Dimble kind of sheepishly looks up at Young Me and quickly says, "Thanks." Feeling a little embarrassed that he couldn't help himself. But then immediately casts Mage Armor on himself, which gives him an armor class of 15. Plus, I get that ward again, my arcane ward, so I get 20 temporary hit points.
Okay. With the palm to your chest, you're coated, that's a bad word. You are sheathed in mage armor. Jade?
Jade will pull out another one of her daggers, which just like, because she's a poisoner assassin, like most of her weapons are coated in poison. And she's gonna jab it into the nearest like root.
The one you were on isn't nearby.
So she'll then first dash forward like towards the tree.
Okay.
And like stab it in.
Sure. Okay, you plunge your dagger into the tree, and it boom, into the wood. It doesn't go in very deep. How much damage?
I can let you totally know that. Okay, so it has to also do the Constitution saving throw for the poison.
It got a... This is hilarious to me, like, in concept.
I was like poisoning a tree.
I do believe that is going to pass with the 23.
Yeah, that
The
passes.
tree is like, you're not gonna poison my chlorophyll.
Oh.
Life finds a way.
Oh no, it's so then it's just an 8 of
Okay.
damage.
So you
Yeah.
You plunge your dagger into it, and the poison drips off of the blade, and you actually see some of it like pool near the roots, and it gets sucked into the ground.
And then, like, as a bonus action, can I disengage? Like, can I hop back?
Yes. So you plunge your dagger in. Are you pulling your dagger back out?
Yeah.
Can you roll me a strength check, please?
For surezies. That's a 16.
Okay. There's a moment of kind of because when you go to pull your dagger out, the dagger pulls back. You manage to like loose it back from the bark, but there's a moment of active resistance. And that's
Noted.
kind of unsettling. Next up, young me. Do you need more time? Because Henry also has a thing.
No. I found a thing.
Okay.
A very helpful photo. I think I would like to just like try to suss out what else is going on with this tree besides the fact that it was like trying to drag us all in. Like, look up at the branches, see if she sees anything. Look, like you said, it
What
smells
are you
like
looking
death now.
for?
Well, I'm just trying to see if there's anything that sticks out besides this is a gallows tree. You know?
Okay, yeah. So go ahead and roll me investigation.
Okay. You know what? Can I just so you said that when it went on fire, it smelled like death, right?
Yeah.
I think that as a fox, because foxes have keen smell, so they'll have advantage on perception for smells. Like, could I see if I smell anything else, like, intermingled with the death smell? Like, anything different?
Yeah, roll me perception.
A 16.
Okay. The stench of death is quite overwhelming, but mixed in, you also do catch the scent of, like, burning, almost like hay. Like, it's a very distinct smell of burning plant matter. That smell, like, it's not like wood, like a wood smell. Like, you get the sense that it's something else.
Wood? Would I be able to tell what that plant is?
Yeah, I mean, it smells like, burning, like, hay, and, also, like, corn. It's like the slight smell of roasting corn in there.
Oh, yum. Barbecue?
Yeah, you know. Yummy.
So, yeah, I think that Youngmi is gonna shift out of her fox form and just be like, I feel like something else is happening here, and, can I do anything else? Or is that kind of like the...
Do you have any bonus actions?
No.
Then no.
Okay.
You take your just a moment in between this initial chaos to kind of look around and take stock of the situation, and you catch those details. Okay, and now it's Henry's turn. Malcyra, so you had like yelled at him like, I don't know what kind of tree it is, which makes sense because you wouldn't know. Henry takes a moment to all of you, now that you're all together. So for Jade, Youngmi, and Dimble behind you, you hear Henry's voice of like, whatever you do, don't let it grab you. Malcyra and Dimble, I need you both to make me dexterity saving throws, please.
I got a nat 1 with a +1, so a 2 if that helps out.
Thank you. That does.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
19.
Okay. All right. Malcyra and Dimble. We'll start with Dimble. Dimble, you tap your hand to your chest for mage armor, and there's a bit of a rustle to your right, and you look down, and there's a root there. And it like slams down, like trying to grasp at you, and you just barely pull your foot out of the way and kind of stumble back from it as Henry's shouting his warning. Malcyra, you are not so lucky. Just after Henry says don't let it grab you, there's something like just constricts around your ankle and lifts you directly into the air.
I feel like Henry trying to boss Malcyra around, she kind of turned to him like in a don't tell me what to do type instance, and that's when it grabbed her, because that sounds about right.
Okay. You get lifted into the air by your ankle, and it's like you're kind of dangling in midair, but you're being reeled in towards the tree.
Is there any way that Youngmi could reaction cast Fairy Fall or Feather Fall on Malcyra just to slow that process down?
Do you have it as a reaction?
Yeah.
Oh, then yeah.
Cool. I'll do that for Malcyra.
Okay.
It's just like, oh, okay.
So,
this is slightly hilarious, but I also, like, death would be bad.
Malcyra,
You had a rough day.
the air around you feels, in a way, almost slightly more forgiving.
Okay.
It'll
Malcyra
have
gets...
the movement speed, by the way. That's what it does.
Hmm?
In case anyone needs a recap, basically Malcyra is moving in, like, 0.5 speed. Just
Okay. We 0.5 the YouTube video.
Nice. Okay, so let's do initiative again. So 1 second. Okay. Everybody roll it. Okay. Oh boy. Oh wow. Oh, we're okay. Events are happening on this side of the camera. All right. Go ahead and give me numbers.
22.
Okay.
24.
Malcyra, you're making some faces.
I feel fear for Malcyra every moment
I
of
just
my
really
life.
like when your numbers start with 20 something. Like, that's impressive. That's so cool.
I just, strategically dumped stats for assassin things,
So 24 and then a 22, right?
Yeah.
So 24 for Jade. 22 for Dimble. Okay.
17 for Youngmi.
Okay, and Malcyra, how we doing?
Got a 10.
Okay, alright. So, hold on.
The face was me seeing that I got a 10 on one dice, and I was like, I wonder, because I was choosing between 2 dice to roll, and then I rolled the other one, and the other one said 2, and I was like, that's rude. That's really rude.
Wow. Not the lesser of two evils. Not like this.
I was like, oh, maybe I really messed up. No. Somehow chose the better dice.
It is a bones day for everybody. Except
Just throw them all away. Use your bonfire. Burn them.
They're boneless dice.
Burned. Everybody burned.
Okay, so top of the order is going to be Jade.
Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Well, shoot. Shoot, darn. Okay, so we don't want to get grabbed by it. Good to know. Okay, so I'll do a claw attack.
Okay.
So Jade will leap forward, and slash, at the tree.
Okay.
So roll to hit, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Oh, that's a 20.
Nice.
A dirty 20, I should say, not a nat.
Okay.
And so does that hit?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ooh, 6 whole damage.
Alright.
And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna disengage again.
Alright. Give me 1 second. I'm unfortunately doing numbers.
That's okay.
Okay. Cool. Alright. Dimble.
Dimble.
Yeah. So, what do I know about this type of tree? Like, are gallow trees created by, like an actual like curse, or are they, are they from this plane? Like, what types of things do I know? And I'm willing to use parts of my turn to check for
Roll
those
me
things.
Arcana.
19.
Okay. I'll tell you what you know in passing, and then if you would like to investigate further, that'll take your action. So what you know in passing from looking at it, you have never encountered this kind of thing before, but you kind of study up between cases and things like that, so you know you're kind of prepped for what you might face. And this has come across your radar before. Gallows trees are usually shrouded in mystery and folklore because they tend to crop up in places with high executions, and usually those carrying out the executions go to poorer communities in order to ditch the bodies. So there's not much in terms of the concrete. But you do have reason to believe that most of what you've read is true to an extent. Gallows trees are created by blood slain either in ill will or just shed blood at the roots of a healthy tree. Something about the combination of death, whether wrongful or not, and life from a healthy old tree, usually like a sapling wouldn't turn into this. Something about those two begin to mesh as the tree absorbs blood. You think quantity might also have something to do with it, like if there's a lot of a blood at the root of a tree. You do also know that they are sentient to a degree. You're not quite sure how much, but you do know that the tree is alive. It's not just sitting there. And that it's likely the manifestation of like these roots is that it's hungry, basically.
Great. All right. I then
on the roots.
soup on the roots. Okay, so I'm gonna try two things. Knowing that, I'm going to cast greater invisibility on myself.
Nice.
So that's a 4th level, and then I am also, as my bonus action, I have telekinetic shove. How hard can I shove? Like if I actually shove Malcyra,
Are you trying to shove Malcyra
I'm trying to
or the tree?
I'm trying to shove Malcyra loose of the tree.
Okay, so for telekinetic shove,
You can say no. Don't worry.
Just hold on. No, it's not a no. I'm just trying to take a second to check something. Yeah, you can try. So what we'll do is you roll me a strength check but instead of using your, so it's not really going to be a strength check. It's going to be whatever your spellcasting ability is.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do the tree. Let's see. And go ahead and tell me what it is.
It's only a 15.
Okay, so you reach out with this force and just send a blast of telekinetic energy at the general vicinity where Malcyra is to kind of like try to shake her loose. Malcyra, there's just a sort of a sway as this root is buffeted by something you cannot see but you can feel. But Malcyra does not come loose, unfortunately, Dimble. The root in fact tightens around her ankle and it's starting to slither down your leg to get a better hold of you. Okay, so next up is the tree. Cool. All right, Malcyra, I'm gonna need you to roll me a strength check, please.
Hey, bestie. Please be nice. I'm done for! Oh, it was an 8! Oh!
You know, I'm not gonna tell you what I'm not gonna tell you what mine is. I'm not gonna tell you. It's okay.
No, just tell me. I would like to die alongside my character in my heart.
Well, it got a nat 20, so it's a 28. I guess. So.
Cool. No, this is good. This is good.
Oh my god. Okay. Normally I love combat because it's like fun to be all evil and stuff, but this is.
No, I'm loving. I'm actually loving this. This is so funny to me.
She just got yoinked. This is like in Deeps when you get yoinked off a generator.
Absolutely despair.
So this root like slithers around your leg and constricts further, and another one like rises up from the trunk. Like it plunges out of the bark and swerves around towards you, and Malcyra, it plummets into your spine. You all see Malcyra get impaled by this root, and as it pierces into her spinal cord, it pulses red and blood begins to drip from her body. Malcyra, this is kind of an ouchie. It's a little bit of a boo-boo.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Hey, I am going to use my reaction to once again yeet my ward and project it and take as much of that ouchies as I can.
Okay, yeah. Sounds good.
Up to 20.
Okay. So one second. Okay, yeah. So mark off 8 damage from that for your ward. Malcyra, the pain is still there,
Okay.
but you get the sense that you're hanging on for now.
Okay. Did I get hit by anything, or just the pain?
You get it's in you. You're just
Okay.
not. You're not taking the squishy part of it yet. It plunged into your spine, and you feel roots moving within you. You all
I
see.
didn't know it was that kind of campaign.
Listen, I tried to keep my Twitch channel, okay?
Like in a sexy way, or?
Look, if I'm gonna die today, I'm gonna go out making jokes.
Go out happy, satisfied.
She went out with a smile.
Oh my god.
6.
You gotta die satisfied.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I guess it's in a sexy way.
Wait, what?
I don't know, man. I'm rolling with it. My God, my brain is scrambled eggs right now. Okay.
Valid.
So, Henry, seeing Malcyra get yoinked, snatched, from right next to him, just after the poor man said, "Don't let it grab you." He is going to Henry, like, we clown on him, and we should, but that poor man, he really did try his best there for a second. He's going to attempt to get you down. Let's see what he's gonna do. Let's see what he's gonna do. Okay. Henry, you see him raise his arm and energy begin to gather at his fingertips. Ooh, that's not a good idea. Hold on. Never mind. Wait, take it back now, y'all. I forgot about cubes and how they work. That would have not been good for you, personally.
Or misery.
I'm gonna go with no. Ooh. Okay. You see Henry drop his arms by his side. And he kind of like raises his arms in just this jerky sort of movement, and out of the ground more roots begin to rise, like just striking upwards in a small area, just around like the base of the tree. But these roots are moving differently than the tree is, and they're much darker. And they begin to just beat the shit out of this tree. Just absolutely just wail on it. And I have to do... you see bits of bark and everything, like bark and branch fly everywhere from the contact, both from the attacking branches and the tree itself. And that's 1, 2, and 3. You ever just throw your dice on the ground violently? That's,
yes.
All the time.
That's that. Cool, sexy. And you see, so after it starts beating the shit out of this tree, you see more plunge up from the ground and start wrapping around the trunk and constricting inwards. And you see the wood beginning to splinter, where the tree is being held. Malcyra, you feel, although that root is like in you now, you feel the grip, like the root that's holding your ankle begin to loosen just slightly.
Okay.
Okay. Next up, Eels. Malcyra.
Did I go?
Did you go?
No.
Like way early, didn't you? Or no?
Nope. That was like my turn before we rolled initiative.
Oh, I apologize. What was your number?
17.
Okay. I gotta write you in. I did not put you on the list. I apologize.
I have a question too.
Yeah, what's up?
So the tree's still on fire. Did the tree take its turn already?
The tree just took its turn.
Okay. So I think it would get more fire damage.
So true.
For being in the bonfire?
Yes, it does.
And I realized since I have it at 5th level, I don't have to cast it at 5th level, but since I've reached 5th level, it actually takes 2d8 of damage.
Ooh, okay.
If it doesn't do a dex save of 16.
So
if it doesn't
let me roll that.
Oh no.
Did you just nat 20 again? Because my door is so close, I can just walk out. Like, that's messed up. That's fucked up. I'm trying.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I didn't want to hurt it anyways.
Nah, why would you know? It's fine. Okay.
Oh, it's just staying warm.
Yeah, it's just cozy. It's cozy. It's fine. You know what? You actually, okay, so how describing this, because the idea of a tree making a dexterity save is my favorite fucking thing. The ground beneath you all begins to shift slightly, like the dirt grows a bit looser. And there's this horrible rumbling.
The tree does a flip?
No. There's this horrible rumbling. And the dirt, especially near like the base of the tree, begins to like churn. And the tree slides backwards 5 feet.
So it's out of it now.
No, it's still in the dirt. It just kind of like...
No, it's out of the fire.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's moved from the fire.
Yeah, after, but it's still gonna... Does it take damage if it passes?
It's if it passes, or I believe it's in it, it has to make a save. So
well, if it passes
I'll just read
the
the whole
save,
thing.
does it say half damage or no?
Until the spell ends, the magic bonfire fills a 5-foot cube. Any creature in the bonfire's space, when you cast the spell, must succeed on a dex saving throw or take 1d8, 2d8 fire damage. A creature must also make the saving throw when it moves into the bonfire space for the first time on a turn or ends its turn there. The bonfire ignites flammable objects in its area that aren't being worn or carried, but nothing about if you save or...
Okay, so then no. So it takes that initial round of damage when you first set it on fire, and it, on its turn, we'll say it slides. So that's it passing the dex save, to put it like that, because trees don't move. Alright, so it's your turn, Malcyra. I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw, please.
I don't want to.
Young me is
No.
just sitting there like, please, can I?
14.
I think I'm good. I think I'll pass. 14?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay. You kind of, so that root has plunged into your back. And because of nerves and magic things that are happening, because this is a fantasy realm, your branches are growing along your spine and you feel it. And they're kind of small ones are starting to plunge in and out, almost like stitching down into you. And that's an ouchie. That's a really bad ouchie. And you manage to kind of like bolster yourself, and some of the branches begin to like wither back from whence they came, but not all of them. So for now, you're okay, but okay is like a strong word.
Yeah.
What would you like to do?
I don't think it's did.
No, I didn't go still.
Young me didn't go. Yeah. It's because I asked about the fire. I just wanted to make sure that the tree took damage. It didn't, but
I got distracted. It's okay. Young me, what's up?
Can I make this tree go to sleep with my spell?
I'm gonna go with no, because
It's alive.
It's a plant. It's a plant though. Yeah, you can't put something to sleep that does not sleep, unfortunately.
Who says that magic trees don't sleep?
I do. I am the god of this realm.
I
mean, they might take little naps when you're not looking, but you know.
Oh god. Is there any way for me to... Oh wait, there is a way for me to tell. Alright. Sorry. I'm just gonna cast Detect Magic on this... Could I do
What
it
are you
without
trying
casting
to-
Detect Magic? I'm just trying to see, like, what parts of this tree, like, if it's as a result of, like, magic or anything or not.
Like why it exists, you mean?
No, like the things that it's presently doing.
Oh, it seems like this is so it's technically a plant, but not in the sense of like a normal plant. Like it's a creature. It's just more plant than like rah rah. You know.
Sure. Okay. Does a non-sleeping tree take psychic damage? Is not my question.
You don't know.
Yeah, I won't know.
You don't know.
Okay, so I'm going to, with my rapier, try to cut the root that is lodged in Malcyra's spine off.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
Okay. $18.
Okay. Kristen, I'm gonna ban you. So so you launch. Wait. Unfortunately, you're going to have to use your action to unshift.
I already did that.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you kind of like pass.
I did that when Malcyra created the bonfire because I was like, wait, should we be attacking this tree? And then we rolled initiative.
Okay. Brain go burr, I apologize. So you kind of bring your back foot behind you and you launch into the air and bring your rapier down in a clean strike. And go ahead, tell me the damage.
E. 10.
Okay. You bring the rapier down in a clean strike, and you chop deep into this root, but you do not sever it. You have done significant, visibly you can see you've done significant damage here. You've actually cut through to the center, and there is a viscous green liquid sitting in the center of this root that's starting to run through with red. Writing things down.
Everything I learn about this tree, I wish I could unlearn.
Okay, so yeah, me too, bestie. Malcyra, unless you want to move after that.
Do I want to move? No, because depending on how Malcyra's doing, I might want to stick around to keep chopping and whacking at this root.
Okay. The root is holding her in the air, so just so you know, you have you're standing where you've landed. You would have to jump up
Yeah,
to
that's
chop it.
fine.
Okay.
I just don't want to have to move back.
No, that's fine. I'm just letting you know for visual's sake, because we don't have
Yes.
maps happening. Okay, Malcyra.
Okay, let's see what we can do. As my bonus action, I'm going to start with my bonus action, and I'm going to cast Searing Smite, which means that the next time I hit a creature with a melee weapon attack during this duration, my weapon flares with white hot intensity, and the attack deals an extra 1d6 fire damage, and then causes it to catch on fire until it saves. And so I'm going to cast that, and then I'm also going to summon my pact weapon, which is you start seeing my hands glow a bright orange red fire, and then from my palms a massive battle axe pops out, and she goes to swing and hit at the root in the best way possible, and goes to hit the root with not only the battle axe damage, but then the extra fire damage as well.
That is so hot.
Hopefully.
We love to see it.
Here's hoping something hits.
I just love it. I love this for you. Okay. So the creating your weapon is your action.
Okay.
So you're able to summon it and prepare to strike. So your next turn you'll get to strike.
I'll prepare to. Yeah.
But your weapon's glowing. The edges of it, I like to imagine, are kind of melting a little bit. So there's liquid metal dripping off of it, and it's metal music playing in the background. Okay, so then all right, so top of the round, and I've written Young Me's name down so I don't forget this time. Jade, you're up.
Also,
Okay.
clarification, she is human now.
Okay.
Just making sure we remember all the
Yes,
steps.
I was like, Malcyra? And then I remembered that's not how that works.
Oh my goodness.
Brave.
So Jade will then take out her short sword and move move forward to where the root is like plunged into Malcyra and go to hit it.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit.
It's a natural 20.
Let's go.
For a 28.
Alright, roll your damage. Don't forget that you crit.
I know you said you were joking, but is your dice weighted?
No, it's not. It's really not. Hey, what does critting mean? I don't think I've ever done that.
Your damage is doubled.
You double your damage.
So that's so it's also poisoned. So that's a thing that I also have to, well, if it has to do a constitution thing.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
Ooh, cool. So that's a 19.
Okay, yeah, it's fine then. So that's a 14 damage on the thing holding onto Malcyra.
Sorry, what?
14?
Okay, I was
onto
sorry.
The one that's like lodged into Malcyra.
Yeah, Jade, just this arcing downward strike severed the root. Malcyra, can you roll me, let's do acrobatics.
I got a nat 20.
Let's go!
For 21. Let's go. Because they're not completely broken.
And Jade will use her bonus action to disengage again.
Gotcha. Okay, so, you... I'm doing math things. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. No, thank you. Okay, so, Malcyra, Jade severs the root, and you both come down to the ground. Jade, you land on your feet. Malcyra, you, like, it's clean. You're ready. Battle axe in hand. Land. I imagine superhero landing.
I was gonna say Marvel landing.
Hell yeah. Glowing axe in hand. The root that's in your back, like, untangles and drops out of your spine. There is still a gaping wound, but you're pissed.
What a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just a scratch. Just a cat scratch. Oh. Okay, so next up, wait, Jade, did you want to take any other bonus actions or move or anything?
She said she disengaged as the bonus action.
Thank you, I missed that. Okay, Dimble.
Yeah. How far away from me? So I'm invisible right now. How far away from me can I see, like, my dagger, did it just get sucked into the tree when that root was getting pulled away and we jumped off?
Yeah, your dagger has been yeeted, unfortunately.
All right. Then, I... Just want to make sure I don't step on my own toes here. Okay, so I will cast... I'm going to try to move a little ways away from the tree itself and cast Ray of Sickness.
Okay, go for it.
He throws up.
Sarah, listen.
Just...
Not like this. So you start to gather that, like, sickening green energy at your fingertips. Go ahead and make your ranged spell attack.
22.
Okay, yep, that's gonna hit.
And 12 damage.
That energy, I like to imagine it's, like, goopy and gross and green. Before you're, like, launch it at the tree, and it takes a more like direct approach, and it splashes and just sticks to the outside of this tree, and it absorbs deep into the wood. Some of it splatters at the root, and you see this whole thing shudder. The kind of root that's still aloft where it's been chopped, like the part that's connected to the tree itself, like the whole thing, and there's just an ominous kind of creaking sound. Yucky. All right, next up is the tree.
It's already poisoned,
Yeah.
right? Okay, cool. Then I won't worry about poisoning it more.
It's double poisoned now.
Oh yeah, well you're double poisoned. That's just what I think
Oh my
of.
god.
What's she gonna do? Oh, she's gonna do that. Okay. Cool. So it's gonna do some stuff. Okay. Does a what is that? A 17 hit any of you?
Yeah.
Yeah. But can I use Uncanny Dodge to half the damage?
Yes, you can. Does it hit everybody?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm invisible, but if it's just like doing a sweep in something, then it'll still hit me. So yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
So it like these black sort of separate roots that Henry's manipulating have been just still beating the shit out of this tree. And you see a few of those ones like go just ramrod still, and then that black color that they had that separated them from like the ones that look like the actual tree itself fades out, almost like ink draining out, and 3 of those roots like almost comically like point at you, and they all raise up and slam down. And you all take 10 bludgeoning damage as these
And I'll
roots...
take 5.
Jade, you take 5, but you all take 10 bludgeoning damage as these roots slam down and kind of splinter the ground by your feet as they impact into you. Next up is Henry, and he still has the stuff going on. So Henry's gonna... It has not moved, so it's still going to take damage again. Okay, nice. You see Henry, he's been like concentrating, and he has his hands out, and you see him like make another motion with his hands. Because he lost control of those 3 more appear and then start just wailing on this tree again. And it looks like he takes a couple of branches off as well. They're doing a number on it, which is pretty cool. All right, after Henry, Malcyra, let's go. You got like your musical interlude playing behind you.
Yeah.
Wait,
So
did
I
Yummy
am-
go again?
Did I skip you again? I'm so sorry.
I don't think she did anything.
I did skip you again, even though I wrote it down and circled it twice.
It'd be like that.
Young me, you go. I'm gonna rewrite the initiative when we come back. We're gonna break after this round finishes. So Young me, you go.
Sorry, I was scrolling through my spells, and just the idea of casting Tasha's hideous laughter on this tree is hilarious to me. All right. So the body of Yosef is gone, right?
It's been dragged back. It's gone. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna do produce flame on it again.
On the tree.
Yes.
Okay. You
Like into the bonfire that was created.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Like blue flames kind of gather at your fingertips.
Should I roll to hit?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Blue flames like gather at your fingertips, and some embers kind of drip off the tip of your fingers. What's your number?
21.
Okay. And you outstretch your fingertips, and those flames launch off of your hands and collide with the tree and fuel the bonfire that's sitting at the base of it as well. How much damage does it take?
6.
Okay, nice.
And then as a bonus action, I would like to look at... Yeah, I'll do it to Henry too. I'd like to use Bardic Inspiration.
Nice, okay.
So everyone will have a d10 for the next 10 minutes to go to ability checks, attack rolls, or saving throws. And that's it.
Malcyra, I'm so sorry. It's your turn now.
No, you're good. All right. So I think with where she's at right now, she is going to try to charge and hit. And I don't know. Would she hit the tree or would she hit like a root? Like what's?
There are several roots that are like close by if you wanted to strike at a root, or you could go for the tree itself.
Okay. It is Malcyra, so she's gonna run straight to the tree and try to whack at the tree and do the fire damage as well. So
Okay.
hopefully that does something.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
The packed weapon, that is a 19.
Okay. Nice.
We did something. And so original slashing damage is 10.
Okay.
With the fire damage is 14.
All right.
Well, not the fire damage is 4. So
14 total.
yeah, 14 total.
Okay. So you drive. So you charge, and there are all these roots that are like waving around, and they try to take swipes at you. You are not having it. And you manage to you just weaving and with your arms clenched tightly, not your arms, your hands clenched tightly on your axe. You run up to this tree, and I like to imagine you do some parkour shit, like you get a foot on the trunk and leap up and downward strike with the glowing hot blade. You carve deep into the wood and leave scorch marks raking behind. And at the edges of this wound that you've caused, they're like the wood is seared, and with that you actually break through a little bit into the innards of the tree. That more of that green liquid that was coming out of Yosef starts to dribble out through this hole you've made. And
the tree also has to make a Constitution saving throw, otherwise it's on fire.
top 10 sentences I love to hear in my life. The tree
Yeah.
has to make a Constitution
Oh, yeah, the
saving
tree
throw.
Constitution. Yeah.
That's a 17. So
Son of a gun. Mine was 16, so yeah, you just passed it.
just barely. All right. With that, we're gonna take a quick break so that we get some water and everything. Chat, please get some water, get a snack, stretch, check your posture, take your meds if you haven't today. Just take a quick moment to check in with yourself. We will be back very shortly to see what the heck is up. Oi. Still muted on stream. We're good. It's fine. Everything's great. Okay, so we're back. Before we jump back into combat, because we're gonna be at the top of the round, and I need to rewrite this so I don't keep forgetting Young Me. This is so funny to me. I just want to say thank you guys so much again for helping me hit my community goal, because we're at $210, so we're over it now, which is so fucking cool. So thank you.
That's so exciting.
I will still be raising money for the balance of October, but we have hit our final incentive, so Halloween Day, if I have the spoons, I hope I have the spoons, I'm conserving bones, I will be playing Resident Evil Village in full Lady Domitresque cosplay, and Fan House will get to see the photos. So, you'll get some special content if you wanna just say. Also, I just want to remind everybody, if this is your first D&D experience here with me as DM running table, hi, welcome in. Lovely to have you. Thanks for hanging out. I do run another campaign called Stormborn's Curse on Fridays. If you want to come hang out, 8 p.m. Eastern, and all of the VODs are up on the YouTube channel. So if you want to get like more of these vibes. And I hope everybody had the chance to stretch and remembers that I love them.
I love you too.
And I am using a recycled notebook for my notes, and it's just making me very happy. Like even the pen, it's like,
oh, it's
really nice. Okay, so I'm going to rewrite the initiative, so just give me a second. I clearly cannot be trusted to read. So Jade. Dimble. There we go. I can read. Dimble. And then we have the tree. And then young me, and I'm going to underline it.
All caps.
Yeah.
Highlighted.
All caps. Underlined square. And then Henry. And then Malcyra. Okay. Alright, so last time, before the break, we finished that round. So, we're going to come back around to the top of the order. Sarah, thank you for the gifted sub to Ashley. That's pretty cool of you.
Nothing happened. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? Just another case of me not knowing how to read. You're so correct. I am imagining notifications. 6. I'm doing math. Okay. Alright. And there's this. Cool. Okay, so, before you have, we go, like, back to the top of the round, you hear, hold on.
No.
You hear, not Isabella.
I dropped the treat and I was like, don't you dare go and grab it.
Oh, I love dogs. So, before the top of the next round, so you're all standing, Malcyra has just struck the tree and left that scorching kind of, gash along the trunk among, like, kind of in between probably these branches that Henry's controlling. And, she's just landed, you're all ready to take your next strikes, and you hear, hey! And kind of like from the right and bursting through like the rows of the corn is, I don't know if you all would really remember him, but you did see him for a second. At least, yeah, no, you all did, because you all went together. There's a young man with this mop of blonde, kind of scraggly hair. And he's got like a red bandana tied around his neck. And he runs to the field. He goes, is everyone all right? I heard screaming. Jamie. Jesse, James, Team Rocket.
The stable boy?
No, that's Samuel.
Samuel. Okay. Oops.
This was the boy who was arguing with Camilla.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
Oh, so I don't know him though. Jade doesn't know him.
Does not know him. But yes. Jamie, are y'all okay?
Young Mi is going to like squint her eye. Sorry, Bella just made a very concerning choking sound. She's fine, but I'm like, alright. Anyway.
She's working through something.
Yeah, I have no idea. You know what? Girl, stop sneezing. Oh my god. Are you okay? Yes, she's fine. Young Mi's gonna kind of squint at Jamie and go, oh wait, you're the lazy one, right?
What?
No, Jamie, I believe is your name?
Yeah, I'm Jamie.
Hi.
Do we trust him?
He's a farm hand with Camilla.
Okay.
I heard screaming. Is everyone alright?
No, absolutely not. We're fighting this fucking tree.
Wait, were any of us screaming?
Well, to be fair, Camilla was screaming earlier.
Yeah, but then we like zoomed in a different direction, and I'm like, why would he run here versus over to where Camilla was?
Because there's a giant tree beating things up in the
And
middle
there
of a
has been
field.
a few fires and like noises.
battle
There's some commotion
It's
for
been
sure.
I mean, are we
There
assuming
were some
Malcyra
missiles.
was super chill when a bunch of roots
There was
dug into?
no chill. Yeah, they went into her spine and she just like didn't make a noise. Yeah, there was definitely a scream of some sort, but so it would make sense that he heard us.
Yeah, I'd say so.
He's standing there, like, kind of huffing and puffing.
What good can you do for us right now?
I mean, my mom used to be into magic shit. I don't have much, but it's something.
She used to be in the magic shit?
I never formally trained. She just passed down what she could do.
Malcyra turns around and says,
Do we really think this is time to discuss, or do we just want to throw him in?
Might as well throw him in. I'm not gonna cry if he dies.
Oh, he kind of makes this like small, almost like a squeak, and then
You're not my responsibility, so
I just want to help.
then do it.
Y'all are just a bunch of raisins and sunshine. I love it so much. Cool. So Jamie has joined the party. Nice. Okay, top of the order, Jade. You're standing before the tree. Malcyra has taken a shot. Henry's still beating the shit out of it with its own roots. And it's starting to look quite not good.
Yeah, so I will make another attack with my short sword into it. So that'll be a... Ooh, does a 17 hit?
17 does hit.
Cool. Okay. So for my short sword... Okay, so that's 8 damage. It does have to do the Constitution saving throw for the poison.
Okay. Does a 16 pass?
Damn it, it does. Okay, so that is 8 damage.
Okay.
And then with my bonus action, is there anywhere in the relative vicinity of my movement speed for me to hide?
It's kind of between the corn that was already down and the damage that you've done from fighting. You could, within your speed, you could just barely slip into the like front edge of the corn, but you can't get too deep into it. So you could you're not sure if it would work, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but look, I want to try.
Yeah, you can definitely try.
Okay. So I'm going to try to hide in the corn.
Okay, go ahead, roll me stealth.
23.
Okay, so judging the situation, you very quickly call upon a certain pattern of movement, and slip into the natural rhythm of motion. You take advantage of the flurry of fighting, then fade into just that frontmost row of corn, and you're gone.
Cool. All right, that's my turn.
Okay, cool. So next up is going to be Dimble.
All right. Dimble is going to, since I'm still invisible, is there a way to get around like the back side of the tree?
With your movement, you can get to the side of the tree, but not the back. It's very large.
Yeah.
What the
So
tree is.
my goal is to get further than 5 feet away from any of my friends.
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
Okay. In that case, I am going to cast Sword Burst, which I create a momentary circle of spectral blades that sweep around me, and all other creatures within 5 feet must succeed on a Dex saving throw or take 2d6.
Okay. So I'll do the Dex saving throw. Oh, that's a nat 1.
Six.
All right. And what were you casting again? My bad.
Yeah, no worries. Sword Burst.
Sword burst. Okay. So, you kind of like outstretch your hands. And I like to imagine you're kind of like your body shimmering like a faint blue from the mage armor as well. And you like kind of rotate your hands, and in a flash, like with the movement of your hands, a circle of like blue spectral like blades just surrounds you and starts rotating and rotating and rotating until all of them launch forward and thunk, 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 just launch and stick into the tree. And you see the wood around like each impact crater in with the force.
I just said sweet, and then I guess that's all I'll do for me.
Okay. After Dimble is Jamie. Jamie kind of takes like a few steps to the side so you can get a little bit closer, probably to where Jade was, and kind of next to you, young me, but not like directly next to you, just in your vicinity. And he is going to. What does he want to do? Interesting. Okay, you see Jamie raise up his hands, and this crackling, glowing, just golden energy gathers at his fingertips, and he is going to cast. You see this energy gather at his fingertips, and he's kind of like looking away and almost wincing. And that energy shoots out into the air and gathers in this hovering, pulsing ball, and then it like expands, and you see it turns into what do I want this to look like? It turns into a great axe made of just golden light. And it rears back and is going to attempt to take a smack. Okay. That's... Yep. Okay. Oh, I love numbers. I love numbers and all of the wonderful things that they do. Okay. You see him, just... This great axe just chops into the trunk of the tree and sends wood chunks just flying everywhere, and then unsticks and hovers where it is. And he goes like, yes! Like, he didn't think it would work. Next up...
Young me, stone face, just clapping.
Nice! Next up is the tree. Doesn't really like that Jamie just hit it. It attempts to, you see it swipe a branch at Jamie, and he jumps over it, and then you see it bring another one down, and he sidesteps. And one more. And then it, frustrated, another root just like plunges up out of the ground to try and wrap around him, and he manages to like, you know that thing that they do in martial arts movies where they like jump backwards onto their hands? He does one of those. And he does a little bit of acrobatics, because it's his thing. And then he stands back up. Young me, you're up. I remembered you.
First, Youngmi is going to lean over to whoever's closest to her.
Probably Jamie, honestly.
Oh. Fine, then just
Malcyra, Jamie's kind of between you and Malcyra, and Dimple's now moved around the side of the tree. So you could you don't know where Jade is. Jade has vanished.
Right.
Youngmi is going to lean towards Jamie and say to Malcyra, like, looks like Country Boy is more useful than I thought he would be. And then she's going to I just want to see if it'll take psychic damage at all.
So what do you want to do?
Vicious Mockery.
Okay. What do you say?
Can I see if it succeeds the wisdom saving throw or not first?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
It does not.
Cool. Youngmi is going to look at it and be like, your branches really need pruning.
All of the roots kind of like the tree just stops. Like some of the roots like start moving a lot slower as it just kind of like clutches its pearls for a moment. Like, it's not nice. Okay. Tell me the damage.
Nice. Okay. 5.
Okay. And then it gets disadvantage on its next
Yes.
turn, right? Okay, next melee attack. All right, so 5. Cool. Okay.
Noting that worked.
Next up is
Tree
Henry.
takes psychic damage.
Henry is going to continue the branches because he's having a good time. And all right, so it has not moved outside of the range. Where's the... Ooh, nice. Okay. You see the roots that have wrapped around this tree trunk constrict in more, and a few more branches fall heavily to the ground. Dimble, I need you to make me a dexterity save.
Is Dimble gonna take a tumble?
He might be taking a whittle tumble. Just a bit.
Another Dumble.
17.
A Timble.
Okay. What is happening? Okay, so Dimble, there's a mighty crack from above you as this tree branch splits and then falls to the ground. You roll out of the way before it crushes you. And you see more of those roots that the tree has already summoned, run with that black color, and then start joining the fight against the tree itself. And Henry does seem quite amused at winning against this tree. Malcyra, you're up.
Malcyra's gonna shoot off 2 Eldritch Blasts
Let's
at the tree. See, one is a nat 20.
Nice.
So 28. And the other is a 16 plus 8, so 24.
Yes.
And so one of those will do double damage, right?
Yes. The nat 20 will. Yeah.
The first one is 11, so double 22.
Okay.
And 7.
Okay.
So 29.
29. What color is your Eldritch Blast again? Did you pick a color?
I don't know if I did, but I'll go with the fiery, reddish orange that the rest of her stuff is.
Okay. You gather this sort of just powerful energy between your palms, and kind of wreath your hands in it before you launch it at this tree, and both blasts just go straight through it. And you leave these smoldering craters behind. And the whole tree, there's a deep, just a groaning noise as the wood around it starts to slightly give in from the pressure of being unstabilized.
I'll say she also has her bonus action, and I think she's just pissed at everything that this tree has done to her, and she grabs her stone, her magic stones, because she's past that.
Okay.
And so she chucks a stone at it too. Who knows if that'll hit? But I guess it's a 20.
Yeah, that hits.
I rolled a 12. Okay. And we'll do 1d6 plus 4, 6
Nice.
bludgeoning damage.
Things Cat has thrown a rock at this campaign.
I know.
One grandma, one tree.
I'm just like scooping up stones.
Take this. You just as an additional fuck you, scoop up the stone and launch it at the tree, and it glows with energy as it soars through the air, and it goes into like you hear just this as it stops in the center of the tree, and there's just this smoldering crater, and you still see the rock sitting in there smoking. All right, top of the order, Jade.
Yeah, so now that I'm hidden again, can I get sneak attack damage when firing my short bow at it?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
Okay, so I'll roll to hit. It'll be the short bow dipped in poison. That'll be a 18 to hit.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna hit.
Okay, so for the short bow damage, does it do the Constitution saving throw?
That's right, because it's poison.
Succeed?
No, it does not.
Ooh, first time ever. Okay. That is a total of 39 damage.
All right. So you short bow, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You let loose an arrow, and it plunges into the tree, and you actually manage to, with your angle, you're able to, in one of the craters left behind by Malcyra's Eldritch Blast, like to imagine this just in the tail end, as the bolt of energy that she's gathered passes through the tree, and leaves that behind, you manage to loose your arrow directly into the inner, flesh is the right word, the inner flesh of the tree.
Juicy.
You see, everybody sees that viscous, horrid green liquid that you keep just seeing, just oozing down in this. And it's, that arrow sticks in there. It does not kind of like it would in wood. There's just a squelch. And the poison, the whole tree just shudders again, like the roots and all. And you know your poison has taken hold just from that. Like you're watching, like, hell yeah.
Yeah. Jade will smirk to herself and be like, finally I've got you.
Dimble.
Yep, I am going to... Let's see. I want to cast Mind Sliver, so just search for any sort of sentience and try to pierce it.
Okay. Oh, 1 second, sorry.
Right. So that's an intelligence save of 16 for the tree.
No. No. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
It's a -2.
Do you have my dice?
Oh. 11 damage.
All right.
And it has to subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the
Nice.
end of the next turn.
Math. Okay, there we go. We're good. Everything's fine.
The more you scream math, the easier it gets.
So true.
Yes.
I'm learning.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, Dimble, you reach out, and there is like an aura that hovers around this thing, and it is terrifying. Not in the like sense, in the oh god unsettling sense, because it's sentient. This thing has a mind, and it's hungry. And it's latching out to consume, and that's like the only thing. You just get this wave of horrid intent from it. and you like kind of just, it's almost just like pushing a needle into a pincushion. And you see this, it like groan and shudder more, and you hear a few like crack, crack from the trunk of it as it's starting to buckle under the weight. Its own weight, I should say. Okay, next up is Jamie. His great axe is still hovering in the air, and he's gonna try and bring it down on this thing. Okay, he's gotta roll a hit. Okay, Jamie, I see you, Jamie. Okay, Jamie. Damn, he's out here causing problems on purpose. Okay. You see Jamie cleave the great axe down the center of the tree and get like a few feet down, so the tree's starting to like bend apart. And there's a spurt of that horrid liquid that flies out. Young me, Jamie's gonna have to do it, and Malcyra, can you all do me a dex save, please?
I'm not even
Henry
rolling
too.
with Youngmi's die. That's disrespectful of me.
Malcyra got a 16.
Okay.
23.
Wait, didn't you give everyone bardic inspiration?
You did.
Yeah, you could choose to use that. I gave it to Henry and not Jamie.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
could like choose to use it.
I forgot I had that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you have the nat 20 dice, so do you need it?
Okay, well, I have not rolled a nat 20 in a bit, so.
You've rolled it within the past half hour. I think that counts.
Okay, so, sorry, Youngmi, what did you get?
Ooh. Oh man, I have to do math again. 23?
Okay, Malcyra got a 16, and then I have the other ones. Okay, so, that green liquid shoots out of, like, the top of the tree after the impact and flies through the air and falls. Malcyra, you roll out of the way. Youngmi, you also, like, you see it coming, and you're out of the impact zone. Jamie...
Youngmi just steps, like, 1 foot to the right.
Nice. Dimble, you see this happening, but it's, like, kind of frontward and not sideward, so you're okay. Jamie and Henry both look up. Henry just manages to throw himself out of the way ungracefully and narrowly misses getting hit, but Jamie does. That green liquid splashes onto him, and he like covers his face, and he stumbles back, and he starts to untie that bandana that's like around his neck, like the red one. And then he, like, stops, and he shudders, and you see him, like, and a spat of blood hits the ground. And he stumbles to the side a little bit, and he starts, like, clawing at his neck, and you hear him mumbling, and it is not in common. It's an infernal. Malcyra, you hear him going, "Oh God, please not now."
Interesting.
I thought when he undid his bandana, his head would just fall off like he is the girl with the green ribbon.
Oh my gosh, no.
Can Malcyra, like, turn and be like, what do you mean?
I love this game. Jamie kind of looks at you with these wide eyes, and Malcyra, you watch the life leave them. He stumbles towards you, and you hear him in Infernal say, would he have time to say this? Yeah, panic's a free action. He goes, find a lantern or a pumpkin, something. And Jamie's head falls off. And hits the ground. I love it.
Oh, okay.
You were so right. Jamie's head falls off and hits the ground. And Malcyra rolls to a stop directly in front of your foot. His body, the stump where his head is,
Not that cat.
the stump where his head is glowing a gentle yellow. His body is still standing, but his head is devoid of all life.
Okay. Don't know what to do with that.
Just another Sunday.
Okay. I don't.
Can I even explain it right now? Cause
I mean, you have. I feel like that's you could shout something quickly, but not like take your leisurely time.
yeah, I think she's just like pumpkin, lantern, something. What? And just like yells.
That's fair. Okay. So next up, next up to the tree. I'm just going to. Jamie is now prone, so it's going to have advantage against him. Oh, that's not good.
Jamie also has no head, so that means that he gets advantage.
So the tree swipes and whiffs, even though Jamie's body is still standing there. Like it's more like it's lashing out in pain, more so than the coordinated attacks it had before. And the first strike misses. This like thick root that slams into the ground and then slowly gets dragged back towards the tree. The second time, the root plunges into Jamie's body, and you see it stumble a little bit, and like the hands are frantically grasping at where the impact wound is, but the head is still. And it's not lifting him in the air, but it's doing that weird, gross pulsing thing it was doing with Malcyra.
So it is dragging him away?
No, it's just he's just there. It's not dragging him.
Okay, so nothing's been dragged. Okay, never mind.
Drag him.
Drag him.
Young me, it's your turn.
Okie dokes. Young me. So the route that's connected to Jamie, instead of like at the spot where it's like at Jamie, it's more towards where the tree is. So at that point, Young me is gonna like anime run with her rapier out, right? With it, like when they're like running with the two hands and it's like dragging around the floor and there's like all the sparks shooting out of it. She's gonna run like that and like with the bardic inspiration use her psychic blades ability.
Nice.
And she's going to try to swing and hit this.
Okay. Go ahead, roll to hit.
Nat 20 for 28.
Nice. Go ahead and roll damage. That is a crit.
Does that mean that the psychic blade energy is also doubled or just the rapier damage?
No, just the rapier damage.
Okay.
You add the psychic damage on top of it.
I mean, a girl could. It didn't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
That'll be 16 with the rapier damage.
Okay. How do you want to do this?
Another 19 psychic blades damage. So, yeah, to keep in line with, like, the anime sword run action, she's going to just, like, swipe, and you know how there's that line, and then, like, the thing slowly just, like, slides apart. So, I want to say that she cuts the root out, the one that's attached to Jamie, and continues that motion to just like slice this tree down.
All right.
Like she's
and I imagine you hold the pose for a second as the tree body falls behind. Yeah.
Like a little globule of green liquid just like slides down the sword.
I love it. I'm loving it. there's just a swing, and all of you look, and the tree just perfect diagonal arc across the root and the base, the tree itself, and the whole thing slides and then crashes down into the field. Jamie's body kind of stumbles and then reaches behind and unsticks that root from him, and it collapses to the ground. But it is just not moving. And his body's kind of just stumbling, like, not with a lot of foresight. The head at your foot, Malcyra, and Jamie's looking up at you. Roll me a strength check.
Alright, 13.
Malcyra, you punch Jamie.
She doesn't do it in like I want to kill it, just like in a panic, like, oh, and like kicks.
Young me, Jamie's head rolls to a stop by your foot.
Oh, I don't even get a chance to try to catch it in midair.
No, I don't think she could. Like, if she kicked him that hard, I think he'd be dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
okay,
true.
okay.
Dimble
right,
and Jade, I don't know if you come out of your hiding spots, but like, there is no more tree. Just so you know.
Yeah,
able to like scoop Jamie's head up with Mage Hand.
Yeah. Oh well, it's a human head weight. How many pounds does a human head weigh?
Like, I think it's on average 10
love
pounds.
being on a watch list.
I think I gotta keep my FBI officer on his toes. You know?
Well, yeah.
Let's ignore the fact
he knows
that
I'm okay if I ask this.
I actually kind of knew this.
The average human head weighs around 11 pounds.
You can lift 10 pounds with your mage hand. So I'm
He's
gonna go
small,
with
isn't
Well, like, does he have a small head? He's not that smart.
Isn't he smaller?
He's
not
like,
average. He's like below average.
First of all, size doesn't matter.
It does when it's the weight of your head.
That's true. Yeah, you could like, it's like your mage hand is struggling, but you can pick him up.
Mage hand's like shaking.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's just
Okay.
Jamie's head floating in a certain jerky motion because her
Oh,
head is invisible.
He's motion sick.
Did you think I was gonna say that I was jerking off his head?
no.
I love Dungeons and Dragons. Jamie's like looking around wildly, he goes, what? And he spits out that green liquid. And it splatters to the ground, but this time it's not absorbed, it just sits there. And he's like,
Jade will come out of hiding and like be strapping her bow back to like her back, and
Young Me is holding. Young Me has a head floating in front of her.
Jade's not surprised.
That's fair.
Yeah.
We're collecting body parts. So.
As Jamie is kind of like coughing and stuff, out of, I guess it could be spit. I was just like, where could this liquid be coming from if it's just like a singular head? And she's gonna kind of like flick him in the forehead to get his attention, and she's just gonna go, so I'm guessing this happens to you?
Can you put me back, please? Just it's on the.
Pop you back on your neck?
Yeah. We're just gonna try.
Is he speaking in common or in
He's speaking in common now.
Okay.
All right. And she's kind of just like grabs the sides of his head and like full extend out from her body and just walks and gently places it on his body. And as soon as she feels the weight of his head is resting on it, she's gonna quickly just like go like that because she doesn't want to like feel any sensation.
Understandable. You see the head sit back on, and there's a moment where he's like, is it good stay? Is it good stay? But he's not like moving like this. His hands are just kind of out, and he's looking around. And then he slowly like kind of stands. And the bandana is like still on the stump. It's just looser. And so he pulls it up and he ties it tight back where it was.
So, do you often lose your mind in the middle of battle?
I've that's a good one. Sometimes I've been known to try and get ahead.
No.
Okay.
I
yeah.
wanted
Dimble?
to just cast vicious mockery on this
Dimble?
guy again.
Don't encourage him.
Dimble, he looks at you, he gives you finger guns.
So at this point, actually, Dimble used the rest of his invisibility to try to find his dagger, and he sees it sticking into some branch sitting somewhere. And as he's trying to kind of King Arthur pull it out, sword in the stone, pull it out, his invisibility goes away. Because it only lasts for a minute, so it's like right after the battle is over. So he's just sitting there tugging on this dagger.
Can Jade go over and help Dimble get the dagger
Dimble,
out?
roll a strength check with advantage.
With advantage?
Yeah.
11.
Nice.
Wait,
okay.
wait, did you use your bardic inspiration yet?
Are you gonna use it on the dagger?
Probably not. I'm probably just gonna ask. I'm just gonna ask
It
someone
only
to do it.
lasts. Well, it only lasts for 10 minutes, so it's not like we don't know.
No, you would have it. Each round of combat's like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright, I'll use my inspiration. Okay, that makes it a 17.
Okay. You take a first kind of pull, and it kind of moves a little bit. It's just kind of pitiful, and then you are. You remember young me being glorious in battle, and how she turned to you, she believed in you, and you get a second wind, and you pull the dagger out from the tree. You got your dagger. It's a little
I have my
slimy,
dagger back.
but you have it.
I wipe it off on my pants, and I don't really look up and make eye contact with anyone.
Jade will pull her second. She has 2 daggers. She'll pull one from one of her sheaths and go, "Here's an extra." And give it to Dimble. She's got plenty of weapons.
Understandable. As you have this moment, you all hear another scream. This one is followed.
In a sexy way?
Well, I mean, if you're into that. You hear
Some people in this town must be.
Well, you don't know. You don't know.
I just want to know what exactly made Kristen say that.
I would love to know. However, I think I don't. You hear from the trees kind of behind the apothecary and the small house that sits between the apothecary and where the cauldron is, where that side of the main road, because you're kind of just across the street from that right now. You hear screaming coming from over in those trees.
More screams?
Youngie starts running.
That's pretty sad. Jamie Jamie sees you take off, young me, and he puts a hand on his head and he starts running too.
Okay.
Jade will pull out her dagger that she kept, point it towards Henry. "You were right. Nighttime's a really shit time here." And then use her feline agility to double speed book it ahead.
Alright, Malcyra, Dimble, what are we up to?
Dimble is gonna take the dagger and sheath it, and he has a spot in it by his boots that he can sheath another dagger. And then he's actually gonna look over and just kind of see what Malcyra decides to do, feeling like he should stay close to her.
Yeah, and she kind of looks back at him and then saw Jade take off, and she's kind of throws her head back ugh, they've been running for so long, and then she just starts going again.
Dimble shrugs and follows as close as he can, but with his little legs.
I will say she's probably a little bit slowed down right now. She's kind of like also
She
has
has a hole in her back.
My back.
A casual hole in the back.
This is so good.
I mean, there's always a hole in the back. No.
Anyway, you all take off towards the forest. And like once again, as we did before, I'm going to describe it as if you're all approaching it at the same time. But Jade, you are getting there a little bit before everybody else, just with your speed. You run through the woods and you're tearing through the trees. The light slowly goes from being, I mean, it's like approaching probably like later past 3 a.m. getting closer to 4 a.m. now, so there's not really like light out besides the red from the moon. But even that light begins to dim slightly as you enter thicker into the brush. You are crunching, you are munching, and you kind of all get skid to a stop because there is something huge in front of you. There's a small clearing, first of all, where the trees have just sort of in a almost perfect circle. There are no trees here. It's just open grass and a few like patches of white wildflowers. The red light of the moon is streaming down here and bathing everything blood red. A lumbering creature sits in front of you with blood red eyes. Yes, young me?
Is it safe to assume Dimble lost the heart with that he was carrying with his mage hand?
I like to think he would just put it back in his bag.
I'd been holding it with my mage hand, just kind of like behind us when we came running out of the cauldron. I don't think, after diving with the dagger and getting it stuck in the root and that whole thing, I think that I would have gotten pulled too far away from my mage hand, so it's probably just on the ground near where Camilla was. It would be my assumption.
That's fair.
Yeah, okay.
And then I had a question. So, wait, is this the weird house in the woods that the scientist and his daughter moved to that we're headed towards?
You don't see it. No, you're heading. That is like. So if you were to face where that is, you're going like to the left.
Okay. I just wanted to kind of geographically orient myself a little bit.
Right.
So it was trees near the apothecary?
Yeah, so there's like a giant forest at the very back where you saw those spires when you first approached the town, and that forest kind of curves around behind the apothecary and the house next door.
Okay, as I skid to a stop, am I able to like roll perception or investigation or something? What is in front of?
Oh, well, I'll just finish describing it. You see it.
Okay.
It's right there.
Oh, okay.
So there's this huge lumbering creature before you. It's big already, but the just layer of thick like fur on it makes it look bigger than it is. Two massive red eyes stare down at you, brighter than the moon itself. You see a thick, almost like collar of black fur that puffs and then gathers at the chest, and 4 beefy arms with small claws at the end, almost like paws. And then it also has a separate pair of legs, so it's hunched over with these arms. And you see 2 fluffy pink antennae coming up off of the head that are twitching sporadically as it looks at you. And y'all, the moon gets blocked out as 2 massive wings curve upwards and the light streams through them. You're looking at a moth bear. I like to say Mothman.
Mothman.
But, you know, scientifically, it's a moth bear. You don't want to meet a... You don't want to.
Yugmi immediately twerks out of respect for Mothman.
Okay, you throw that ass in a circle. It blinks at you.
Wait, can I do a performance check, though?
You may.
Yes. Throw that ass in a circle for the moth bear.
Attempt to seduce the moth bear.
That's not what I'm doing. 17.
that thing be thangin'.
Nice.
Yeah. It's staring at you, and it's kind of got like, so it's on its legs, and it's kind of got like a couple paws on the ground and one paw raised, and it's just looking at you with these wide eyes, and the antennae are twitching as these wings rise up and curve excuse me, to almost like block out the sun. And then it kind of makes this almost chittering growl, and it skitters backwards a little bit.
Do we are we able to see like what was screaming? Was it this that was screaming?
Roll me perception.
Okie dokie, Dean. I can do that.
22 for perception.
Oh. 25. Sorry, math is really hard.
Okay, understandable.
Are we caught up enough at this point
Yeah,
to
y'all are all yeah. This is like you all would approach at the, I'm describing it as if you approach at the same time. So like they're still looking at it as you come up.
Okay.
Then mine was 24.
What are we rolling for?
Perception.
Okay. 18.
Okay.
Nice.
So you all like take a glance around because you heard a human scream, and this is not that. You don't see anything, but you do hear sounds of a scuffle coming from deeper in the woods behind this thing.
Can Jade stealth and go towards that?
Yeah, you can try.
So you want me to roll stealth? Yeah. A non-natural 20.
What's the total number?
20.
Oh, you okay?
It's a non-natural
20. Did not register.
Sorry.
You slip back into the shadows and start to creep around towards where the sound's coming from. It swivels its head, and those bright red eyes fixate on you. And it's the antenna is still.
I'll stop moving.
It blinks widely at all of you, and then it like kind of steps back a couple more steps, and it makes that same little like low chittering noise again.
Okay, so it isn't attacking us immediately, right?
No, it's just kind of like standing there, and it keeps scooting back.
I could really use a distraction.
Watch this prestidigitation, just like a little sparkles.
It makes like a, and its eyes go wide, and it takes those paws, because it has like 4 sets of arms plus legs, so like 6 limbs in total, and it takes its 4 arms and it reaches out, and it's just like.
And so can Jade start to stealth back around again?
Yes. You can just keep your number.
Me will keep doing that, like little sparkles and bubbles and stuff.
The antenna, instead of just twitching, they just start to kind of waver a little bit, and those wings flutter a little bit, so you'll get buffeted by a little bit of wind, and then the wings kind of like fold onto its back, and the ground shakes as it like lets its legs fall out so it can sit, and it's just got it's like all its paws, and it's just looking.
Dimble's gonna ask me and Malcyra, who are right there, like, does anyone have a lantern? And then looks over at Malcyra and says, a way to make fire?
And she kind of snaps and her finger goes on fire.
Nice.
I think moths like light. What if we make a fire over to the side to distract it?
And with that, she kind of shoots create bonfire over just like to the side.
Okay. There's like a boom, and you create a bonfire. Are you aiming it anywhere in particular, or just letting it happen?
I mean, I'm not trying to catch it on fire. I'm just kind of putting it off to the side as a distraction away.
Okay. It like makes that same like chittering, almost like a coo, and it
Smokey the bear is so disappointed at us right now.
it lumbers over to the flame, and then it sits down again, and it puts its little paws just over the fire, and then it like holds it back, and then it does it again, and it just keeps doing that.
So what am I gonna see the further I try to go towards that ways?
So you curve around in the tree line, and you see this thing lumber and sit in front of you, but like you're in the trees and it's in the clearing. And you make your way around and towards the sois. I guess I'm in New York now.
The sois
I'm
of
in
the
New
same.
Sea, I guess. You make your way around the circle and deeper into the woods.
Sight your soices.
Extra. You make your way deeper into the trees, and something collides into you. It's a person.
Oh.
You see a woman with a mop of red hair. It looks like it was in a braid at one point because the ends are still kind of tangled together, but it's for the most part kind of fanning around her head. She has smudges of dirt and like plants just stuck in her hair, and she has like she's wearing like a simple like peasant's dress, but she has the sleeves hiked up, and she's just looking with wild eyes. She's a satchel at her hip. She runs right into you like, oh my god. And like her hand goes for a dagger at her side, and she's looking at you with wide eyes.
Dagger out to her throat. Who are you?
My name's Charlotte. Who are you?
Charlotte. Well, you're one of the people I've been sent here to find.
She, her fingers are still kind of at her side. What do you want?
I know what's going on in this place.
You know nothing.
Yes, that's part of the problem.
Hold on one second.
Hey! Young me, Dimble! Malcyra, I've found something awfully interesting over here.
She takes a few steps back. Malcyra, young me, Dimble, the moth bear bristles at the sound of Jade's voice. And it backs, like it skitters away from the fire, and then its head turns towards the trees where her voice came from, and you see it start to lumber in that direction.
More sparkles! Does that do anything?
Hold on, we'll see.
And by the way, as Charlotte keeps stepping away, Jade will keep stepping forward with her dagger.
Young me, it does not work, unfortunately. The bear lumbers forward into the woods. Jade, you hear the heavy impact of paws behind you. And you can't see this because you're facing Charlotte for the moment, but I just want to impart the visual of this thing towering over you and the red eyes and the gloom, as your silhouettes are
shitting her pants right now.
Jade, or what are you doing, bestie?
Jade, kind of focused on Charlotte a little bit, is going to, like, have her dagger press against the skin of Charlotte's throat.
A deep, shuddering growl leaves this creature, and the trees behind you begin to wave at the force of it. And you hear the sort of splintering of earth as its claws dig into the dirt.
Call your little pet off.
I don't have control over her. If you harm me, she will kill you.
Very convenient situation for you. Jade will put her dagger away.
Okay.
So Youngmi was following the moth bear as it kind of like lumbered toward Jade.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to, at this point, like walk around the moth bear right, and gets to Jade and be like, I don't know if Alec would consider this a success if we murder all of the missing people. So who is this?
Missing
talking to-
missing people are not inherently good and worthy of saving, but this is Charlotte from the apothecary.
Isn't Charlotte a child?
No. Fiona
Oh.
was the kid.
Got
Fiona and
it.
Cam
I
were the
assumed
kids.
that like
Charlotte's like,
Fiona,
no,
Cam,
Charlotte's
and
like
Charlotte
She's
were
just young.
children. Okay, I was just like, you're holding this knife.
No.
A literal child.
First of all, it wouldn't be the first kid Jade had hurt, so
Well,
assassins
Yeet, baby.
assassins gotta assassinate, you know? So, like, with that information, Jade will just be, like, staring with her piercing cat eyes at young me, like, what do you want to do about it?
That low growl from the creature emits again, but much deeper. And Charlotte looks up at it nervously.
If she tries anything, I'll shoot a spell at Charlotte. But for now, maybe
She's not
because
moving,
of
she's just looking at the creature. Just so you know.
Yeah. But for now, maybe with the lumbering beast, who is no longer amused by the fake sparkles, maybe we should just sheath the dagger.
The dagger is
now.
put away.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Got it. Sequence of events. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, no, Jade put it away before you came through.
Okay.
And so Jade is gonna turn back to Charlotte. Just a hunch. I could be wrong, darling, but is that Elmira?
Yes.
Fascinating. Thought so. Got more of a werewolf vibe from what we've heard so far, but a moth bear.
It's complicated.
So
If that's Elmira, where are her parents?
The creature makes a low, almost like wailing sound, and it stumbles backwards a little bit.
Sensitive subject? Too soon?
Too soon.
Cool.
And Charlotte, like, takes a step forward towards the creature. Are we letting that happen?
Yes.
Okay, so...
But Jade is very ready to
She just starts
react.
taking slow steps towards it. Dimble and Malcyra, you're, like, probably... Are you guys making your way over here at all? Or are you just like, oh, they're gone?
yeah, no, I started when Youngmi took off, Dimble started walking over as well, but but keeping his distance, and was just trying to kind of overhear. So he wanted to get close enough, maybe on one of the sides, to hear a bit of the conversation.
That's fine.
But was trying to keep his distance a little bit from the situation as well.
And I think Malcyra saw Dimple going up, but she wanted to still kind of be flanking, so she's still further back, so she's not like right up there or anything.
Right. Okay. So you're able to do that quite easily. And you're pretty close, and Charlotte approaches the creature, and you guys would all see this then. She outstretches her hand up towards it, and you see just the slightest bit of flame dancing on her palm as she does. And the creature kind of like makes this gentle purring noise, and puts a paw, just one humongous paw with toe beans, because that's important to me that you know that, just on her head. And she kind of laughs a little bit at the sort of gentle, like, poof. And she, like, raises that flame-wreathed hand, and it kind of, like, goes out, and she takes the paw in two hands, it's heavy, and kind of puts it back down on the ground.
So, getting a little bit closer and seeing what this creature is, is Dimble able to figure out like what causes the transformation, or like what makes the creature?
You can roll me nature.
Eight.
Okay. Unfortunately, the moth bear is not a well recorded, if at all, sort of creature, and it is not one that is passed by your knowledge. Like you've heard of it before in passing, but it's kind of like, oh yeah, dragons, and there's just nebulous information.
Jade is going to address Charlotte specifically.
Okay.
So, how did this happen to her?
She and her family were, from what I understand, cursed. Well before they made their way to Westham. Her parents were of this nature as well. And the town had always felt something was off about them. They were very aggressive, hostile, and Elmira just wanted to do the best she could to help everybody and live a normal life. The town turned on them, razed their house to the ground. From what I know, and as she's speaking, she's like petting the sides of the creature's face because it's starting to like shudder and make these like quiet noises of pain. But it seems like her touch is soothing it. From what I know, the town burnt her house to the ground with her parents both inside. Her father turned out of rage, trying to protect his family. Her mother fell in the fire. They killed her father, and she panicked and fled into the woods, and they hunted her down, and they just... she wouldn't tell me the rest, but something happened. She's like this now, and I can't get her to change back.
Jade's resolve, her usual unreadable face, falters a little bit as this is being shared with her.
Okay.
But she stays quiet.
We hadn't known each other long, but I really care about her. And I've been trying to keep her a secret. If the town knew she was alive, they'd kill her. For sure. I mean, I have to help her somehow.
So the rotting heart in a bag under
You found
her
that?
floorboards is what exactly?
Where is it? I need it.
Yumi will kind of glance at Dimble like...
Yeah, Dimble's just been sitting there going, ooh.
We put an alarm on it. We know where it is.
Yeah, the alarm's probably gone by now. It's only 8 hours. With hearing all of this, Dimble's gonna actually leave and start making his way back towards where
Dimble just gone.
Yeah, towards where Camilla towards where Camilla had originally been screaming.
What speed are we moving at? Are we running?
As fast as my little legs will take me.
Wait. Before, hold on. I have Dimension Door if that'll be easier to do.
Don't you have to have
Within
line of
500
sight?
feet.
Oh.
I don't know. Oh, it has to be a
Dimension
or one that I can visualize.
But would you know where
you
he
could
dropped
visualize not into the field, but definitely the main road at the very least.
Could I guesstimate like it's in this direction, approximately this many feet away from me?
Not necessarily, no. You can visualize like areas are nearby, but not the exact point, because it was like in the middle of the field. You could visualize probably Camilla's house, the main road near the field, but not. That's probably about as close as you can get with Dimension Door.
Question: do we all know where he dropped it? Like, were we all very aware of that?
I would probably
Or
say no.
are they searching? Okay.
I don't even know where I dropped it. I just
Heat of
assumed it
combat.
was about that point. Yeah, because it was just
Okay.
kind of like,
We
I
were
was gonna
busy
say, 'cause
route
if everyone
riding.
like knows where it's at, I'm assuming that Malcyra would have seen it and picked it up. But if we don't know where it's at, then
Yeah,
Yeah,
you didn't
no.
really loop back in that direction, so I don't think you would have seen it.
Okay.
You can get close with Dimension Door, but just not the exact point.
Malcyra brings out the grandma's heart and says, "Will this one do?"
No. That is. Oh my god. Well,
Yes.
preserved.
You're the one that was looking for a different heart. What?
No, she reaches out her hand for it.
So
And
this
she
one
kinda
is
just, tosses it.
Eliana's heart. Eliana was a night hag. In
Oh.
case you didn't know that. What did the heart in the bag at Elmira's house do?
She's like unwrapping the night hag's heart as you're talking, like investigating it. I had, as a failsafe, I was. When they attacked her and her family, a few of the townspeople fell, which only made the rage worse. I was able to get to one of the bodies before it was consumed by the flame and craft a sort of failsafe, if you will. Most were creatures consume organs to live, particularly hearts. And so I imbued that specific heart with a few magical failsafes so that if for whatever reason I couldn't get her to change back, if I could convince her to eat it, it might force her to transform back, at least for a little while, until we could figure out a better way for her to control herself.
Didn't y'all dispel magic on,
Yes, you
on
did!
that?
I'm going to selectively choose not to mention that so that when it does fail, it's like, oh no, you're not like a arcane wizard. I guess it didn't work. Oops. Oh god. Okay.
Well, Jade is gonna slowly like approach Elmira, the giant moth bear, and be sure to do so like not threatening at all. Like she'll,
Roll me animal handling.
Oh, good. I'm really good at that. A 15.
You start to approach, and those antennas stand up again, and then just start like twitching.
Elmira,
Yeah.
it's okay.
She's looking at you.
Elmira, I want to
oh my
be.
god, Scott, is that a croissant?
I want.
Croissant.
it's the empanada.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
better.
I want to be a friend.
She kind of makes like a low, almost like a purring sound, and one of those giant paws descends towards your head, and then
Jade will let it happen.
beep, beep. I like to imagine it makes a squeaky toy noise.
And Jade will like take the paw off, but like hold it in front of her.
It's heavy and humongous.
Yeah. Family is everything for some people. I am one of those people. I'm so sorry that this has happened to you and your family.
She reaches out with all four arms and kind of slowly pulls you into a hug.
Yeah, I mean, Jade will like let it happen.
You see this giant creature whose eyes do emit light. Those giant eyes shut, and the antennas kind of shudder a little bit, and the wings fold up to wrap around as well for just a moment. Jade, your world goes dark for a moment, and then everything opens back up.
We're going to do everything that we can to fix this.
Charlotte pipes up. It's harder to. It's not necessarily about control with her, because she's like a person with consciousness. She can understand us at like full human capacity. She just can't comprehend, like she can't just communicate, and she's like rambling just like this, by the way. She just can't communicate like we can. So, getting her to transform was my greatest priority, because something's up with the town right now, and she's calm now, but one wrong thing could send her into a frenzy.
Zombie.
What?
Yosef?
I know him. Yeah.
Yes, I'm very sorry to let you know, but he was a zombie the last time we saw him. He was being controlled by a gallows tree.
Which we destroyed.
Yes.
You see tears start to slide down Charlotte's cheeks, and she swipes them away furiously, like,
do you know where Fiona and Cam are?
Fiona, no. Last time I saw Cam was, oh god. Time has been strange for me. I've been spending so much time in the woods. He came.
Yes, your sister is worried sick about you.
I'm sure she is. I feel like shit. He came to the apothecary like he usually does. He bought some candy, and then where did he go? I know this. He went to buy some candy, and then he said he was going to stop by Sabine's for dinner.
Yes, I've been hearing Sabine's name quite often recently, and young me is going to just, it's going to look like she's like, these are not the droids you were looking for, but she's gonna just wipe her hand and like prestidigitation, clean her face and like stuff so that there's no longer twigs and leaves and dirt all over her face at least, so she's just gonna...
It's so good. She looks down at herself and, thank you. Elmira, and the creature like looms down, and she looks up like, okay, listen, I want to help you however I can. I am very skilled in everything medicine. Elmira might listen to me if I don't know what I can do to help, but I'm here if you need my assistance.
And where is Sabine exactly?
She
points the apothecary.
She points in the direction of the main road. She's next door to the apothecary. That's where she lives.
And Charlotte, you've been out and about for a while. Do you know anything about the weird house that way? Referring to like the one,
the spires and the
yeah.
I do. Everyone, I remember. Well, it was a little bit before my time, but the house was built for generations ago, super wealthy family, and was promptly abandoned. And a scientist moved in there with his daughter. I never had the opportunity to speak to him much, but he did stop by the apothecary to buy her little candy from Violet, which at the time we thought was an honor, but he disappeared into the woods with her towards that house. They never emerged.
Wait, wasn't that 20 years ago?
Oh yeah, that's right. Duh. Sorry. Timeline's got, yeah.
I was gonna be like,
time travel?
Charlotte would have been like an actual infant.
It was before her time.
Like, she knows the story from,
She knows
like...
the story, yeah.
Yeah, from what I remember, I forget... Oh, yeah, it was...
I got my timelines a little bit.
The barmaid.
Yes.
She told
Hilda.
us... Yes, Hilda. She told us that the only person in town who would, like, physically remember and meeting and
Sabine.
seeing them was Sabine. But... Yeah, I'm gonna... Youngmi is gonna kind of, like, look between the two of them. And... she's going to say... So how is it exactly that you learned Infernal?
I may have made a bit of a deal. I wanted to, between helping Elmira and some of the happenings in this town, I mean, it's a shithole. And we've been trying to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps, but we're all suffering. And I made a deal for a little bit of power to see who I could help. And she kind of holds her hand out and it ignites in flame. So far, not much has come of it, besides... And Elmira, she like kind of gestures up at Elmira, and Elmira is just looking at the flame like...
So, DM, just for, like, timeline's sake, Yosef was the first to go missing?
Fiona was the first to go missing.
Fiona was the first to go missing. Then Yosef, Cam, and then Charlotte?
Yeah.
Right. And then somewhere between the missing people, Elmira's family were, like, run out of town.
Correct.
Okay. I really can't think multiple thoughts at the same time. I have no idea what I would want to do right now.
I think maybe by this time, Dimple's made it to, I guess, the area where they originally had been.
Yeah.
And is looking around for the heart.
It's on the ground. Like, it's just there. Yeah.
All right, he, like, is bending over and just kind of sees it without even thinking. Mage hand grabs it and just starts running back towards the group.
Okay.
Love
You
Dimble so
book it.
much.
Book it. And you get back to the... You probably would, because you've been gone for a while, I would say you're probably getting back to the group as Youngmi is processing. So Dimble... Oh, we have a Dimble mage hand now! Maya, that's so sweet. Thank you for doing that. You bring the heart back to everybody, just in time.
Yeah, Youngmi's gonna go... And... How old is Cam, quickly, DM?
Cam is a teenager. He's, yeah.
Okay.
He never got an exact age, but he's like a teenager.
Alright. Yeah, so Youngie's gonna, like, furrow her brow really hard and just go, how often does Sabine invite teenagers over for dinner? Well,
she usually has her door open for most people. I get the sense she's a very lonely woman. She likes to host.
Was Cam particularly close to Sabine?
I don't know for sure. That's not something he shared with me. I talked to him kind of often. He always had an interest in, like, apothecary work. We always used to joke, me and Violet used to joke that we'd hire him as soon as he was of age.
Well, I think I have an idea.
Well, do you know any other reason why Cam might go see Sabine? Like, does Sabine specialize in anything in particular? Have special knowledge?
She doesn't really work. She's just kind of at home all the time. The town comes together to take care of her so she doesn't have to worry about work all that much.
All right. Do we smell Dimble with the heart before we see it?
Yeah, the smell of flesh precedes Dimble as he reunites with everyone. Dimble.
Yeah, so Dimble comes scurrying up, the heart being held by Mage Hand behind him, gets there and goes, well, here's the heart, and just kind of passes it over to Charlotte.
Perfect, thank you. And she snatches it, opens the bag. The stench of just horrid, rotting flesh hits all of you even stronger than it had before. And she just grabs it barehanded, and it kind of squelches in her grip. She goes, Almira, you have to eat. It's going to help. And she holds it up to Almira very slowly, eyes closed, and out of, like, she kind of quietly mutters, no one move. And she's holding that heart up. Almira's antenna twitch, and she stands up on her, like, hind legs with all 4 arms out, claws extended, as she takes in this new food, and she leans down, and one giant paw takes it and just puts it in her mouth like fruit snack, and consumes it. And her whole body shudders, and she makes these horrible sort of groaning noises as she stumbles side to side, and then she collapses forward onto her front paws, and she kind of kneels and then lays down on the ground, like her front paws go, kind of like how dogs like do a little sploot. She does a little sploot, and collapses onto the ground.
Corgi sploot.
A
corgi sploot.
I do imagine she has like a tiny little tail. And she just lays there for a second, and the wings kind of fall down to blanket her, and then you see that form shrink. The wings still stay, and they kind of like shift down as well, and then you see the wings rise up, and you see a human woman beneath these giant wings. Not human, that's not right. You see her laying down on the ground, completely naked, but these wings sprouting out of her back, and they fold down across her as she shoves herself up to stand on weak limbs. And you still see those antennae kind of in her hair, and then they like sticking up from her head, and they fold down to rest down into her hair. And she kind of like covers them quickly. She goes, thank you. And she's like covering herself. I heard everything, but it's still a little spotty. Can I help? At all?
Dimble goes, well, I heard nothing, so any information would be wonderful.
So basically, your disappearance, and she kind of gestures towards Charlotte and Elmira, and she goes, your disappearance has nothing to do with the disappearances that have happened, but you guys were also investigating it while simultaneously trying to figure out what was going on with Elmira.
Yes.
And you weren't close to Fiona at all?
No, this is Charlotte speaking. No, she came in to buy sweets pretty often with Cam, and then she just stopped coming. I only recently heard she was missing.
At the mention of like the candy, Dimble's still pretty hyper focused at the candy thing and how odd that seemed, especially with this relation to missing people. So Dimble will look at Charlotte and say, do you know much about your sister's candy business? It seems a lot of these people that have disappeared really liked to eat her candy.
I mean, everybody loves Violet's candy. She makes it by hand. She's not... Our parents had, before they passed, our parents had enough for a formal education for one of us. Violet refused to go and told me to go instead. And during the time I went to study, she perfected her craft. That was what she chose to focus on. She got really good at it. And I think this town is horrible. It's barely a blip on the map to anyone who's passing through, but it's just a little bit of light in a place like this.
Jade is gonna turn to young me. I have an idea that's going to require me to go ahead alone. I'm proficient with my disguise kit, and I'm thinking that if I disguise myself like a younger teenager, preteen kind of age group and go knocking on Sabine's door, I may be able to begin to unravel what's going on with her, but I'll need you all closely behind in case something goes wrong.
And I think that plan is an excellent place to break, because I have to pee. Once again,
Go piss, girl.
Thank you. Somebody hit the piss count. Thank you guys so much. Once again, take a break if you need to. Stretch, get water, do a med check if you haven't taken your meds today, check your posture. We'll be right back in a few minutes to keep it going. Oh my god, this is a long session. I'm so excited. Okay. We'll be back shortly. Okay. Bye. Hi. Okay, so, getting right back into it, because time do be timing. But before we do, thank you, Fumansu, and your community for your donation. That was super cool. I'm gonna update the total in a second, because brain no math right now. But that really
Yeah, it was an odd number, but you're welcome. Thanks for putting all this together.
Thank you. What is it? I'll do math. I'll do math while we're doing stuff. It's fine. But thank you so much. It really means a lot. Okay. So getting back into it, Jade has a plan, and she has told us about the plan. Are we doing the plan right now?
Jade will have her disguise kit out and like be working like with the cosmetics and everything that she has to.
I think that Youngmi
Everything
going
up
to,
by
like-
removing the.
I think Youngmi is going to like gather Dimble and Malcyra off to the side. She's gonna be like, just give us a second. We're trying to figure some things out. Explaining that to Almyra and Charlotte. I'm sure that Charlotte is trying to help Almyra out, like, I don't know, sticking leaves like pasties. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
More like handing over her cloak.
Okay.
But, you know, same thing.
And she's just gonna be like, so Jade and I are going to disguise ourselves as teenagers. I was thinking that you guys can kind of try to be backup and show up like 10-15 minutes into us going to Sabine's house.
Dimble
says, well, I can make myself invisible, but I can't help both. I can't help both Malcyra and myself.
Wait, can you not make another willing creature invisible?
Well,
It's
not
greater
with you. It has to be
no.
one or the other, right?
Yeah, you can't do both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you cast it like high.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it
Youngmi
still
is
dark out? Like, is there
Actually,
we're
I have.
Sorry, continue. I'll answer your question in a second, Kat.
Actually, yeah, no. If I can cast it with a 3rd level spell slot, and I can do target one additional creature.
Okay. It is so okay, and yes, it is still dark. Like really, the moonlight is the light, so there is light out. Think like literally the blood moon from Zelda Breath of the Wild, like that kind of vibe. Like it's definitely dark, but there's light out. It is around 4 a.m. now, so the sun will probably be rising soon.
Okay.
And we can all see in the dark anyways, so...
Yeah.
That too.
Yes. Youngmi is going to say, all right, I'm going to teleport both myself and Jade to the main road so that we're a little ahead, and then you guys can we'll leave the front door open so you guys can just quickly get in while invisible, right? And we're going to just check out how Sabine is doing. Yes?
Okay.
Yes?
And by now, Jade would probably be done with her disguise since she's proficient in her disguise kit and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, so Youngmi is just going to, I guess, yeah, she's going to just go Dimension Door and propose that question.
Jade will nod.
Okay. So Youngmi is going to tap Jade on the shoulder, and as soon as her hand makes contact, they disappear, and they're just popped in as far as they can towards the town or the main road or whatever. 500 feet in that direction, and then as soon as they're back, they've teleported, Youngmi has cast Disguise Self on herself just to age her down to she's 300 years old, so she can't actually just I'm just gonna shave off 5 years,
right?
But she just looks like a teenager now, like a young teenager.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that would be the same effect that Jade had gone with her cosmetics and makeup and stuff, was not to change her appearance, but to significantly age herself down.
Okay. All right. So you all work very diligently. Yeah. It's pretty convincing. And you are dimension dooring to Sabine's, right?
Yeah, as close as I can to Sabine's house.
You can visualize the main road and then just walk like a little bit. So, you appear in front of the apothecary, and her house is like next door. So you just walk over. It is this small, little like a shack, to put it not so nicely. It is this dark wood that looks dark from dirt and dinge and age, with a creaky door that's not quite hanging right to match. The front windows are completely fogged over, but you do see like candlelight flickering inside. The chimney has just like a faint curls of smoke kind of like coming out. Like there's a hefty cobblestone chimney attached to the side of the house. It is rather small as well, like comparatively to the other houses and businesses that you've seen. And there's like a small garden out front with mostly wildflowers, but you do see like a couple tomato plants, some basil, like some basic herbs and things like that growing as well, and like a tiny, you know how they have those like little mini fences that you can put around garden plots? Like there's some of those as well. And you're able to walk up to the front door.
Youngie kind of brushes herself off. So, hungry orphans, or?
This is so funny.
Like to Jade, she's just like, hungry orphans?
Of course.
Right, the hungry orphans trope. All right. And she kind of like brushes herself off and changes like the timbre of her voice a little to sound probably like keying in on like the Valley Girl accent. And
oh my god, hi!
Yeah, she's gonna like knock on the door.
Okay.
Hello?
Until it
Hello?
opens. Like she's just incessantly knocking.
Yeah, and Jade will just keep going, hello? Ma'am? Hello?
You hear, coming! And then the door kind of pulls inwards, away from your hand, young me. And you see a rather short-looking woman. She's got kind of tanned skin, but it looks tanned from, like, years in the sun. She's got, like, close-cropped, like, grayish silver hair. Actually, no, I'm sorry. She has long, grayish silver hair that's kind of been pulled away from her face and, like, a bun behind her head. And, she has small spectacles on the very tip of her nose that like look like they're threatening to fall off when she leans down to look at you. She's wearing
And they're
very
holding
simple,
on with hopes and prayers.
Literally, like hopes and dreams, love and light is keeping those on her face. She looks down at you, but not unkindly. She just has this wide smile on her face, like, "Hi, I don't believe we've met. Are you all right?"
No, my friend Fiona once, told me about you because I usually don't have a lot of food at home, and tonight was particularly terrible, and so I decided it might be worth a shot to come by here.
Oh,
You're Sabine, right?
Yes, I am.
We were sleeping, kind of camped out in the woods, but we heard a lot of screaming, and then we thought that this might be a safe place to go.
At first, I thought it was my stomach because I'm so hungry, but
You roll a deception, please.
yeah, I can.
Roll with advantage because young me's helping.
Sure.
Can I just quickly tell, like, are these reading spectacles, or like they're somehow trying to like clear up this lady's poor vision?
They look like reading glasses. Yeah.
22.
Okay. Yeah. That last comment, she kind of like, you get a little bit of like a eyebrow raise, but she seems like she's still on with you.
Kids say the darndest things.
They really do.
I thought that you were saying that in character, and I was like, why would you?
No.
Why would you say
When you
that?
succeed and then immediately tank it, she kind of like, oh, you poor things, please come inside.
Thank you. Jade will scurry in.
Okay.
Tail tucked like between her legs, like.
Youngmi will kind of nod her head in appreciation, and as she's walking by, okay, so with
Prestidigitation.
Yes. She's going to make it sound like her stomach rumbles really loudly, awkwardly, and she's going to act slightly embarrassed, and her eyes will widen, and she'll scurry faster.
Oopsie.
Okay. You skitter by, and she shuts the door behind you. Dimble, are you following behind invisibly? Like, are you with them? Malcyra as well?
So, yeah, we were a ways behind, because we didn't get dimension doored.
That's right.
Yeah, I can only carry one other person with me.
So I think that we're probably starting to.
You're starting to curve probably out of the woods. You're not quite at the house yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we're making our way, but we're not. At least Dimble's not sprinting or anything, and I haven't cast invisibility just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you are making my way. You're exiting the woods, kind of curving around, and okay, so within the house, so it is very small. You don't not necessarily even a room, but just sort of a place where near the back of the house where the wall dips and you see the beginnings of a bed. There's a rickety old table in here with a couple of chairs that don't look balanced. And on it there's a plain wooden bowl with some sparse bits of fruit in it. The fireplace, it's fucking huge. It's just so big, and there's a fire roaring inside of it, and there's a small stone shelf that's been constructed, so if you wanted to cook something on that surface, kind of think a wood burning stove that they would make pizza in, just without the doors to close, so it has the kind of shelf to do that with.
Are there the bones of charred children also in the ashes?
You can roll investigation.
Well, actually, that was just a one-off, half joking.
Mm-hmm.
But Youngmi is kind of going to realize something, turn back and go, should we take our shoes off? She's back by the door.
Oh, sweetheart, you don't need to worry about anything like that.
And then I would like to try to sleight of hand, make sure that the door is unlocked.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me sleight of hand.
Dirty 20.
Okay. You kind of fake a stumble as you're asking her this question, oh, I'm so hungry. And you get your hand on the doorknob and give it a little bit of a twist, and it's unlocked.
Okay.
So Sabine kind of scoots her way across the table, makes her way to there's a little cabinet in the back, and she pulls out a little bit of bread, and she pulls out a little jar of it looks like jam. And she goes, I don't have much, unfortunately, but I'll give you what I can. Please, have a seat.
Yeah. So Jade will take a seat, and whenever she hands stuff over, since I am used to poisoning people, as my profession, can I do an investigation check?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so.
Can I also do an investigation for the big ass fireplace?
Yeah, sure. What are you looking for with the fireplace? Just checking it out in general?
To see if get a better instance of whether or not a small human fits inside that thing, whether or not small humans have been inside that thing.
All right. Okay.
Just a point of clarification, my bardic inspiration is gone, right?
Yes, it's been more than 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't need it, but I just wanted to be really extra. It's a 22.
Okay, so yeah, so you watch her behavior and then you look at the food. It does not seem like anything's just wrong with it, but you're still suspicious.
Okay, I'll, like, when I get the chance, shoot young me a very pointed glance about the food.
Okay.
My investigation was an 18.
Okay, so judging by the size of it's like a combo fireplace stove situation. Yeah, a kid could fit in there. Like conversations that you have in Dungeons and Dragons. A child could fit in there. A teenager might be uncomfortable. Besides, the fire, just by the size, but could fit. And this is actual part with the flame itself. On the shelf that's just above the flame, not necessarily, no. I mean, you could, but it'd be weird. But, like, where the actual fire is, yeah.
Young me is going to, I guess, catch Jade's pointed look about the food and just go, wow, that's a big fireplace. Do you bake a lot?
I used to.
I've always wanted to get into baking. But
Well,
no oven because I'm homeless.
Oh my god!
The last part.
Oh my god!
the way Cat muted. While they're kind of talking, can I, like, scan the shelves in the room? And since, I poison people, like, could I clock any herbs or ointments or plants or anything that, are commonly used to create poisonous substances?
Investigation, please.
Okay.
I don't remember what I stole from the apothecary.
That's a natural 20. Sorry.
Okay. Oh my god. All right.
But I mean, it's not that exciting, for a 23.
Okay, so you, scan the room. There are a number of medicinal herbs hanging in clumps, like, drying from the ceiling, especially on the fireplace as well, like, taking advantage of the natural heat there. Some of them could be used for poison, some could be used for various medicines. It's not like it's not like she's the medicinal equivalent of, like, skull and crossbones on her wall. You know what I mean? Like, she's got a variety of things that could be used multiple ways.
Yeah, you usually use the thing that poisons to also cure the poison,
Exactly.
Okay, just noting that.
So she passes out the bread and the jam. And she goes, so are you, both of you mentioned, and she looks at you, you mentioned you're without a home. How about you? And she looks at Jade.
Well, yes and no. Ma and Pa are really awful. So I usually spend time with my friend here, out in the woods, and that's where I've been the last few days.
And what are your parents' names?
I just know them as Ma and Pa.
They're not your parents.
Maybe not. They don't really look like me, but I've never really had time to think about that.
Jade figures out she's adopted in this one.
Not this.
Jade's parents are actually dead.
She kind of raises an eyebrow at that. She goes, well, for the time being, you're safe here. I would invite you to stay longer, but I'm afraid I don't have much room. But I promise after this meal, we'll figure out some kind of solution where you both can get to safety with a roof over your heads and not just...
Please don't make us go back out there.
No.
We'll sleep on the floor. It'll just be... We just...
Curl up real small, miss. Real small.
I would never force you to do that. My bed is yours. These old bones... I'll be alright.
Can Jade like fake nibble on the bread?
You can roll me performance.
Okay.
Oh my god, you like bite, spit, put it in the plant.
No. Dimble and Malcyra, you're like definitely outside at this point.
17.
Okay. We'll get to you in 1 second. You were gonna say something?
I was just said, all right, and
Elmira,
Dimble kind of.
Elmira and Charlotte are with you as well.
Oh, Elmira and Charlotte came with us.
Yeah, they're like kind of hanging back, like following instructions. Like they're kind of, I imagine like the Scooby-Doo like head poke around a nearby tree. But they're like with you.
All right.
Solve that mystery.
So I'll look over at Malcyra and say, so what do we wait for?
Did they tell us a sign or anything?
Let's go see if we can look through the window.
Yeah.
Both of you roll me stealth, please.
Can I cast invisibility on us?
Never mind. You absolutely may. You go invisible and you pass along the outside of the building. The windows are disgusting, filthy. But you can make out the general shapes of a woman and then two other figures that you recognize to probably be Jade and Young May. I mean, where else are they gonna be? Yeah.
Okay, then I think we'll just, or at least Dimple's just gonna kind of sit there and peer in through the window as best as he can and wait.
Thaumaturgy can open the door without you touching it.
Yeah, but
Just
we don't
saying.
necessarily need to be in there.
Oh, I don't know if you wanted to come in and like snoop around.
I think Malcyra will listen just to like try to hear.
Go ahead and roll
She
me.
feels like she's waiting
roll
for
me
like
perception.
a cue. Okay.
Dimple's also gonna be.
14?
Okay. And what were you gonna say?
So Dimple will be listening to. I rolled an 18.
Okay, so it's really hard to hear through the windows, but you are able to see well enough. The windows are dirty, so everybody's kind of blurry, but you can still see pretty well within and make out like the bounce of the house, what's inside, and what's happening for the most part. So you'll be able to kind of keep up.
Could I cast, because like Young Me's probably like thinking like they're probably here soon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Young is going to cast detect magic, so she can kind of see the aura of Malcyra and Dimble.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yeah, because you can also apply it to a creature. So, you do see them outside. Yeah, you see their auras.
I would like to sleight of hand cast prestidigitation on various windows, just to make like a little strip of the dirty window clear.
Okay.
Is that possible?
You can one window at a time. Yeah.
Okay, so I will roll stealth for the window that they're closest at.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Do sleight of hand. Sorry, not stealth.
Nat 20.
Nice.
For 32.
So
Wow.
you
Like it.
very easily manage to just twitch your fingers, and mutter the words under your breath, and you guys see kind of like when you're drawing on like a car
Like a
window or
fingerprint,
whatever. Just like
drag across.
I like to imagine a smiley face, but a strip of the dirt clears away, so you can see crystal clear through that strip.
So what did my 17 get me on my performance fake eating poison, perhaps food?
She looks pretty sad. She looks like, yeah, okay, you're eating. Good.
Yeah. Okay.
He takes a bite, chews, swallows.
Okay, yeah, it's bread, and she's put a little jam on like one end, like she's not sure you're gonna like it. So there's like one half with jam on it, and the other half is just plain.
And So Jade would take a piece with the jam on it, and can, as Jade actually eats this piece of bread with the jam on it, she tried to sleight of hand take the vial of poison antidote that she got from the apothecary, like preemptive, or like as she eats the food at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Like try and sleight of hand that.
Oh, like so to take it at the. Okay, yeah, sure. Roll
So
me
that
sleight of
it's
hand.
like, yeah, so it's like not noticed that she's doing that.
Yeah.
Shot.
Oh my gosh. What is 13 plus 12?
25.
25.
I'm so proud of myself.
You know what's funnier than 24?
25. You are able to pop the cork off of that small vial, and it's actually easier to just pour because it's like translucent liquid. It doesn't really necessarily have a color to it. So
Sure.
you're able to just pour it onto the bread because it's a little bit easier than trying to drink out of the vial.
Yeah.
She's a little soggy, but you know, poison cure, soggy bread.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Jade will do that, eat the bread with the jam on it, and like as a couple of minutes pass, Jade will look over at Sabine and go like, "Ma'am, my stomach's starting to hurt."
That's odd. Maybe you said you haven't eaten in a while. It might just be your body playing tricks on you. Would you like to lay down? I could make you some tea.
I think I'm just gonna put my head down right here. I'm getting really sleepy, and she's gonna like shoot young me like a kind of like look. Try to anyway.
Okay.
Like a play along kind of glance.
Young me, what we doing?
Does Young Me actually feel anything? Because she just like downed this little triangle of toast.
Not even a little bit.
Okay. Young Me is going to just like try to like nothing has changed about her facial expression except maybe the sharpness of her eyes, and she's just like, why are we pretending to get poisoned by this lady? But she's just gonna be like,
Jade's not gonna say anything.
oh yeah, I'm feeling kind of sleepy too. I'm just gonna, and she's gonna like awkwardly get up off of the chair and crawl under the table and fall asleep there. Pretend.
Okay. You crawl under. You kind of melt off of your chair and down under the table. And she's like, okay.
Young Me fake snoring.
She kind of, you see her wobble back into her bedroom, and then she pulls the blanket off of her bed. It's like this thin lavender little thing with holes in it at the corners, and she just kind of drapes it in a way where Jade, you get a little bit in your lap, and Young Me, you get a little bit over you, but you guys are in awkward points, so she can't cover both of you. And she kind of just looks at you, and then she goes and sits on her bed. Malcyra and Dimble, you lose line of sight because she goes around the side of the bed that's kind of blocked up. Like, there's like a wall here, so she kind of like... So you lose line of sight. Jade and Young Me, you hear her walk away from you.
Since Jade kind of like has her head on her hands on the top of the table, can she have like her eye open just a little bit to try and see what she's up to?
Yes, you can. Sorry.
So what's she up to?
So you can really only see her legs right now. But you see her, she's just kind of sitting on the bed. It looks like she's knitting something.
I would like to... It's possible with my telekinetic feat, mage hand, to like reach for the doorknob and open it very softly, right? And just like kind of leave a crack in the door.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Just so that if Dimble or Malcyra wanted to like enter the house at this point, they can.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Dimble and Malcyra, you see from through the window, the front door opens just slightly.
I think Malcyra would think that that's like this
It's
sign.
That's what I was gonna
Yeah,
say.
that's the sign. We're like, oh, that's the sign, and so we like go into the house. I think Malcyra would still be kind of cautious-y, just to be quiet, because she's like, oh, I'm invisible. I should probably try to be quiet, but
Right.
she's going in.
Yeah, so Dimble will say, like, is that the sign? I think that might be the sign.
You think that's the sign?
You see,
so.
That's fine.
Just be quiet. Shh. And we go through the front door.
you see Elmira and Charlotte from behind the nearby tree going like like with their hands going, is that the sign?
Yeah, we're all like,
Ooh,
maybe.
They start tiptoeing closer to the building. Okay, you're making your way in. Stealth. I need stealth from both of you.
What?
Okay.
14.
Okay, so 14 and 19. So Malcyra, I'm gonna imagine you go first.
That sounds right.
Henry's also with you, by the way, because I keep forgetting he exists.
Oh.
We all do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. That's a person that we have, right?
He did so good during the fight too.
He really did.
He's not invisible, no.
Henry, Henry, Charlotte, and Elmira take up the very rear. Malcyra, you go in first. And
wait, is everyone coming in together?
They're behind you. Like sorry, not Malcyra. Charlotte, Elmira, and Henry are at the back.
We're about to add 5 people to this home.
Yes, and Jesse is kind of like lingering by the road because he wasn't sure if he was included in all of this. So he's just kind of sitting there. Jamie. Yep. See? Just so many people. He's just kind of sitting here like...
Family
This ain't Pokemon, guys.
I mean, maybe it is. Who knows?
Okay.
So, for clarification, Jade never went under the table. She, like, stretched out and, like, laid her head down on top of the table.
Yeah.
So, with her line of sight, can she tell which way Sabine is facing? Like, is her back to me at all?
No, not really. She's sitting on her bed facing... There's, like, a window by her bed. So her bed, like, the headboard is here. I don't know if this is helpful to do it this way. But, like... Her headboard's against the wall where you're looking, and, like, her bed is lengthwise. So she's sitting on her bed looking to the left, because there's a window at the front of the house.
okay.
So her
so
back
does she
isn't
have,
to
like...
you, but she has, like,
Okay.
like, if she were to turn her head, she could see you.
Great. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, so, Malcyra, you make your way into the house rather quietly. The door doesn't even squeak. There's a gentle, like, kind of creaking of the floorboards underneath you, but it's not so loud where it seems to draw any attention. Dimble, you come in a little bit stronger, but, you still kind of get the sense that it's fine with how you're moving. You see Jade and me passed out.
Before I go in through the front door, and maybe this is why I was a little louder as I go in, I kind of turn around quickly and I like stop Henry and I say like, you all should wait here.
Right, of course. And he turns around and he goes, And all three of them kind of shuffle backwards towards Jamie, where he's standing on the road.
How are we the heroes of this story? I
Oh no.
This is a mess. DM, while I'm on the floor, can I see if any of the floorboards look different or like slightly raised in any way? Like there might be a hidden compartment?
Roll me investigation.
We don't trust anyone or anything.
No. It's literally our line of business not to.
19.
That's true.
Okay. With a 19, you do see some of the floorboards are uneven. Yes, but there's enough
Is it
of
more
them that are
like
uneven.
shoddy craftsmanship than it is like secret compartment?
Yeah, exactly. No specific floorboards stick out to you more than the others, basically.
So what Jade would like to attempt to do is to kind of like slink down onto the floor with young me, you know, like I'm gonna get cozy under the blankie. But then stealth around to come up behind Sabine and put a dagger to her throat.
Okay, roll me stealth.
Thank you. I love rolling stealth. It's my best stat.
Yeah, if we brought Jade over to to Eliana's house, we would have got into combat like way sooner than we did.
That's a... What's 14 plus 12?
26.
That's a 26.
So, you sneak around. There's a natural creak of the floorboards, but she doesn't seem to pay it any mind. And you see what she's knitting as you pass into the room. She has so many dolls in this room. There are shelves upon shelves, and you can't really see them from the main
I
room.
remember.
But
remember now.
as you pass in, there's a teddy bear, but it has just so many eyes, and none of which are placed correctly on the face, and all varying different sizes. There's a porcelain doll, that looks like a young girl, and it's got like the puppet mouth situation. The mouth is open, and she's got cracks running through her skin, and the eyes are rolled back. One of the irises just barely sits visible behind the eyelid. You see other like small knit dolls as well. And you see specifically there's like a few of them lined up next to each other. You see a small little like almost like a chibi doll of a tabaxi with a dark cloak on and the hood pulled up over the head. You see a red tiefling, battle axe in hand. You see a gumiho, white ears poking up from the hair. And you see a small humanoid. The doll is actually physically smaller than the rest. Just a little bit dapper. And in his little tiny knit hand, he's holding a small gray bag. There is kind of discarded against the bed, next to her, 2 more dolls. There is a, one that looks like Henry. And there's another that looks like Charlotte. And in her hands right now is another doll, and she's currently, like, sewing onto it a pair of wings.
Ooh.
Okay, do I successfully come up behind her with the dagger to her throat?
Yes you do. You come up behind her with the dagger, and, she kind of, like, doesn't drop the doll, but the needle is, like, the knitting needle still balanced in her hand, like you've startled her. She goes, okay. It's not quite a warm welcome.
Do you want to tell me about these dolls, or should I carve the information out of you?
Somebody's not hungry anymore.
At the
Never
sound
was,
of
actually.
at the sound of them speaking, because I'm assuming like this is just
The jig is
all-
up.
Yeah. Youngmi has already gotten up. The disguise self spell is like gone now. Yeah, I think that Youngmi is gonna cast detect magic. Oh my god, I literally just farted so loud in my brain.
Oh, I
Reverb.
didn't think
That's
that
not
in
where
my
I did
brain
not think
part
that
was-
sentence was gonna end like that.
It was just like fart noise with
No.
reverb.
Oh, you were like, oh, I just
I was like,
farted
wow, we're
and it just.
comfortable together.
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, grumpy.
I just farted so loud and distracted myself. Like.
I love you guys. You guys are a gem of a group, honestly.
When you startle
so
yourself.
I'm gonna cast detect magic again on the dolls, like kind of scanning the room, like for the dolls, and also on new grandma.
Okay. Yeah, the dolls do light up, and you see enchantment glowing from all of the dolls. And from her specifically, you see illusion just like emanating out of her form, and transmutation as well, and evocation. Yeah.
Can Youngmi cast dispel magic at a 4th level on the dolls?
Wait, dispel magic, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, 1 second. So, you can do it on one target at a time? Is the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Which one, like, is there specific ones that are glowing, or is it kind of just all of them?
Including the other dolls that don't look like you.
So even our dolls are being...
Every doll in this room is glowing right now.
Okay, I am going to just choose... We didn't ever see any kind of like photo or whatever or description of Fiona and or Cam. Like we never asked what they look like. Yeah, that would have been smart to do maybe just in case we ran into them.
Nah.
Is there one that just looks like a teenage boy?
From what you can see, no, you can roll me investigation to look a little bit closer. Hold on to your number real quick.
Okay.
We're gonna come back to you. So, Malcyra, Dimble, you see the jig is up because you're here. What do you want to do?
I think that like we can see the dolls from where we're at, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Malcyra's gonna grab one of the rocks that are in her bag. And she's going to, yeah, we're just throwing these things today. And she's just going to kind of, she wants to, the goal is to make damage, but not a ton of damage. But throw it at the doll that looks like her. Because she wants to test.
Can you roll to hit?
Yes, I can.
And Dimble's gonna do the exact same thing, except he's gonna cast Dispel Magic on the one that looks like him.
Okay. So we'll get to you in a second. Malcyra,
If I'm not using a magic stone, like I'm not.
Oh, just like a normal rock.
It's just like a normal rock because I kind of have a bag of them, just like an unarmed strike, or
do like just a strength. Just do strength, yeah.
Okay.
We pelt Grandma with the rock.
A dirty 20.
Okay. Your doll is directly in front of like where Sabine is. Jade, I imagine you're grabbing her from the back, and that you didn't just. So, your doll's on a shelf, like kind of at knee level in front of them. So you're able to, from the doorway to this room, get a angle, and that rock hits you. Like you, the small knit version of you.
Yeah.
And you do feel a light, like, sort of tap at the side of your head.
Okay. As I do that, and I'm sure that Dimble's actually, like, casting the spell, I turn and I explain things that he's probably already put together, but you girls not got a lot of intelligence nor wisdom. And goes,
Love it.
I think those are actually us. 'Cause I felt that.
This is so good.
Me just takes a second and just like.
Dimple, can you roll? I'm gonna need you to roll with your spellcasting ability.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what level of Dispel Magic did you try to just cast?
Third,
okay.
Ooh.
8 or 20.
Okay. You
Dirty 20.
You initiate Dispel Magic, and it's not really... It's instantaneous that you can Dispel Magic when it's weaker, but you feel... Usually when you cast against something that's more powerful, you feel an initial wave of pushback before you can push harder with your magic. And you get that feedback, but you push harder, and you feel this... Whatever it was snuff out with a wink. Young me, Dimble's doll is no longer glowing.
Okay, what was the doll that's in Grandma's hand? Like, I forget what she was doing.
You see, it's like a small doll with brown hair, and she's sewing wings to it.
Oh, right. I think that young me saw it dispel, and she's like, "Oh, that's a good idea." And so she casts Dispel Magic on her doll.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
She did that at 4th level, though.
Still need you to roll.
Okay.
Some of us don't have Dispel Magic.
Why is my modifier stupid high? Okay.
Are you complaining?
I just didn't realize.
Yeah,
anyway,
some people in this group are
Am I so
blessed.
skilled and talented?
24.
Okay, so with a 24, yeah, you get the same experience that Dimple does, but a lot quicker. You receive some pushback from the doll, and then your doll winks out as well.
Cool. Young me is just gonna smile and go, so what's up with this?
Yeah, so ma'am, you were gonna help us poor little kids, but it looks like you already knew us before we knew you. Jade will say, like, mockingly, the dagger, like, going tighter against her throat.
Okay. I admit that you caught me. I did know you were here. I just wanted to see what you were up to, that's all.
And we want to see what you're up to.
I'm just a toy maker.
See, that's not just toys, that's magic that's connecting our souls to inanimate objects. I'm assuming if you hurt the doll that our bodies would get hurt. That's not simple toy making.
It's pretty easy for me. Did you have something in mind, or are you just going to stab me?
No, just gonna make this quick. Are you behind all of the disappearances, including what goes on at the manor in the woods?
Oh, no. I have nothing to do with any of that.
Can I do
Yep,
a quick...
everybody do the insight. Just do it.
Yep.
Yep. Mhm.
15.
A solid 30.
Okay, 30, 15.
11.
Dimble didn't catch it.
Dimble, you good?
Dimble doesn't even want to unmute.
Okay, yeah.
I thought I said unmuted. 10.
Oh, we're doing well.
It's a 10.
Dimble and
Yeah.
Malcyra, it's hard to discern whether or not she's being truthful because her tone is remaining measured even with the threat of the blade against her throat. Youngmi and Jade, although she doesn't seem necessarily like an honest person, she does seem like she's telling the truth.
All right.
Well, but do you have anything to do with Fiona or Cam?
I do not, no. Like I said,
Are you sure? Because I'd really love to carve you up like a jack-o'-lantern right now.
I'm certain you would.
Dimble kind of like runs in with his hands and just, okay, let's relax here.
Okay.
We're no longer invisible, correct?
No, yeah. Once I cast the spell and you threw the rock, we were probably
Okay.
Yeah,
known.
you guys kind of just into vision.
So, Dimble's gonna say, if you knew we were here, then you must know where Fiona and Cam are. If you weren't behind it, can you help us find them?
If your friend would be so kind as to remove her blade from my throat, perhaps I could share some information.
Dimble just looks up at Jade.
Why should I do that when my friend over here said that when the rock she threw hit the doll that looked like her, it hurt her? And there's still a doll of me right there.
There is, but if I'm trusting you to speak, if I'm trusting you to talk to you, I'd like a little trust in return. Just a pinch.
Young
I would
is
say
going-
a pinch is enough for me to have not stabbed you yet.
Let me put it this way. I have no fear of death or pain. And if you don't remove the knife, then I won't be opening my mouth.
Jade will slowly remove the knife, but stay very close behind her.
Okay, out of character for a second, I finally did the math. $400 fucking for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
God! That's amazing.
Yay!
I'm fine!
Hey,
Youngmi is going to cast Prestidigitation to create like a firework spelling effect just outside the window, hoping that the rest of our groupies will catch the drift, and it's just gonna spell out "Get in here!"
Nice.
in all caps.
I like to imagine little exclamation points as well. Okay, yeah, so that it's still gonna take them like a couple seconds. So Jade, you lower the knife, and she sort of just like touches her throat where the blade was for a second. She goes, "Thank you." And as she does, that's when the door slams open, and you see Henry, Charlotte, and Elmira tumble in, and then Jamie kind of like bringing up the rear, and then you see him like they're all falling forward, but not like falling, just stumbling in, and you see him with the hand on his head, like as he stumbles in behind them, and then they all just like assume a fighting stance in unison, like backup has arrived.
Combat, I just want y'all to take a look at this. And she just points to the mountain of dolls on display in the room.
Elmira bristles, and you see her eyes, which have dimmed, by the way, to like just a normal brown now that they're like normal person sized. You see them blaze red for a moment, and then Charlotte puts her hand on her shoulder and she kind of just settles down again. Henry looks quite pale. If you just, and he makes his way over close to Jade and Sabine like he's trying to reach for his. Anybody have objections to that course of action?
No, Jade's tail will reach out and wrap around the one that looks like her and just bring it to her hands.
Okay. Yeah, you're holding your doll. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
Henry scoops up
Can
his
she
as
feel
well.
her tail like pressurizing against her like
No,
as she's picking
actually.
herself up? Okay. That would be a weird sensation.
But yeah, you have yours. Henry picks up his, and Sabine goes, well, since we are being civil, finally, I can share that I do know a little something. I didn't want to get involved. It's not quite my territory, and I prefer to stay under the radar versus expose myself unnecessarily.
Yeah, we don't need your life story. We just need a location and maybe a little bit of information, but that's really it.
I'm trying to get there, if you'll let me speak.
Faster, please.
Like I was saying, I do know that there is somebody else responsible, and she is quite vengeful. And, you will find what you're seeking for at that castle out in the woods. Everyone here is a bit fearful, but you seem like the brave, foolish sort, so I'm sure an expedition there will be worth your time.
During the talk, Dimble will cast Dispel Magic on Malcyra's doll.
Go ahead and roll for me.
$17.
Yeah, okay. You feel that magic push back a lot stronger, and you push, and it dispels. Young Me detect magic is on its last legs, but you see Malcyra's doll wink out as well.
Yeah, she'll probably just like get rid of it just so that she's not expending any more energy. And she's just gonna say a name. Enough with the theatrics.
I would, if I could, but I am bound. I quite literally cannot speak her name. The unfortunate part of dealing with, and she looks upwards like she's very carefully selecting her words. The unfortunate part of dealing with witches is that when we curse one another, it gets a bit complicated.
One another?
Oops.
Oh, yeah. Never mind.
That was in
Young
character.
Me is gonna go. Yeah. Young Me is gonna say, does this witch live in town, and does she have an occupation?
She does live in town, and she loves to terrorize the locals.
With candy?
No?
Okay.
She kind of like laughs a little bit, like, you honestly think Violet has it in her?
No.
That poor girl couldn't harm a fly.
Well, just
I
because
don't really
Violet
know
makes
her.
the candy doesn't mean she's selling the same kind. Like, it could be like, she's trying to save her ass a little bit, but she's just like, anyway.
Yeah, Charlotte is looking at you very hurt right now.
I don't know you people.
Maybe we should leave the sister out of this going forward. Sabine, you're saying we need to go to the castle.
ACAB. Yeah. I love reading chat.
And so Jade is gonna walk out and start heading for the castle.
Okay.
Keeping her doll with her, by the way.
Okay.
She's gonna store it in her pack and just.
Yeah.
So, Dimble wants to ask one more question of her.
Yeah.
I know you can't speak her name, but you seem to know a lot about us and where we've been. Have we spoken to her yet?
No, but you've come close quite a few times.
Hmm.
If you need more help, I'm always here. I can respect civility.
Where is she now?
I wish I could say.
Malcyra says, well, you can't speak her name, but can you write it?
I wish, dear. I wish. It'd actually be kind of fun to see her defeated. She's a bit annoying.
Youngmi, familiar with the power that information has, kind of like stretches a little smugly, like repositions herself and her posture. She just goes, I don't think the town is familiar with the fact that you're a witch that has these dolls of the inhabitants, do they?
No, they're not.
Shame if they find out. And then she's going to leave towards the castle, following Jade.
You turn on your heel and exit. Dimble, Malcyra, are you following?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dimble will follow.
Malcyra?
I think Malcyra swipes her doll right before and goes with.
Alright. So you also acquire yours, and you're all heading out. Now, something weird is happening. Everything's weird here. But, as it's almost 5 a.m. now. But the thing is that the moon is still in the sky. And it's still pouring that blood red light down across the whole town. And you know the moon shouldn't be at that height or intensity for this time of day. And as you're looking up at it, you see a black shape starting to pass over it in Eclipse. Title reference.
Roll the credits. That's actually the end of
That's it. All right, guys. Thanks so much. I'm gonna go. You pass into the woods along this path, and I'm going to, in the interest of time, just teleport us there. The woods are dark, and unlike the woods kind of behind the apothecary and Sabine's house, the woods here are unnaturally quiet. And then as you pass deeper in, there is just horrifying sort of noises coming from the distant underbrush. The path here is winding and dark, and you arrive at the front doors in due time. This is a large, it's small for a castle, large for a house. It's somewhere in between. And there are these giant dark oaken doors with studs in them that are shut firmly closed. And the trees around here are like either dead or dying. And as you approach the front, you hear a feminine voice kind of drifting on the wind. And she just goes, took you long enough. Finally, you're here. And the front doors creak open. Well, don't be a stranger, come in.
Yeah, the spooky castle was where the ending was going to be. Who would have seen this coming? Youngmi says very snibbly, as she just like enters into the foyer.
Okay,
And Jade try to like slink in along the shadows anywhere.
yeah, go ahead for me stealth.
27.
Okay. You slide in and you kind of stick to the walls here. Malcyra, Dimble, Elmira, Charlotte, and Henry are on your heels, and Jamie as well. So your little group here enters as the doors heavily shut behind you. It's actually probably was beautiful in here at one point. You can see tattered red curtains that are sort of drawn to the sides that let in that horrid light from outside. These giant oaken stairs curve upwards to a second level that disappears out of sight, but the wood is kind of dinged with dirt and dust from the years. There's cobwebs strewn everywhere. There's a small front table with like dying plants on it and a mirror that when you pass by it does not reflect anything. Like, it doesn't reflect you, it just has the wall. There is a giant chandelier that hangs in here as well, but it does not, it's not lit. And I should never read chat. I know better than this. You enter kind of deeper into the space, and you see at the top of one of the stairs, because it's like a pair of stairs, at the top of the right set is a female figure. She is she's tall, and she's wearing a floor-length black gown that kind of pools at her feet just slightly. You see this, like, her hair is cut kind of short, and it's blonde, but the ends have gone, like, black. And she starts descending the stairs, and you hear, like, just a click, click, click as she gets down to the bottom floor to stand on your level. And you hear that same voice that you had just heard outside. Well, well. Aren't you interesting?
Maleficent? Just Angelina Jolie's Maleficent has entered the campaign.
No, that bitch stole my vibe. She went soft. I didn't. Now, it'd be rude of me to not treat my guests properly. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps to eat?
Is it still dark in here?
There's like the light from outside, so it's dim. It's not pitch black, no.
And the chandelier has like candles or something?
Yeah, but it's not lit. The candles are all out.
Okay, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I can instantaneously light candles and stuff. So could I just like do that with like any of the unlit candles that I can, as many as I can see?
Yeah, sure. The chandelier roars to life, and so there's like a small candelabra on that entry table where you're at, kind of near the front door. And the place floods with dim candlelight. And
Lumiere?
What?
Lumiere?
No. No. The light just filters in, and it's kind of a nice contrast to the horrid blood red pouring in from outdoors. She goes, oh, thank you. I apologize for the mess. It's been a while since we've cleaned.
Where are they?
Oh, right to the point. Oh. I could
Well, we
tell
are
you.
running out of time.
Yeah.
Wink to the fourth wall.
Trust me, I know. I could tell you. Or I could kill you. And I think I like the second option better.
Are you just a walking cliche? And then that's vicious mockery.
Okay. What is it? Oh, wisdom save?
I just have to roll a spell. Oh yeah, it is a wisdom save. Never mind.
No. Yours doesn't go through. I don't want to tell you the number.
So
it's fine.
can Jade then shoot off a poisoned arrow from the shadows for a sneak attack?
Yes, you may. Roll to hit.
Okie dokie, will do. Oh. That's a natural 20 for a 28.
He reacts like it's a bad
Whiff.
roll every time.
No,
that's
because
what I thought.
no,
Just
because
exasperating.
it's because I know I'm gonna get shit for it.
You are.
But
You
at least
are.
we'll survive that shit, because I won't survive my
Yes.
shit, because my rolls are bad.
Well, yeah, see, I'm just balancing out Cat. Like, that's just, it's... So now we're all evened out.
Here.
Oh,
Fair.
like the generosity of that is just amazing.
kind. So kind.
So sweet. So good.
So does that hit?
Yes.
So, Constitution saving throw.
Cool. That's a 19.
Okay, so no poison damage, but it's a crit, so it'll be double everything else. Is it double sneak attack too, or just
No,
the...
you add the sneak attack onto it.
Okay. Okay, so that's 12 plus. That's 30.
Okay. You all are, she's talking and being infuriating, and then from the shadows, an arrow launches and just plunges into her gut. And she stumbles back and gasps just horridly in pain. And black liquid begins to seep out of the wound, and she looks up at all of you, and she goes, "All right. Guess we're not chatting. Roll initiative."
Now you want to roll well.
9. I got a 9.
Cool.
Dimble's at a
Don't
9.
worry, I got a 5.
Woo! Not the worst.
Great start.
Hold on 1 second. So who do we
I
have?
cheat.
20, like 30 to 20? Or 20 to like a 15?
Oh, I have a 22.
Okay. I'm trying to write them in order so I don't mess up the order. So you have a 22, you said? Okay, Jade.
I have a 13.
Okay, I think you're gonna have the next highest. Let's see. Oh my god, there's so many dice I have to roll. My god. Okay. Alright. Okay. So 13. So 16. 15. Okay, Malcyra, you had a 5. Dimble, you had a 9, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, Okay. Hold on, so Jade. Dimble. Okay, so I am speeding. Alright, so Young Me, you're at the top of the order.
Okay. I am going to just cast Synaptic Static. They have to make an intelligence saving throw.
Also, Liz, we got a raid from Cheebs.
We did.
Oh.
I didn't even see that. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I turned off all my alerts. I'm so sorry. Hi. Thank you, Chiefs. I love you. You're awesome. Welcome in. We have 10-minute follower mode on right now to protect our community. But if you'd like to stick around after the 10 minutes and come say hello, I would really love to see you in chat so we could say hi. Thank you for coming to hang out, Chiefs. I love you. Thank you. Okay. Oh God, numbers. Okay. Yes. Numbers. That's what I was doing. That's a dirty 20.
Sorry, the way that Maya is struggling with Steam Elements right now is just...
Maya, you doing okay, bestie? What's going on over here? You good?
Stream Elements does that.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, we have hit 400 out of 200 approximately of our community goal for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. All donations to...
I'm so sorry.
All donations to Dauntless's Ko-Fi in the month of October is going to be going to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence, where they provide resources, homes for people who are victims and survivors of domestic violence. They even try to keep pets with their owners and even provide comfort animals and pets for them as well.
Yes.
And on a more personal side, Dauntless is trying to hit 200 followers by the end of the year. So, if you wanted to follow, if you follow a fantastic GM, DM, if you wanted to, it's free and it's just a little click.
If you want it.
Y'all are so good to me.
Want to.
For no reason, and I love it. Thank you.
Liz also does another campaign.
Giving you time to do your numbers.
They mainly stream D&D every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It's called Stormborn's Curse. It's a homebrew pirate-themed adventure, and we are in fucking shenanigans happened last Friday. So, like, yeah, that happened. There is also content warnings because the campaign we're doing currently has horror elements in it. So there is a command for that. And if anything seems a little bit too much, it's all oral, so there's no visuals, but even still, we'd like you to prioritize your safety than watching the stream.
Yeah, and I also just want to say this is the beauty of teamwork because our DM is doing math, so we're gonna take over the announcements.
Over here on the verge of over here on the verge of tears because there are just so many numbers. I'm great. I'm so good. Okay.
We started with simple math and now we're like, but what if we have also 5 extra characters with us right now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even think that any of us as players really did that. They just tagged along.
They just tagged along.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
You caused your own number curse.
Oh my goodness.
I'm good. I'm so good. Okay.
You're really good. You're so good.
Thank you. Oh boy. Okay, so
one day we'll abolish math and this whole hiccup will never happen.
One day?
One day.
Okay, so really quick, also one more thing, because I forgot to, I don't know if anybody said it, math. If you like the vibes of D&D we're doing today and you want to hang out with us for Stormborn's Curse, and you either just got here or you're somewhere in the middle, all of the episodes for Stormborn's Curse are up on my VOD channel, so you can, like, catch up, and all of the episodes of Eclipse, except for this one because it's still going right now, are up there. So, like, the first 2 are there, and they're also still on Twitch, but this will all be able to be accessed so you can share with your friends if you like what I do. TTRPGs are going to be the backbone of my content, so it really makes me happy when people see what I do and, you know, they like the vibes and they want to stick around, so tell your friends. Okay, I did math, and I'm proud of me.
Yay.
I'm so
hype for math.
So we got the girl. Actually no, it's young me. It's your turn. My bad.
Right. Synaptic static. Intelligence saving throw.
That's right. That was a dirty 20. That's what had happened. I see.
She rolled a dirty 20?
Yep.
And nothing happens. Wait, then does nothing happen?
Does it say like half damage on a fail?
Oh, half damage. Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your damage.
A whole bunch of d6s. They take 16 damage of psychic damage.
Okay, 16?
Yes.
Okay. So
during oh wait, never mind. That's only for a failed save. Okay.
You see her kind of she snarls. But when she looks up at you, so when she descended the staircase, she had like an unnaturally sort of beautiful face. That it still kind of like gross, but just this unnaturally beautiful face, and then pure black eyes. And she clutches the arrow that's just impacted into her, and she's just kind of like breathing hard as her shoulders go up and down, and then she looks up at you and snarls, just animalistic and feral. And you see her face is shifted and changed. Her bones are more angular. Her ears no longer human, but something else, pointed upwards. Her nose is now like this sharp just point that extends off of her face. And you see these giant fangs poking out from behind her. Her hair, that blonde that goes into black, is sort of becoming matted and a bit wild. Alright, next up is Henry. Henry don't like that. So Henry is going to do the good old classic. He's gonna bring a classic back. He's gonna bring, you know, we're a fan of the classics here. He's going to raise his hand, and you see these just black pillars of shadow rise from the floor around her and turn these horrid flailing tentacles, and she has to and you just see them start pummeling her. She raises her arms to block some of the strikes, but she is getting severely overwhelmed. And that's gonna be...
There's a lot of tentacle
no one asked
imagery.
No one asked you to do that. I even didn't make it tentacles last time because I knew you were gonna go there.
Probably shouldn't have made it tentacles this time.
You know, yeah, it's on me.
Because I'm still here.
It's been 16 episodes of Stormboard's Curse. I should know better. Not this. Okay, yeah, you see them start pummeling into her, and you hear the cracking of bones and the impacts. Okay, next up is Jade.
Okie dokie. So, because other people are in combat okay, well first I'm gonna scoot away in the shadows from where I originally shot from. That way it's not anticipated from the exact same location.
Okay.
So I'm still gonna be stealthing. Do you want me to roll stealth?
Yes, please.
Okay. 30.
Nice. Okay.
What?
Go ahead and roll to hit.
Stealth is my highest stat. Okay, so I'm gonna roll to hit with another arrow that's also poisoned. Does an 18 hit?
Yes, it does. I'm sorry, I was doing the Constitution saving throw. Okay. That is a 17.
Okay, saves on that. And then do I get sneak attack damage again since she is in combat with other people?
Yes, you do. Go ahead and add it on. Hi,
Okay,
Jeeves.
so...
Thank you for bringing your wonderful community in here.
Thank you so much.
This is a Hobbit positive zone. Continue. I'm like...
That's 30. Or 29
okay.
damage.
Thank you. I'm on a high right now because I'm doing math, and it's all right. I've never done this before.
You've never been more than in this moment, so
exactly.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. This is just a big moment for me. So you loose another arrow. This one launches and impacts up into more like upper ribs. And she and her neck makes this just crack as she stumbles back from the impact, and then she shoulders all bony and pointed loops back around to look at you. She goes, "I see you, kitty cat."
And I'll use my bonus action to hide.
Jade said, "No, you don't." Okay.
Yep.
Next up is Jamie. He is, oh sweet lad. You see him gather that energy again, but he seems much more confident this time. And he throws his hands up into the air, and launches this just golden sort of swirling net of energy that expands and folds out. This time, because he's got a sense of humor, into a fly swatter. And it's just kind of crackling and holding its general shape, and he's going to attempt to squash a fly. He brings the fly swatter down, and the impact of it splinters the earth, but she manages to roll out of the way, and snarl, so the fly swatter just returns up to where it's hovering in the air. He's not gonna move. He's not in danger right now. Next up is Almira, and Charlotte's gonna help her. You see her, Almira kind of hunches over, and you see Charlotte whisper something in her ear. Almira looks at her, and then quickly, almost heat of the moment, they kiss. And then Almira lets loose this horrible just roar, and she begins to change. You see...
Can we get some hype for lesbians in chat, please? Can we do that?
Hell fucking yeah, let's go. You see her hunch over, and she's only really been wearing this cloak, but I like to imagine Charlotte's been figuring out, tying it with a belt, or trying to get it to look more like a piece of clothing. She hunches over, and those moth wings burst through the cloak and expand out into the room. And then her hands hit the ground with the impact of it, and they change. She grows that thick gray fur over her whole body, and that collar of black fur puffs up from around her neck. Those antennae rise up from her hair to stick and twitch. and she grows almost triple her size. That other set of arms sprouts out from her sides, and it looks like it hurts, and she's like growling with this transformation, but she takes it in stride. And then her claws splinter the sort of marble tiles that are in here that are dingy, and send pieces of it flying everywhere. And as a bonus, I forgot she can do this, it's a bonus action. You see her kind of like look around, and then she like arches her back, and a wave of just like, it's like dust, but it's glowing faintly, like almost like a pollen, like flies off of her body and into the air. And you see two shadowy figures that get clung in this pollen, and they start swatting it off, and invisibility fades. You see two people. You see a young woman with like kind of reddish brown hair that's cut like messily into like almost like a pixie cut, and you see a young teenage boy, kind of like short black hair, and dark eyes, and they're just kind of like swatting it away, and they realize that they've been seen. They kind of like freeze. Next up is, okay, that was Elmira. Next up is Charlotte, but she's her action, so. Okay, Charlotte is going to Eldritch Blast. So she's got a roll. Sick. You see two blasts of just this reddish, fiery energy like explode from Charlotte's palms, and she kind of rocks with the force of it. And those two blasts collide with this thing's body that's standing before you, and you actually see this woman like bring her arms from under back, and there's like just the putrid sound of flesh being pierced, and you see sharp spines emit from her arms, and then this leathery black membrane slide out from that new wound on both sides, and there's kind of blood running down, but homegirl got wings. And she lets loose this piercing screech, as she does. Okay. And then this is kind of happening simultaneously as she gets hit by the Eldritch Blasts. And more math. It's okay. Deep breaths. We can do this. We're equipped for this. Alright. Top of the order. Young Me.
Cool. Young Me, how far away am I from her?
I didn't go.
A couple of us didn't get gold.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Just with our little baby initiative.
Yeah, I know. It was really low. It was real low.
You know what it is? I wrote it out of order again because I added the everybody else at the end, so I confused myself.
Okay.
We know not to do that anymore. Malcyra, you're up first.
Did I? Or did Dimble? Oh no, I was one more than you.
Yeah.
That's right. For the first time, I was higher than someone. Is there anyone within like a 10-foot radius of her?
Like in the full circle, yeah. You're all kind of just standing next to each other. At this
Okay,
point,
I didn't
except
know
for
how
Jade.
close we were to her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
She's about,
then
like,
I will just.
20 feet from you.
Is anyone within 10 feet of her?
Of Malcyra or of the woman?
Of the lady.
No. Well,
Okay,
there's
cool.
those two people who have appeared from the shadows. The two younger people.
Malcyra doesn't know them.
That's fair.
Malcyra.
So, she casts Shatter,
Okay.
and that is a sudden, loud, ringing noise, painfully intense, erupts from a point of your choice within range. So I'm going to have it like center on her.
Okay.
Each creature within a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a Constitution saving throw.
Gotcha. Boop. And I need one more. So many. I just keep adding dice to my dice tray, so it's just not serving its purpose anymore. Okay, we got a 16 and a 15.
The
I think it's half damage on a success though for shatter.
Do you count a save as meeting, or does it have to be over?
If it meets it, it beats it. Yeah.
Okay. Then 16 meets it.
Okay, so you 16 meets it, and then we had a 15, so that one does not. So you. Oh wait, I forgot. Hold on. There's one more.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a 19. Okay, so the horrid looking woman that's just now grown wings, she kind of clutches her head and wails in pain, but after a moment she's able to kind of like stand back up to her full horrid height. The two people at her side, however, don't fare as well. The redhead girl, she screams, and you see blood leaking from her ears between her fingers as she drops to her knees on the ground. The young boy looks like he's barely doing better, but at least he's still standing.
Okay. You want the damage for those ones?
Yes, I do. Just give me 1 second. Where did I put my pen? Found the pen. Go for it.
Okay, so the one who did not save, the one who failed, takes 26 damage.
Okay.
The ones who did save take half of that, so they take 13.
Okay.
So
And that is thunder damage.
in this campaign, we murdered one grandma and also attacked two
she
miners.
was a night hag.
We still attacked two miners.
Stop.
I think that that caveat is just gone now.
Scott will not accept the elderly violence and is just like, she was a hag!
How much was
hag.
it against the people who passed again?
The people who passed, it was 13.
Okay. Okay, we're doing math again.
You're doing great.
Thank you. I'm stressed. Okay. This is actually the only stressful part of D&D.
And then I'm also gonna do a bonus action.
Sure. Okay. What do you want to do?
More rocks.
I'm throwing a fucking rock!
Let's go!
So I'm grabbing a magic stone and I'm throwing it at her. At the big lady.
Okay.
Big sexy lady.
Hell yeah.
And that is a nat 20, so that's gonna be a 28.
Alright.
Double damage. Please roll well. I didn't. Actually, okay, we'll go with 10. 10 is the double.
Okay. Alright. So you take your stone. And it cracks into, I like to think like into her chest, like near her clavicle. And it sticks there, like, let's say it's like a sharper stone than some of the rest, and it sticks in there. And you see more of that putrid black liquid begin to run out. And she shrieks again in part in pain, mostly, it seems, in rage. Okay. Next up. That was Malcyra Dimble.
Right. Dimble's gonna yell, grab the kids, and then he's gonna cast banishment on the tall lady.
Okay. Oh my god. So we're just flexing, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I don't know if she's from the plane or not.
We
but,
don't know. We're gonna find out. That's a charisma save, right?
But yeah, 16.
Where's her thing? Hold on.
My hope is that we can separate the kids from her. Well, I guess I shouldn't say this.
What's it again?
All Dimble says is, grab the kids. 16.
She got a 17.
Oh, that's so rude.
Yeah. I was really hoping you said 17. It was like, do it.
So what's the room look like again? She's not like above us, is she?
No, not right now. No, she's still on the ground. So you reach out and you cast. You just yell the activation word as you launch this energy out, like this repelling sort of blast of force. And she turns to look at you, and with a glance, you feel that wave of force dissipate. She doesn't flinch. She's not looking too hot, but some progress definitely required. More progress, I mean, not that you haven't done anything already. Y'all are pulling out all the stops right now. Dimble, did you want to do anything else on your turn?
I don't think there's much that I can do, so I will attempt to hide.
Go ahead, roll me stealth.
I will not be hiding today, probably.
Not the no. Okay,
I feel that.
Dimble, you attempt to slink into the shadows, but the shadows slink away from you.
Oh.
Okay, so then now we're at top of the order, so young me.
The kids are still by her.
Yeah, because nothing happened. So they're kind of looking around confused.
Okay. Children. I guess I'll try Vicious Mockery again then.
Okay.
Wisdom save.
Thank you. Against the main woman, right?
No, against the two children.
Oh, okay.
I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. That's a nat 1.
Woman. Yes. Okay. She's just gonna like give the lady like a big once over. Just you're looking real rough, and that's her Vicious Mockery.
Okay. Damage.
5 damage.
All right. She gave you the impression when she descended the stairs, like she is somebody who cares about her appearance. Like it may have. I'm not sure if young me meant it more thoroughly or if this was like a thing, but I think this was something that you would have noticed about her just from her mannerisms. And that comment, although the damage itself doesn't seem to hinder her like sort of stature, you do see a bit of uncertainty flicker over her face, and she like takes a clawed hand and kind of just briefly touches her face for a moment before going back to that snarling fury. Okay, that's 5. Okay, alright. Next up is her. So she screeches, and she is going to... What is she going to do? She's going to do something. She is going to... Ooh, she could do that, but that's mean. So she's going to do that instead. Okay. You see her... Okay, she disappears in a puff of black smoke. Absolutely just vanishes, leaving only behind that curl of smoke. And then there's a moment of... Where the fuck did she go? And then young me, her face is inches from yours. And she's going to attempt to strike you.
May I kiss the mummy?
You know what? You certainly could try if you want to.
My reaction is kiss her nose.
Do you want to smooch the snoot?
Yeah, you know what? It's the end of the campaign.
You're like, no consequence.
Your nose.
Okay. She appears, and there's a moment of brief tension. We're staring at each other, and she's just there, and she's kind of snarling and running her like tongue over those fangs. And you just have this moment of, wait a minute. And you press a little kiss to the snoot, and she kind of, like, not disgusted, just confused. And then...
Did you want me to roll for anything?
No.
Okay.
No. But she kind of, she scrunches her nose a little bit in confusion and smiles, and then it turns into that horrible grin, and she raises her claws up. Does an 18 and a 17 both hit you?
Yeah.
She raises her claws and is going to just kind of do an X sort of cross across your body. So that is damage. What's the damage on that one? Oh! That is 10 slashing damage. Plus... Oh, wait, no, sorry. It's 16 slashing damage.
So I still have my my ward until a long rest, and every time I cast an abjuration spell, I get 1 plus the level of that spell back to that ward. So even though it was almost completely depleted against the giant tree, I have 14 temporary hit points left that I'm going to yeet those on over to take some of that hit from on Youngmi.
Okay, Youngmi, a blue symbol weaves into the air just in front of your face, and catches the majority of the claws, but she still shreds through it, almost like confetti. And the last just inches of her claws rake through your torso, and you still take 2 slashing damage. A lot better than what it was going to be, but still kind of an ouchie.
Yeah, Youngmi's just gonna go, thanks. I ran out of inspiration, but thank you.
Understandable. And she's going to jump up, and she is now flying. She can do that. You see her beating those horrible wings where they connect back to her back and her arms, and she starts cackling horribly. All right. Next up is Henry. Henry's going to move the Evards and try to smack her. Ooh. You guys see, so the tentacles that Henry had summoned fade into the floor and then burst back up out of the ground underneath her, and you see them snag like legs, arms, a couple of them pierce through the wings, and then the rest of them just start beating the shit out of her again. Okay. Ooh.
But does she like it?
No.
In a sexy way?
No, she does not seem like... She keeps trying to, like, pull away from it, and then they just, like... I imagine it's making just, like... like, as it's just beating into her, like, repeatedly.
You too, it is Sunday.
Yeah, that's the problem.
This is actually a lot better than our Fridays go so far, so I think that, yeah, like, it is a Sunday. You know? 11... That's 13. Okay. Next up is... Jamie. Yes, I can count and read. Jamie's gonna attempt to hit with the fly swatter again. Ooh, let's go. Jamie... So the tentacles have just snagged her, and she's like screeching and trying to like fly away from them, and Jamie brings the righteous fly swatter down upon her head, and she crashes into the ground. There's like a loud crack as her body hits the marble tile and kind of makes a crater out of it. And she's gonna take numbers, what I do.
Forgot that Jamie did that.
This is a campaign about forgetting people exist and throwing rocks, and that's okay. Okay, so that's Jamie's turn. He's not really gonna move. Next up is Jade.
Yeah, so what's up with the 2 kids? Exactly.
They are still standing well, the redhead girl is on her knees like sobbing and clutching her ears. And the boy is kind of like smacking his head after Youngmi cast Malcyra cast Shatter.
Okay.
Was it? Yeah, Malcyra did the Shatter, right?
Yeah, I forgot that happened too.
Oh yeah.
They're not really moving.
Okay, oh, shit. Oh, what is realistic here? Okay, oh no. Jade will run out using her feline agility, so to move like double her speed, to get over to the girl. And then one of her actions in combat that she can use is help. And so she's gonna like try and get the girl to stand up and like help her over into the shadows.
Okay. You are able to do that. She's just sobbing, like incoherent. Barely even notices you there.
Yeah, and Jade is gonna like put her hands on her face and go, "It's okay. It's okay. we're going to get you out of this. And then Jade's bonus action will be to hide. And that's my turn.
Okay. Just because it's easier than for me to type the thing I said in Discord, not gonna do it, but if you watch the Eclipse behind the scenes stream that we unlocked because people are so generous and donated for charity, I will talk about it there. Make a mental note of that. Okay. So, all right. So then you're able to help her into the shadows, Jade. Okay. So next up is going to be Charlotte. She's going to attempt another Eldritch Blast. Oh. Forgot about this. Oh no. Charlotte raises her hand to do Eldritch Blast, and sparks like gather at her fingertips, and then her hand fizzles out. She's like, no, that's not good. And she's not able to do anything, unfortunately. After Charlotte is Elmira, and she's just gonna do a big old chomperoonie, I think. I think she's just gonna have some dinner. Yeah, she is. Okay.
You already ate the rotting heart, so this is more like dessert.
Yeah, you know. My God. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a bit dramatic. That's okay. Cool. You see her just unhinge her jaw, which is full of rows of needle-like teeth, which does not really go with the cute fuzzy face on the outside, and just closes those horrid jaws around this woman's body, and she screams as her flesh is pierced, and that black liquid kind of dribbles down her body. And then you see that Amara like kind of goes to like lift her up to like just eat her, but the woman like takes her clawed hands and digs them into the sides of Amira's face and pulls her body out. And Elmira reels back from the just that hit. And she's going to do how much damage was that? Oh! The woman is not looking good. She's got like a belt made of puncture wounds going on right now. Looking a bit battered from the everything that's happened. So yeah, definitely looking like last legs at the moment. Okay.
Yeah, 1v9 will do that too.
It will do that to you. That's so true. Okay, so next up is Malcyra.
Muted.
There we go. I'm going to Eldritch Blast again. 2 Eldritch Blast at her.
Oh, hell you.
Oh, hell
Okay,
yeah.
well, I found my magic die because it's 20. Not
Nice.
20.
Oh, yeah.
So actually a 28, I guess.
Let's
and then
go.
the other is a 17 plus 8, so 25. Yes.
I'm sorry, damage? Or
Uh,
to hit?
first one, those were to hit.
Okay, yeah, those will hit.
Okay. So first one is the one that we're doubling, and that's 26.
Okay.
Not double. That's total 26 there. And then the second one is 5. So
Hey
31
Malcyra, how do you want to do this?
let's go.
Yeah! Woo! Yeah.
Okay, so is she still flying right now?
No. At this point, she's on the ground.
Okay. I would say this is so unnecessary. Okay, so I'm actually gonna do with both of the Eldritch Blasts, I'm gonna like hit her in one side and then the other side, and though not needed, bonus action takes out a stone and flicks her right in the forehead so that she just
yes.
back.
Hell yeah! Her body tips back on her heels as she's like swaying side to side with both impacts. Her body tips back on her heels and she hits the ground, and you hear a horrid creaking death rattle emerge from her body. And you notice instantaneously a variety of effects. You see the moonlight that's been streaming in the windows, that red light, fades out completely. And then sunlight begins to blossom into this room. You see the room is very much in disarray. There's like black blood scattered everywhere now and everything like that, but it's a lot better for certain. And her body is like, her limbs are sort of bent out of shape, and her last breaths are with her black eyes tilted up towards the ceiling. You see the two like kids that were with her are kind of like still stumbling around from the shatter. They don't really seem affected necessarily, but there's a visible, like a tangible change in the air and the atmosphere here. Congratulations, everybody. So Jade, you are with the young girl, and she's just rocking back and forth and sobbing and clutching her ears. Yeah, and young me, Dimble, Malcyra, you see that the young boy wandering around, and he's just kind of like clutching at his ears as well, but like kind of just ambling around the place.
Could I cast Mass Cure Wounds on them?
Yeah.
Cool. They get 20 hit points back.
Okay, let me hold on a second.
I would imagine she's also doing this to help, like,
everybody else
have their earlobes not broken anymore. Or eardrums, not earlobes.
Yeah, I got you.
You ever break your earlobes?
Fuck you, unpierces your ears. It's my favorite fucking meme ever. Okay, and that's a plus 20 here, so she's doing better. Okay, the blood is still there, and on their hands, but they both seem to kind of recover a little bit, looking kind of dazed. But alright.
Jade?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, what's up?
We're like this. Jade will take off her cloak and wrap it around the girl and, like, tilt her face up. It's okay. She's gone now. You're safe.
She's just crying.
What's your name?
She squeaks out a pitiful Fiona, I think.
Okay. We're gonna find somewhere safe for you to go.
Okay. She kind of just makes this broken little noise and leans into you.
Yeah, Jade will, like, hug her very close, being reminded a lot of her younger sister.
Next, okay, so yeah, so you've taken care of her. Malcyra, Dimble, young me. Sup?
Dimble walks over to the young boy and out of his backpack pulls like a half-eaten croissant and says, "Are you hungry? Is your name Cameron?"
Yeah. Thank you. And he starts.
Your parents made this for you.
They made him a half-eaten croissant.
Well, I ate half of it earlier, but
thank you.
Yeah.
Croissant. He nibbles on it half-heartedly. There's a distant look in his eyes. Okay. Now, normally I'd let you kind of bring us to the point of epilogue, but it's been 6 hours. Is it? Could I player consent to just kind of talk us through the end of this?
Zoom us through.
Okay.
We long for the ride.
So
the route ride.
Cruising for a bruising. So this is Fiona and Cam. And you bring them out of this house. And the rest of the people that you've met here follow close behind. It's about dawn right now, just like on the tail of dawn, just like it was when you arrived. People are starting to kind of crowd out into the streets, like poking their heads out of doors curiously as you make your way down the main road, children in tow. It's pretty quiet, but it's the quiet of... It's a satisfying quiet. Because it's a quiet you caused. It's a quiet of peace. You make your way past... you make your way to the apothecary first, and Charlotte leads Elmira, who was able to transform back into herself. It took a while, but was able to transform back into herself out of her moth bear form along the way. And Charlotte helps her into the apothecary door, and she turns back and she gives you a nod of respect before she disappears within. But not before you seeing Violet in a very familiar sort of entrance, sprinting down the stairs, tripping, slamming face first into the ground, and then scrambling back upwards to embrace her sister. You continue down the main road, and you see Sabine's front door open slightly, and she watches you go past, and then you see her shut the door. And you make your way all the way down and to the cauldron, but you don't make it past that before there's just an outburst of just noise. And you see almost, I would say a mob, but they're not necessarily aggressive, just frantic. You see Portia and Martin, the bakers, just sprinting down the street, Portia with skirts in hand as she runs. You see, and just a few other townsfolk as well, some of the farmhands, and Samuel. You see young Samuel, the stable boy, kind of like clutching his hat as he skips up as well with this crowd. You see Hilda like kind of slide her way out of the front door of the cauldron to join as well. And everybody starts talking at once, and then Hilda's like, all right, let the parents speak. And Portia and Martin hustle their way to the front of the crowd like, oh my god, my boy. And Cam stumbles forward into his parents' arms. You've reunited another missing person. Hilda looks at you all, gives you a smile and a little bit of a curtsy before she skips back into the cauldron and slams the door behind her. Portia and Martin link their arms around their son and walk him back home for the first time in a while. Camilla, unfortunately, does not get her husband back. The farmhouse lights are dark, and it is quiet in the fields. Most of the farmhands have just taken up working, although it's much more somber than it was when you'd arrived, just to give her a bit of respect as she grieves. You were sent to Westham on threat, but you left, and you've done well. Your horses are returned to you post-haste, your wagon as well, and you're able to make your way out of the town. Before I speed us through, is there any last thing you want to do before we say goodbye to Westham?
Jade is going to take Fiona aside and gently let her know about her grandmother.
Fiona wails.
And Jade pauses. You can stay here. I know it's your home. Or you can come with me. And you can live with my younger sister. We'll take very good care of you. And keep you safe.
She looks up at you with wide brown eyes that are brimming with tears, and she grasps kind of desperately at your cloak, like, this is the greatest kindness that anyone has shown me. And, you haven't told her your name, right?
No.
Okay. I was about to say, like, her name, like, say your name, and I was like, no, that's gonna come off creepy.
You may have my house, but not my name.
She clutches desperately at your cloak, and as tears start to brim over her eyes, and she goes, thank you. Thank you. For the rest of my life, I will work to repay you for this kindness.
You don't owe me anything. My name is Idan.
Thank you, Idan.
Don't tell anybody.
All right.
Call me Jade in front of the others.
She gives you a secretive smile, and she goes, Of course.
They just like low-key threatened her after offering her a new house.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good character, though. It's all right. So Jade, if you're able to, so because you're taking her with you, does anybody else want to do anything before we go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Start with Youngmi and then go around.
Youngmi is gonna clap Henry on the back with like a little extra aggressiveness that probably wasn't necessary. And she's gonna be like, "Congrats! You did this yourself. You could finally tell your headmaster that, you did something with help, but like, good job, I guess." And then she's just gonna walk straight off without hearing any kind of response from Henry.
Thank you. He calls after you, and he's kind of like goes and fixes his glasses again. And
she also is going to go to Camilla, and wordlessly just like go through the motions of like putting her hand on her shoulder, waiting for some eye contact, and then like hugging her just in silence for a long time and like holding her as she's sobbing. And then like when an appropriate enough time has elapsed, she will then just go towards the rest of the party to pack up their things and go home.
Okay. As you hold her, that necklace that had been in that chest when you had investigated her house, the chain is threaded through her fingers, and you just see the gem balanced on her shaking palms, and she closes her fist around it as you hold her. You pass back out with the rest of the party, like back into the group. As you all, I imagine, have been scattered, loading the wagon in between doing what you need to do. So, Dimble, you had wanted to do something as well?
Yeah, so Dimple was infatuated with the pastries at the bakery and goes and just buys everything that he can there. And also, while he's there, he spends a lot of time watching the mother. I can't remember her name, and my notes are all the way on the floor.
Portia.
So Portia, and to learn how, because he really wants to figure out how to do like the dragon thing.
All right. So you enter the bakery probably a little bit after Cam's come back. So his parents are standing there trying to you catch this moment. His parents are standing there just frantically, like almost talking at him, like, "Where have you been? What have you been doing? Why didn't you come home? Why didn't you say anything?" And he just kind of like looks exhausted, and he stumbles back into that back room that you'd seen prior. And at the sound of the bell above the door, when you enter, they both turn to you and go, "Thank you, sir, for returning our son to us. Absolutely anything you'd like, anything at all, on the house."
I just say, in not stealing this from anyone, I'll take the lot. And but I leave basically all of the gold that I have with them.
Okay. So you see, like, if you remember, she has that like shelf. Portia has that shelf of like baked goods that kind of rotates with the different baskets. And the top one had those little dragon rolls in it, and she kind of, you see her like look back almost like at you over her shoulder, like almost like a little smug, and she flicks her wrist, and there's just a general fluttering from that top basket as the dragon, like all the little croissants, lift off and start soaring through the air around her. They twirl around you, and then a few of them line up in a small basket. And she goes, kind of secretively, like, "I've been saving these ones for someone special." And she reaches under the front counter and she pulls out a new basket. And these ones, they have little croissant tarasques in them, which, for anyone who doesn't know, it's like Godzilla, kind of. And you see these a couple of them kind of like stomp out of the little bin with their little croissants. And they go like, and a little bit of flame, but it's like dough shaped like flame, kind of comes out of their mouths. And those ones stomp over the basket, and she kind of helps them in. And then they go still as well. And then she loads it up with like donuts and all sorts of stuff as she puts it into the basket.
It's so cute.
Yes. And she hands that to you and kind of covers it with cloth so that they stay fresh. And as you leave, you're able to slip the pouch of gold onto the counter, unless you want her to see you putting it up there.
I don't mind if she sees me or not.
Okay, so you drop your pouch of gold as you leave, and she goes to give it
Ooh,
back to you.
wait, flare. I dropped the pouch of gold. Invisibility.
Oh, okay. It doesn't turn your equipment invisible though, as far as I remember.
It should everything that's touching me.
Oh, everything
yeah.
that's touching you. That's so right. Okay, you vanish. Dimble, you vanish, and she goes she kind of gasps, and then she just kind of smiles to herself and takes the money. And she stashes it away where they keep their funds. And you exit the bakery with the goods. Anybody else wanted to do anything?
Malcyra just sat with her doll and looked at it because she's never had someone make something of her or anything cute, and so she was just sitting with it and waiting for everyone else that wanted to go.
Oh my god.
Malcyra, you turn the doll over and there's a little piece of parchment attached to the back of your little crocheted battle axe.
And she kind of tugs on it and opens it up.
You see in kind of slightly messy sort of script, it says there's a small note, and it goes, Malcyra, fiery, brave, entertaining, and then a smaller script you see, reminds me of my daughter. And that little piece of parchment is kind of wrinkled and a bit crumpled, where you had unstuck it from the doll.
Okay, she kind of folds it back up and does a really careful tie around her axe, and she kind of puts it in her waist belt and keeps it as close to her as possible.
Nice. All right. Have we done everything here that we're going to do?
We done did it.
All right. Epilogue time. You all make your way out of Westham in that wagon. It fades behind you as you travel. For old time's sake, who's driving?
Malcyra is sitting right next to him.
Dimble, you want to do it? Handling?
Yeah. Let's see it. Oh, guys are way too early.
And TPK on the way home from
The
a
horses
car crash.
Nat 20. Let's go. I learned something.
Oh my god!
This is meant to happen.
Yeah.
Brings me to 22.
Dimble, you after all of the chaos that has erupted over the past couple of days, you have you just have kind of a new pep to your step, and you approach the horses, and you swear that they give you a look of respect. And as you mount the cart to take the reins, they both kind of stomp affirmatively, and you take off you kind of the cart starts moving off into the hills back towards Strockburg. It takes about 3 days travel as it did on the way here, but it's definitely a lot more amiable. How much you've bonded is certainly up to you, but there's always a bit of respect between comrades who've completed something together. Fiona starts to look a little bit better over the course of the trip, Jade, and she seems to be warming up to you. She talks to you about how much she loves science and just kind of the things she's excited for getting out of Westham. She said she's never left her entire life. And the rest of you, probably small talk as well.
Oh, wait, I just forgot something. Young Me gives Fiona back her book.
You hand it to her, and she starts crying again, but it looks more like happy tears and relief. And she takes it, and Jade, she starts flipping through it and hurriedly and not greatly. Actually, she's probably pretty good at it. She starts hurriedly explaining alchemical concepts to you.
Jade listens a lot in silence over the time of travel.
Nice. You make it back to Strockburg probably in the afternoon of that third day, and you enter the guild, and there's just a kind of The chatter dies down as you all enter in. You've always known you're not quite the favorites, but it definitely hits different when you all enter together and everyone goes silent for the moment. Then you hear familiar jingling, and a white blur drops to your feet in front of you, and you see Kipu in her cat form, and that little tail starts swishing, and you hear that sort of echoey little meow as she puts her paws up a little bit and kind of like, and then she turns and starts sprinting towards the stairs, and you follow. Fiona is probably going to hang down on the bottom floor since she's not quite a member. But a few, she introduces herself to a few of the merchants kind of hanging down there, and they start talking. And you see her, Jade, look at that barmaid wanted sign that was on the bar, and like visibly make a note of it. You all head upstairs, and Alec closes the door behind you, and he looks over you all, and he goes, well, you've returned with an extra person, you're all alive, and Henry had nothing but glowing reviews for you, so I suppose our deal has been sealed. And he reaches behind in his desk as well to like open up a drawer, and he takes out small pouches, 4 of them, and sits one in front of each of you. And he goes, compensation for your time. I know I had threatened that you would not stay within our walls, but a job well done is a job well done, and you deserve to be compensated for your work and your bravery.
Jade will immediately shove hers back towards him and go, you know to send that to my sister and not give it to me.
I apologize. And he takes the pouch back and sits it back in the drawer. You all take your gold, I assume.
Yeah, Dimble just...
yes.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was just like, okay. You each pocket 300 gold each. These are hefty bags. And you, a job well done. Alex kind of looks you over all with a, not newfound, but a sort of respect that you hadn't seen in quite a long time. He goes, I'm glad to have you back here in our favor, and I'm proud of you. Yeah. And it seems like that's all he can emotionally offer at the moment. But you know, for him, pretty big. And he goes to sit back behind his desk, and you see Kipu leap up onto the surface of the desk, twirl in place, and curl up. And that, my friends, is the end of Eclipse. Oh my god. First of all, before I say anything, I want to say a huge, can we get like just a fuck ton of hype in chat for Maya? Maya has been holding it down through all of our sessions of Eclipse. Kristen is also one of my lovely mods. But, you know, Kristen is
little distracted.
Yes, she's playing and a bit distracted. Maya has been holding it down with the commands, with checking and making sure everything's okay, with letting me know of issues, and just so dedicated and such an amazing mod. I could not ask for better, so thank you. Not the time out stream elements. Oh my god. Not this. I am so sorry, DT. Just bear with it. Get hype, but calmly, I guess. Okay, so yeah, thank you so much, Maya.
Sure, DT, yeah, DT, you know.
DT causes chaos.
DT deserved it at some point.
Thank you so much. Oh my god, all of them. It's fine. It's get hype calmly, I guess. Thank you guys so much for everything. My cast, you guys are fucking phenomenal. Thank you for coming with me on this journey. It was one of my favorites to write, and I'm so glad that you were able to just get through it and enjoy it. We did have to rush towards that second half there, and I apologize about that, but I'm so glad that you stuck with me on that entire journey. Your characters are wonderful, and I love them. And thank you to everybody that came in from Cheeps' Raid, for those of you who have found us on the way, for those of you who've been here the whole time. I have been trying not to cry this entire stream because it just means a lot to me that we doubled my community goal that I set. $400 in not even a month, less than a month, for National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. and I'm almost close to my end of year goal of having 200 followers over the course of a few days. You are all amazing. Thank you. If you like this adventure, whether you were here from the beginning, just catching up with us now, on Fridays, I do another D&D campaign that I also wrote myself and DM called Stormborn's Curse. All of the VODs are currently on YouTube. We're on episode 16 live right now, but you can catch up on the VOD channel if you'd like to join in with us. And it's a lot of fun. I'll be doing a lot more TTRPG content in the near future, starting in December. So definitely keep up with that. Oh my god, I have so many things to say. Because we hit all of our incentives, here's what to look forward to. I'm going to try to do this before the end of October. We're going to play Phasmophobia for the first time. I'm going to be doing a behind-the-scenes Eclipse stream talking about all of the secrets, how I did this, laying everything out, including some behind-the-scenes content of things that never happened. We have some secret scenes that we didn't get to, so gonna definitely break all of that down for you. And I will be playing, hopefully on Halloween Day if I have the spoons, Resident Evil Village, my first Resident Evil game, in full Lady Domitresque cosplay.
Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy?
Thank you, Vim, for the bits. I had to turn my alerts off because of D&D. Thank you. As a newbie here, I can say great DMing, well done, loads of fun. Thank you! So
and just really quick, a super special shout out to our brilliant GM who, you know, worked with a billion different things, like me being gone last week and making this session longer and rolling with the punches as we needed to wrap up, and for being so brilliant and having created all of this from scratch and bringing us together and just being phenomenal and wonderful and kind and so understanding and supportive of the community and the players. It's an honor to always be at your table, Liz.
I said I was gonna make it through the session without crying. Fuck, Kristen.
I've said this before to Liz, but it truly takes a special kind of genius and talent to take the things that we kind of just shove out our ass and are just general chaos, and create a plot with it, like killing grandmas and all this stuff that happens on Stormborns. It's amazing. Liz is amazing. She's an amazing writer. They do amazing things. And they work so hard between being a full-time student in college, and also
having a real job.
having a job, modding for people in our community, and also like running 2 campaigns simultaneously, that all have very heavy plot at times. And I just love Liz so much. I'm so glad that they are my friend, and I'm so proud of them for and all of our communities for raising money this month.
I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you, Chris, for the gift sub to J-Ray. I don't know if you're here, J-Ray, but you also helped donate, so thank you. I hope you enjoy the emotes. We're gonna have more of those soon. I just have no money to commission, so I draw them myself, so just bear with me. I'm going to attempt to speed read everybody who's donated so far. Just hang in there. Okay. Thank you so much to Kristen, Crispy and Sylvie, Sarah, Wizard Styles, Mindy Lee, Kat, Ginger, Alicia, J-Ray, Drac, and Mansuit, and Panukish. Thank you so much for everything, for all of the donos and everything like that. We are still going to be raising money. We're going to send this out with a bang. We passed our goal. We're going to keep going until October 31st at midnight. We are going to be helping domestic violence survivors in need. This is super important to me. I'm so glad that we've done as much as we have. We're going to keep doing more. Thank you guys, thank you so much. This is seriously super wonderful. And for my players, if you ever want to do another thing with me, my DMs are always open, just saying. I think I'm gonna go happy cry for a little bit and maybe eat food, because I haven't done that since 8 this morning.
Yeah, you should do that.
Yeah. All right. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Liz. This was amazing.
Thank you so much. It was so much fun.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maya, for those bits. All right. Not the finger slipped. All right. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
Oh my god. Okay. I have to find the end stream button. Oh no. Oh, I've lost it. No, wait. Is that a hype? You can't do a hype train. It's a...
Yeah, it is.
Shit. Guys.
Yeah, happening. Oop.
Guys.
A hype train.
Are you serious? Okay, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm not gonna hold you hostage.
Can we...
I'm not gonna hold you hostage. Thank you guys, my cast. You guys can, you don't have to stay in the call if you don't.
Oh.
What the fuck? Guys, enough.
Ryan.
Enough. You can't.
Naughty.
Level up.
This is violence. I hope you guys enjoyed the subs if you got a sub. Ryan, thank you. Seriously, I'm gonna let y'all go. You don't have to. They're holding you hostage. Chat, behave. Behave. Thank you guys so much. As Kristen, what did I just say?
Well, it's okay if I hold myself hostage, right?
I wish I could argue with that. I really do. Okay. Enough. Nobody, it's done.
I mean, like, can you... Never mind.
No, we can't, actually. It's the funny part. That's the funniest part. Is that we can't. Okay.
Okay. Well...
Seriously not holding you hostage anymore. And gonna let you go. Thank you so much. I would just keep talking to them.
I'm...
No.
You don't have to go, but it's up to you. I'm not letting them hold you.
Yeah, no, you're good. I'm like, if we leave, your overlay's gonna explode.
That's a very good point. I love good points. Don't even...
Yeah, so I just want to prepare you.
Thank you.
That, like, if we leave, you should have...
It will go everywhere.
Oh, I don't... Yeah, I 100% don't have a face cam on this set of scenes because I didn't need one, so I'm gonna make one right now. So, we can...
Okay.
It's fine. It's alright.
Perfect. I do actually have to go grab dinner with my friends.
Yeah, I gotta go too.
But thank you. No, seriously, thank you so much again. This was such a fun adventure. It was so fun playing all these characters and, of course, getting to know you all better as players and as people. It was amazing. And I really appreciate being included. It was so much fun.
Yeah, thanks for letting me play with y'all.
Thank you, everybody.
Go eat, everyone.
Everybody eat something, drink some water, and rest.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, you too.
I'll think about it.
Una reverse.
Not this.
Okay, bye, y'all.
Goodbye.
Bye. Okay, it's all gonna explode. This is fine. It's alright. It's cool. Hold on. I got this. Guys, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Hold on. We're good. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's great. Everything's cool and awesome when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome or good. Why is this not on? Why is this... Oh, because I'm in Discord still. Hold on. This is fine. I know how things work. Everything is working. We're good. I wish I knew how to use Streamlabs. It'd be like so cool. There we go. Hi. Okay. Here we go. Hi guys. This is fine. Just watch me moving around the screen a little bit. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. This is the best I can do on short notice. I don't have a face cam for this collection. Hi. I don't know if I'm audible, so I'm gonna just... There we go. Cool. Alright, I think I'm good. I don't know. What's going on? Okay. Hi. I hope I'm good. I'm audible. Sick. Alright. Thank you for the hype train. Stop. Wait. Okay, so I think I missed some. Okay, Ryan did 5. Thank you. Kristen did a 1 month to Chris. That's really sweet. Ryan did another 1 month sub to How About No, and Kat gave out one as well. Kat, freaking all of you are supposed to be resting. Kat, I love you. Get some rest. I hope you feel better. Get to recharge. Seriously. Thank you guys so much once again. I just want to like reiterate how much this means to me. Eclipse specifically has always been really special to me because it was one of the first homebrews I wrote. Stormborn's Curse was the first, but I wrote it to be long term, so it's a little bit different than writing something more contained. I put a lot of detail into it that you notice, not necessarily everything that everyone got to get to, and that's going to be fun to go through in the Eclipse stream. I am just so eternally grateful for finding my space here on Twitch in TTRPGs, and that I get to make an impact doing what I love. So thank you a million times. Thank you. If you came in from the raid, or you came in through the tags, or you just came in to hang out, I hope you enjoyed the vibes. I hope you'll stick around. You'll come hang out with us again, either on Friday or in between in gaming streams. We try to create a cool, chaotic, little cozy atmosphere going on here. I'm gonna do the thing. Okay, there we go. I have socials there if you want to look at them, maybe, perhaps. Sarah, please go eat dinner. I'm banishing you. You are banished. You're done. Go eat. Go take care of yourself. This is a self-care zone, and you're not self-caring. That's self-care. Level 3 hype train at the very end of stream. Oh my god. Okay. This is fine. I don't have feelings or emotions about this. We're good. No, but in all seriousness, I literally have a reward thing for it. I find it really hard to accept compliments, so thank you for this. It feels just amazing. I will be back at some point, if not during the week, definitely by Sunday. I think the goal is to do, if I have the spoons for it, to be doing that, roll a d20. Okay, hold on. Nat 20, baby! Let's go! My goal is to make an acceptance check. Well, I guess I pass. Thanks. The goal is to do on Sunday that Resident Evil stream. Bear with me. I've been kind of out of spoons lately. It's something I'm probably going to talk about over on the fan house, which is a thing. So, but we'll see if we get there. If not, you'll definitely see me on Friday, and maybe during the week for my first ever Phasmo. Possibly with some of the cast that was just here. We'll see. I have to talk to people about that. It's great to watch TTRPGs on here. Last time I played was Call of Cthulhu more than 30 years ago. Wow. Nice. Don't rush to get all the incenses. Yeah, but they're all spooky, Maya. You know? We'll see. I'll take care of myself. I have a lot of opportunities and things coming up lately, so if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but the goal is to get it in before October's over. So we'll see. Maya, I love you so much. So much. Okay. I'm gonna go eat dinner because I'm realizing now I haven't eaten in 12 hours. So I'm gonna go do that. Thank you guys once again so much for hanging out. I still cannot fathom what just happened. I'm gonna go eat. If you haven't eaten, done taking your meds, hydrated, any of that, go do that. One more time, thank you, and I will see you, if not earlier, definitely on Friday for Stormborn's Curse. 8 p.m. Eastern. Be there if you can. If not, we'll be on the VOD channel. Maybe bring a friend. All right. I'm going to go. Love you guys so much. Thank you. Bye.